The first man Lin Qing considered marrying said he owned 6 acres of farmland. The second said his elder brother served in the county office. The third had polished his boots so thoroughly that he spent more time checking their reflection than looking at the women standing before him. The fourth spoke for nearly 10 minutes about the size of his family home. By the time the fifth officer stepped forward, Lin Qing had already learned something important. A frontier marriage selection was not particularly different from trading livestock. The men displayed rank, land, family connections, and prospects. The women were expected to display health, obedience, household skills, and a willingness to endure whatever had been omitted from the men's descriptions. Only the courtyard made the occasion appear respectable. Early autumn sunlight fell across the old stone paving of the Shen residence. The carved beams above the surrounding corridors had faded, but they were still clean. 2 servants had swept the courtyard before dawn, even though both would leave the household before sunset. At the front of the courtyard, Madame Shen sat beside an imperial marriage official. She wore the last formal robe she still owned. The fabric had been mended beneath one sleeve. Most people would not have noticed. Lin Qing did. She had spent 7 years serving the Shen household. The memories belonged to the young woman whose body she now inhabited, but they had settled inside her with surprising gentleness. Madame Shen had never struck a servant. Master Shen had never withheld wages. When the Shen family guaranteed a grain shipment for an old friend, they had expected the agreement to preserve hundreds of farming households through winter. Instead, the friend disappeared. The grain never arrived. The debt remained. The Shen family sold warehouses, fields, jewelry, carriages, and eventually the eastern half of their residence to repay it. They could have declared that their servants would receive nothing. They did not. Every dismissed worker received their remaining wages, a written reference, and help choosing among several possible futures. Some had accepted positions in other households. Some planned to return to their villages. 5 unmarried women, including Lin Qing, had joined the Imperial Frontier marriage arrangement. It offered a small marriage grant, legal registration, and transportation to whichever military settlement accepted them. It was not a generous future. It was merely a future. Lin Qing had known worlds that offered less. Officer Zhang, the marriage official, said, "You may speak with the candidates." The 5th man adjusted the bronze clasp on his belt. "I am an assistant supply officer stationed at North River Fort. I am an assistant supply officer stationed at North River Fort. My monthly pay is reliable. My quarters have 2 rooms, and I expect promotion within 3 years." One of the women beside Lin Qing straightened. Officer Zhang noticed. His gaze moved across the line before stopping on a tall maid named Fang Lai. "Can you cook?" "Yes. Yes. Red numbers? A little. Do you become ill easily?" Fang Li's mild tightened. "No." Officer Zhang nodded as though examining a list. Lin Qing watched without judgment. His questions were practical. So were Fang Li's answers. Marriage did not need to begin with poetry. Food, shelter, temperament, and expectations mattered more. In her previous life, no one had asked whether a potential partner owned 2 rooms. They had asked whether the shelter walls could resist contaminated rain. No one had discussed monthly wages. They had counted water filters. No one had worried about a mother-in-law. They had worried about whether the next winter would be the one that ended the last city. A breeze crossed the courtyard. Leaves rustled beyond the wall. Lin Qing lifted her face slightly. The air smelled of dust, old wood, horse sweat, and living grass. Living grass. Even after waking in this world 18 days earlier, she had not grown accustomed to it. Plants grew between stones here without permission. Birds wasted energy singing. People poured clean water over courtyards merely to settle the dust. The abundance was so ordinary that no one noticed it. Lin Qing noticed every drop. Officer Zhang finished questioning Fang Li and stepped aside. The next man came forward. He was handsome, young, and nervous enough to repeat his own name twice. 2 women smiled at him. The courtyard slowly divided itself according to preference. The more presentable officers attracted conversation. The quieter, older men waited at the edges. One had a missing finger. Another walked with a permanent stiffness in his left leg. A third kept glancing toward the gate, as though he hoped to escape before anyone selected him. Lin Qing studied them all. She was not searching for wealth. She had already seen a wealthy household lose almost everything because one trusted signature had been placed on the wrong document. She was not searching for beauty. Beauty had never stopped hunger, repaired a roof, or carried an injured person through a collapsing tunnel. She was searching for the kind of man whose behavior remained useful when circumstances became difficult. That kind of person rarely announced himself. Near the western wall stood the only officer who had made no effort to approach anyone. He was taller than the other men, with broad shoulders beneath dark, weathered armor. A faded red scarf was wrapped around his neck. His black hair had been tied high for travel, though several loose strands had escaped near his temples. A narrow scar crossed one side of his jaw. His face was not gentle. It was not cruel either. It looked as though it had forgotten how to arrange itself for social occasions. 2 soldiers waited behind him. Both were trying very hard not to look interested in the proceedings. They failed. Every time a woman glanced toward their commander, the younger soldier's eyes brightened. Every time she looked away, his shoulders fell. The older soldier eventually elbowed him. The younger one whispered something. The commander turned his head. Both men immediately stood straight. Lin Qing lowered her gaze before they noticed her watching. Commander Lu, the marriage official, had reached the final group. The tall officer stepped away from the wall. His boots made almost no sound against the stone. The official checked his register. Lu Yan, company commander at Stone Ridge Outpost. 25 years old. No surviving parents. Commands 104 soldiers. Several women looked toward him more carefully. A company commander was not a minor position. The official continued. Official quarters provided. Regular military salary. No existing wife or concubine. The younger soldier behind Lu Yan looked ready to applaud. The older one stepped on his foot. The official raised his head. Commander Lu, do you wish to introduce yourself? Lu Yan considered the question. No. The courtyard became quiet. The younger soldier closed his eyes. Madame Shen coughed into her sleeve. The marriage official stared at Lu Yan. You do understand why you are here? Yes. And you have entered the frontier marriage arrangement voluntarily? A pause. My superior entered my name. The younger soldier looked toward the sky as if seeking divine assistance. The official's patience thinned. Do you want a wife? No. This time, the silence reached the farthest corridor. A sparrow landed on the courtyard wall. It chirped once. Then, perhaps sensing the atmosphere, it flew away. One of the women beside Lin Qing whispered, Then why did he come? Her friend answered softly, Perhaps he was ordered. Would he mistreat someone? He looks as though he dislikes everyone. Lu Yan heard them. His expression did not change. The younger soldier behind him appeared to suffer on his behalf. The marriage official put down his brush. Commander Lu, this arrangement exists to establish households at the frontier. The women standing here have agreed to consider officers seeking marriage. If you do not want a wife, your presence wastes their time. Lu Yan's gaze moved briefly across the women. Most avoided his eyes. He looked back at the official. Stone Ridge is poor. That was not the question. The winter is long. The roof of my quarters leaks. Water must be carried from the public well. There are raids in bad years and failed harvests in worse ones. The official frowned. Lu Yan continued with the steady tone of a man listing military losses. There is little cloth, less medicine. The road becomes mud after rain. Firewood costs too much near the end of winter. Anyone who goes there will suffer. The younger soldier's face filled with hope. At last, his commander had explained himself. Then Lu Yan added, So no, the hope vanished. Several women stepped farther away from him. The official rubbed his forehead. Lin Qing understood. Lu Yan did not dislike women. He disliked the idea of bringing someone into hardship he believed he could not prevent. It was an honest concern, expressed with devastating incompetence. The selection resumed. No one approached Lu Yan. He returned to the wall without appearing surprised. Other pairings gradually formed. Fang Li chose Officer Zhang. The nervous, handsome officer was selected by a cheerful maid named Rui. Another woman chose the veteran with the injured leg after learning that he kept bees near his outpost. Documents appeared. Families asked final questions. Soldiers carried marriage grants from a locked wooden chest. Lu Yan remained alone. Lin Qing did not move toward him immediately. Words were cheap. Concern could be performed. A man might claim he wished to spare a woman while expecting her to choose him because of his apparent selflessness. She watched what happened after attention shifted away. An older veteran carrying 2 travel sacks stumbled near the gate. One of the sacks split. Dried beans scattered across the ground. Several people looked over. Lu Yan was already moving. He crouched without calling for help and gathered the beans before they could roll beneath the carriage wheels. The veteran tried to bend. Lu Yan stopped him with one hand. Your side is injured. It's only stiff. You reopened it yesterday. The veteran blinked. How did you know? You turned left before sitting. Lu Yan tied the damaged sack with a cord taken from his own baggage. He lifted both sacks and carried them to the veteran's cart. He did not wait for thanks. A short while later, a servant brought steamed buns for the officers who had arrived before sunrise. The younger soldier behind Lu Yan accepted a tray and offered it to his commander first. Lu Yan pointed toward the other soldiers. They haven't eaten. There are enough, Commander. Count again. The young man counted. His expression changed. He took the tray away. Lu Yan received the final bun only after every soldier had one. He broke it in half and gave the larger piece to the older soldier beside him, who protested that he had already eaten. "You gave yours to Chen Hu," Lu Yan said. The older soldier went silent. Later, one of the Shen household children wandered into the courtyard. Little Shenan was 5 years old and had escaped whichever aunt had been assigned to watch him. He carried a wooden horse missing one leg. The adults were too occupied with documents to notice him. The child approached the real horses tied outside the courtyard gate. One animal stamped. Shenan froze. Lu Yan crossed the distance before anyone else reacted. He did not grab the boy. He stepped between him and the horse, placed a hand against the animal's neck, and waited. The horse's ears settled. Lu Yan crouched beside the child. "That one bites." Shenan stared at him. Lu Yan pointed toward a smaller gray mare. "That one doesn't." The child looked at the scarred officer, then at the mare. "Can I touch her?" "Yes." Lu Yan lifted him just enough to reach the horse nose. The mare breathed against the child's palm. Shenan laughed. The sound drew Madame Shen's attention. The boy was quickly retrieved. Lu Yan returned him without complaint. Before leaving, Shenan held out the broken wooden horse. "Can you fix this?" Lu Yan examined the missing leg. "Ah, yes." He placed it inside his armor as if accepting an official military assignment. Lin Qing made her decision. She stepped away from the line. Madame Shen noticed first. "Qing." The remaining officers turned. So did Lu Yan. Lin Qing crossed the courtyard toward him. The younger soldier's mouth opened. The older soldier gripped his shoulder hard enough to keep him silent. Lin Qing stopped 2 steps in front of Lu Yan. Up close, she could see that his armor had been repaired several times. The leather bindings were clean. The metal had been oiled. Nothing he owned was new, but nothing had been neglected. He looked down at her. "You misunderstood." His certainty almost made her smile. "I haven't said anything yet. You came here." "Yes, then you misunderstood." "Which part?" "Stone Ridge. You said it was poor." "It is." "The roof leaks." "Yes." "The road is bad." "Yes." "Winter is difficult." "Very. And you do not want a wife." Lu Yan hesitated. "No." The younger soldier behind him silently shook his head with great intensity. Lin Qing looked past Lu Yan. "Does he always speak like this?" The younger man inhaled, ready to answer. Lu Yan turned. He immediately closed his mouth. The older soldier said, "Commander Lu means that he does not want a woman to regret following him." Lu Yan looked at him. The soldier straightened. "I will accept punishment later." Lin Qing returned her attention to Lu Yan. "Would you prevent me from leaving if I regretted it?" "No." "Would you take my marriage grant?" "No." "Would you expect me to serve your soldiers without compensation?" "No." "Would you strike me?" His expression hardened for the first time. "No." "Would you sell my belongings?" "No." "No." "Would you stop me from planting vegetables beside the house?" Lu Yan appeared briefly uncertain. "Are they dangerous vegetables?" The younger soldier made a strangled sound. Lin Qing's smile escaped. "No, then no, that is enough." "It isn't, for you or for me." He had no immediate answer. Lin Qing had known men who promised safety while stealing food from children. She had known leaders who spoke beautifully before sealing shelter doors, with people still outside. She had known survivors who possessed nothing except one clean cup of water and still shared it. Character did not hide particularly well when resources were scarce. Lu Yan's territory might be poor. His habits were not. "I choose Commander Lu," she said. The courtyard stirred. Lu Yan remained still. The younger soldier turned to the older one and gripped both of his arms. The older soldier whispered, "Remain calm." "I am calm." "You're shaking him." "I'm helping him remain calm." Lu Yan looked toward Madame Shen, perhaps expecting her to intervene. Madame Shen studied Lin Qing. "Are you certain?" "Yes, madam. You may take more time. I have taken enough." One of the other women spoke before she could stop herself. "Qinghe, he said he doesn't want you." Lu Yan's soldiers winced. Lin Qing faced her. "He said he does not want someone to suffer." "That sounds the same." "It isn't." The woman fell silent. A middle-aged aunt standing near the corridor hurried forward. She had spent the morning advising the dismissed maids, and had clearly decided Lin Qing required rescue. "Child, you need not accept the first man who appears respectable. A frontier commander can still force a woman into marriage. Perhaps he frightened you." Lu Yan stepped back at once. The movement placed more distance between them. It was a small act, but everyone saw it. Lin Qing spoke clearly. "No one forced me." The aunt lowered her voice. "Then perhaps you feel grateful because the Shen family arranged this opportunity. I am grateful to the Shen family. That is not why I chose him." "Why then?" Lin Qing glanced at the repaired grain sack near the gate, the soldiers who had eaten before their commander, the calm gray mare, and the small wooden horse hidden carefully beneath dark armor. "Because I watched what he did when he believed no one important was looking." Lu Yan's gaze changed slightly. It was the first visible reaction she had drawn from him. The aunt followed Lin Qing's glance. Her concern softened. "Though it did not disappear. Stone Ridge is truly far, I know. It may be colder than anything you have experienced." Lin Qing remembered frost forming inside a ruined underground station, while 6 people shared one blanket. "I will prepare warm clothes. There may not be enough food." She remembered boiling strips of tree bark because the final grain storage had burned. "I do not waste food. You may become lonely." Lin Qing looked at Lu Yan's 2 soldiers, who were now visibly celebrating without making a sound. "I suspect his men will not allow much silence." The younger soldier looked offended. The older one nodded respectfully. The aunt finally stepped back. The marriage official called Lin Qing and Lu Yan to the registration table, before either could change their mind. Lu Yan leaned slightly closer as they walked. "You can still choose someone else, can you?" He looked at her. "Choose someone else," she clarified. "No one chose me. That was not my question." He considered the remaining unmarried women. "Each found somewhere else to look." "No," he said. "Then the situation is equal." "It is not." "Why? You have options." Lin Qing looked at the modest cloth bundle containing everything she owned. "So do you." The official slapped the blank registration paper onto the table. "Names, Lin Qing," she said. "Lu Yan, age 18, 25, place of origin." They answered. The official recorded their details, then read the legal terms aloud. The marriage grant belonged jointly to the household. Neither party could sell the other into service. A wife transported under the frontier arrangement retained the right to report abuse to military authorities. A husband stationed at the frontier was responsible for shelter and basic provisions within his means. Lin Qing listened carefully. Lu Yan listened more carefully. When the official reached the section regarding dissolution, Lu Yan asked him to repeat it. The official did. A woman could petition to leave if her husband abandoned, abused, sold, or deliberately starved her. Lu Yan nodded once. The official looked between them. "Any objections?" "No," Lin Qing said. Lu Yan remained silent. The official raised an eyebrow. "No," Lu Yan said. They pressed their thumbprints into red ink and marked the document. The official sanded the page, folded one copy, and handed it to Lin Qing. Lu Yan reached for it at the same time. Their fingers stopped above the paper. "You keep it," he said. "It belongs to both of us." "You read better." Lin Qing accepted the document. The official opened the grant chest. 8 silver pieces for establishing a frontier household. 2 issued now. 6 recorded through Stone Ridge Military Command upon arrival. Lu Yan frowned. "Why not all now? Transport and settlement verification." "What if the record is lost?" "It will not be lost. The last winter clothing record was lost." Official's expression became defensive. That was a different office. Same seal. The younger soldier looked delighted that his commander's social failure had moved to a familiar target. The official pushed 2 silver pieces across the table. "The remaining payment will be processed." Lu Yan did not move. Lin Qing collected the coins. "I will keep these with the registration." The official immediately looked relieved. "Excellent." Next. Their marriage ceremony consisted of standing before Madame Shen while she gave them 2 cups of tea. There were no red lanterns, no musicians, no banquet. The Shen family could no longer afford ceremony, and the frontier officers needed to depart before the afternoon rain. Madame Shen held Lin Qing's hands after the cups were returned. "You served this household well." Lin Qing lowered her eyes. "The household treated me well. I wish we could have done more for you. You paid everyone before paying yourselves." That everyone before paying yourselves is not more. It is what was owed. In another life, Lin Qing had watched powerful people treat duty as generosity. Madame Shen spoke of generosity as debt. That was why the servants leaving today did so with grief, rather than hatred. Madame Shen slipped a small sewing kit into her bundle. "The needles are good steel. Do not trade them cheaply." "I want and write when you can." "I will." The original Lin Qing's memories pressed gently against her heart. 7 years of mornings, Laundry, shared meals in the servants' quarters, winter charcoal, and Madame Shen secretly adding meat to the kitchen pot after a difficult harvest. Lin Qing bowed deeply. She carried 2 lives within her now. She would not dishonor either. Master Shen approached Lu Yan near the gate. He appeared older than he had a month earlier. My household cannot offer a dowry, Lu Yan answered immediately. She does not owe me one. Master Shen studied him. Good. I have quarters. I heard the roof leaks. It will be repaired. When? Lu Yan paused. Before the snow. Master Shen's gaze sharpened. Before she sleeps beneath it. Lu Yan looked toward Lin Qing. Before she sleeps beneath it, he agreed. Master Shen nodded. That was the closest thing to approval Lu Yan received. The soldiers prepared to leave. 5 newly paired couples would travel north together for the first 2 days before separating toward different frontier settlements. Lu Yan's younger soldier introduced himself while securing Lin Qing's bundle to a mule. Shen Hu, 3rd squad leader. He had a round, honest face and the restless energy of a man who found silence physically painful. The older soldier beside him said, Zhao Ming. Vice Captain. Chen Hu lowered his voice. We should explain that Commander Lu is usually better than this. Zhao Ming tightened a saddle strap. No, he isn't. He is better in battle. That will reassure his new wife. I meant he makes good decisions. He told her not to marry him 6 times. 7, Lin Qing said. Both men looked at her. She adjusted the knot holding her cloth bundle. He spoke to me once before registration, twice during it, and 4 times afterward. Chen Hu looked impressed. You kept count? I wanted to know whether he might improve with repetition. Zhao Ming's mouth shifted. It might have been the beginning of a smile. Did he? No. Lu Yan approached with the gray mare. Chen Hu immediately became occupied with a stirrup. The mare's name was Ash. She leaned toward Lu Yan as he checked her reins, pressing her nose briefly against his shoulder. He stroked the side of her neck once. Can you ride? He asked Lin Qing. A little. You take Ash. What will you ride? The supply cart? Chen Hu looked over. Commander, the Kshaw. The cart seat is broken. I know. And the left wheel pulls. I know. And Ash is your horse. Lu Yan looked at him. Chen Hu returned to the stirrup. Lin Qing placed 1 foot into the saddle, but the stirrup had been set for Lu Yan's height. Before she could adjust it, Lu Yan lowered himself beside the mare. Step here. He held 1 forearm horizontally. Lin Qing looked at it. Then at him. He appeared to consider this a purely mechanical solution. She placed her boot against his arm. He lifted her easily into the saddle. Several people in the courtyard noticed. Lu Yan did not. He shortened the stirrups and checked them twice. If she pulls left, loosen the right rein. Does she often pull left? No. Then why warn me? In case she does. Lin Qing settled her skirt. Do you warn your soldiers about everything that has never happened? Yes, Chen Hu muttered. Everything except marriage. Zhao Ming elbowed him. The small procession left the Shen residence shortly after noon. Lin Qing did not look back until they reached the end of the street. Madame Shen still stood beneath the gate. The old residence appeared dignified from a distance. Only someone who knew it well would notice the empty stable, the missing roof ornaments, and the sealed eastern courtyard now belonging to a creditor. Lin Qing raised 1 hand. Madame Shen returned the gesture. Then the road curved. The house disappeared. Lu Yan drove the supply cart behind her. Its left wheel squeaked at regular intervals. For the first half hour, he said nothing. Then, as they passed beyond the city gate, he spoke. There are wolves near Stone Ridge. Lin Qing looked over her shoulder. Do they enter the village? Sometimes. Are people often attacked? No. Then why tell me now, so you know? A quarter hour later, he added. The well freezes during the coldest weeks. We can store water. Storage jars crack, not if they are protected from sudden temperature changes. He glanced at her. She continued riding. Another stretch of silence passed. The nearest market is half a day away, he said. We can buy in larger quantities. Prices are higher. Then we should produce more ourselves. The soil is poor. I'll examine it. He had no answer to that. By evening, Chen Hu had begun treating the exchange as entertainment. The commander forgot to mention sandstorms. Lu Yan looked toward him. We do not have sandstorms. The marriage official made everything sound exciting. I thought we should contribute, Zhao Ming said. There was dust last spring. Exactly. For 2 minutes. A short sandstorm. Lu Yan returned his attention to the road. Lin Qing hid her amusement. The procession stopped at a roadside station before dark. The building offered straw bedding, hot water, and a pot of millet porridge thin enough to reflect the bottom. The newly paired couples gathered separately. Some spoke with cautious enthusiasm. Others had already discovered disagreements. Officer Zhang expected Fang Li to surrender her marriage grant for his keeping. Fang Li refused. Their argument remained quiet but sharp. The nervous, handsome officer had become even more nervous around his cheerful new wife. The veteran beekeeper and his chosen partner sat outside discussing hive placement as though they had been married for 10 years. Lu Yan set his bowl before Lin Qing. She looked at it. "Where is yours?" "I ate." Chen Hu, seated nearby, shook his head. He did not. Lu Yan turned toward him. Chen Hu lifted his bowl defensively. She asked. Lin Qing pushed half the porridge into a second bowl. Lu Yan's gas dropped to it. "There isn't enough. There is enough for 2 people to remain hungry instead of 1 person pretending not to be. I am accustomed to it. That does not make it useful." He sat across from her. After a moment, he accepted the bowl. The porridge contained almost no flavor. Lin Qing ate every grain. At the bottom, she found a single husk and removed it carefully. Lu Yan noticed. "You do not need to finish it." "Yes, I do." "It is poor food. It is food." Something in her tone stopped further argument. That night, Lin Qing slept on a straw mat beside 3 other women. Rain tapped the station roof. One woman quietly cried beneath her blanket. Another whispered with her new husband through the partition wall. Lin Qing remained awake longer than expected. Rain had once carried ash, chemical residue, and microscopic spores that entered uncovered lungs. The last city had sounded alarms whenever clouds formed. People ran indoors. Collectors stretched treated cloth across metal barrels because every usable drop required filtering. Here, rainwater slid cleanly from the roof and vanished into the earth. No one fought over it. No one guarded it. No one counted the sound of each drop. Lin Qing closed her eyes. Her final memory did not arrive as a complete scene. It rarely did. A siren, red emergency lights, a tunnel filled with people moving toward the evacuation gate. Her hands pushing a child forward. The gate mechanism failing. Someone shouting that manual release had to be held from the interior side. Then heat, white light, silence. She had awakened in a servant's narrow bed with spring sunlight on her face and a bird outside the window. She still did not know why. Perhaps no answer existed, but she knew what she had been given. Soil, water, seeds, time. She intended to use all 4. The rain ended before dawn. Lu Yan had already repaired the cart seat by the time Lin Qing stepped outside. He had used a piece of discarded board from behind the station, and 2 bent nails hammered straight. "You slept?" he asked. "Yes." The roof leaked, only near the door. Stone Ridge leaks more. Chen Hu emerged carrying his boots. Commander emerged carrying his boots. "You've already married her. You no longer need to advertise the roof." Lu Yan checked the cartwheel. She should know. She knows. "It leaks over the sleeping room." Chen Hu stopped. "That part I did not know." Zhao Ming came outside behind him. "You were assigned to repair it in summer." Chen Hu slowly lowered his boots. "I was reassigned to the Eastern Watchtower for 3 days. There were complications. You forgot." I remembered repeatedly, while doing other things. Lu Yan tightened the wheel pin. "Repaired the wheel pin. Repair it when we arrive." "Yes, Commander." Lin Qing mounted Ash without assistance this time. Lu Yan watched her adjust the reins. "You learn quickly." It was the first positive statement he had made directly to her. "Thank you." He appeared uncertain what to do with her response. He climbed onto the repaired cart seat. The journey continued north. After the second day, the other couples separated along different roads. Officer Zhang and Fang Li turned east toward North River Fort while still negotiating control of their silver. The nervous officer departed west, now carrying both his own baggage and his wife's. The beekeeper veteran waved from a road lined with wildflowers. Soon only Lu Yan's group remained. The land changed gradually. Cultivated fields became smaller. Villages stood farther apart. Hills rose in the distance, covered with dark pine and pale stone. The road narrowed into 2 deep wheel tracks. Yet Lin Qing saw abundance everywhere. Wild berries grew along the roadside. Streams crossed beneath rough wooden bridges. Birds lifted from the grass in clouds. Once the procession passed an entire hillside covered with yellow flowers. Lin Qing slowed Ash. The horse responded without resistance. Lu Yan stopped the cart. "What is wrong?" "Nothing." She looked across the hillside. Thousands of flowers moved beneath the wind. Somewhere among them, insects hummed. She had seen photographs of fields like this in her previous world. Old images preserved in damaged archives. Children had gathered around cracked screens to stare at forests, rivers, whales, and flowers that no longer existed outside protected laboratories. Here, a hillside bloomed without fences or armed guards. "Have you never seen mountain flowers?" Chen Hu asked. "Not so many. They are everywhere in spring. Do people collect the seeds? For what? To grow them elsewhere." Chen Hu scratched his cheek. "No one pays for those." Lin Qing smiled faintly. "Of course. Value depended on scarcity. In a living world, flowers could be considered worthless." Lu Yan watched her for another moment. Then he looked toward the hillside as though reconsidering something he had passed 100 times. They continued. On the 4th day they crossed a river so clear that Lin Qing could see stones beneath the surface. She dismounted during the midday rest and crouched near the bank. Small silver fish held their position against the current. She touched the water. Cold flowed across her fingers. Something stirred beneath her skin. Not heat, not strength. Awareness. The reeds near the bank possessed a quiet vitality. Their roots held firm soil beneath the waterline. Some stems were healthy. Others had been damaged where cartwheels entered the shallows. The sensation vanished when she pulled her hand away. Lin Qing remained crouched. Since awakening, she had occasionally sensed living things more clearly than sight alone, aloud. A dying herb in the Shen kitchen garden had felt dry and distant before its leaves visibly curled. A sparrow with an injured wing had quieted when she held it. The original Lin Qing had possessed no such ability. Her other life had not either. Perhaps the gift belonged to the crossing between them. Perhaps the world itself was answering someone who had spent too long mourning its absence. She did not know. She would test it carefully. "You should boil that before drinking." Lu Yan stood behind her with a wooden cup. Lin Qing looked at the clear river. "Is the water unsafe?" "Upstream animals." A sensible answer. She accepted the cup. He had boiled water during the rest and allowed it to cool. "Thank you?" He nodded. Then, after a pause, he pointed toward the river. "It floods in summer." Lin Qing drank. By the 5th day, Lu Yan had warned her about flooding, wolves, winter wind, poor roads, insects, mold, loneliness, expensive salt, unreliable merchants, and one village rooster that attacked unfamiliar people. The rooster received the longest explanation. "It goes for the eyes," Lu Yan said. "Has it injured anyone?" Shen Hu. Lin Qing looked toward the squad leader. He had a small scar near his eyebrow. "That was during a tactical withdrawal," he said. "From a rooster?" "An unusually determined rooster," Zhao Ming said. "You dropped your breakfast and ran. I protected the porridge. You left it on the ground, so the rooster would stop pursuing the civilians. There were no civilians. I was the civilian." Lu Yan ignored them. If it approaches, use a basket." Lin Qing nodded solemnly. "A basket? It fears baskets. I will remember." Stone Ridge appeared near sunset on the 6th day. The village sat in a shallow valley beneath a long ridge of dark stone. A wooden palisade enclosed the military side of the settlement, though several sections leaned outward. 2 watchtowers rose above it. One had a patched roof. The other had no roof at all. Civilian houses spread along a stream below the fort. Most were built from timber, clay, and fieldstone. Smoke rose from narrow chimneys. Small fields climbed the lower slopes in uneven terraces. At first glance, the land appeared exhausted. The soil was pale. Vegetable plots were sparse. Several irrigation channels had collapsed along their edges, yet trees covered the nearby hills, and water ran through the center of the valley. Lin Qing studied the fields as ash descended the final road. The land was not... She could feel that much even from a distance. It was tired. There was a difference. Children noticed the returning soldiers first. They ran along the road, calling names. Captain Zhao, Brother Chen, Commander Lu came back. Then one child saw Lin Qing. The shouting stopped. More villagers emerged. A woman carrying firewood stood beside the road. An old man paused with a hoe over one shoulder. 2 soldiers on gate duty stared openly. Chen Hu sat straighter. Zhao Ming pretended not to notice anyone. Lu Yan continued driving the cart as if returning with a wife were a routine military delivery. The children followed. "Who is she? Is she lost?" "She came with Commander Lu. Why?" A small boy provided the obvious answer. "Maybe he arrested her." Lu Yan's hands tightened slightly around the reins. Lin Qing looked toward him. He stared ahead. Chen Hu turned in his saddle. "She is the commander's wife." The children reacted as though he had announced that the ridge had started walking. One girl whispered, "He has a wife?" Another said, "She's too pretty." A third child considered Lu Yan. Maybe she cannot see well. Lin Qing laughed. Lu Yan's expression did not change, but the tips of his ears darkened. A broad-shouldered man emerged from the fort gate. Commander, Vice Captain Zhao. His gaze shifted to Lin Qing, then back to Lu Yan, then to Lin Qing again. Zhao Ming dismounted. This is Lin Qing! The commander's registered wife. The man's mouth opened. No sound emerged. Chen Hu leaned closer to Lin Qing. That is Quartermaster's son. He usually speaks. Quartermaster's son recovered. Welcome to Stone Ridge. Thank you. We were not informed. Neither was I, Lu Yan said. Chen Hu covered his face. Quartermaster's son wisely addressed Lin Qing instead. The commander's quarters are inside the civilian edge near the western fields. We can send someone to clean them. No need, Lu Yan said. Quartermaster's son looked at him. You have not been home in 23 days. It was locked. That does not prevent dust. I will clean it, Lin Qing said. We will clean it. The word we drew another glance from Lu Yan. Quartermaster's son's expression became unexpectedly gentle. I'll have someone bring water. Lu Yan guided the cart through the village. The children continued following until an older woman shouted at them to stop frightening the new bride. They aren't frightening me, Lin Qing said. The woman lowered her voice. They will. Give them time. The house stood near the western edge of the settlement. It was larger than Lin Qing expected and in worse condition than Lu Yan had described. The gate leaned inward. One hinge had broken. The courtyard contained knee-high weeds. A stack of firewood rested beneath a collapsed cover, leaving half of it damp. The roof sagged near the sleeping room. One shutter hung by a single leather strap. Lu Yan stopped beside the gate. This is it. Lin Qing dismounted. A clay chicken wandered out from beneath the fence. Behind her, a group of villagers waited at a respectful distance to witness the expected reaction. She could almost hear their predictions. The new wife would cry. She would accuse Lu Yan of deception. She would demand to return south. Lin Qing pushed the gate. It tilted farther. Lu Yan caught it before it fell. I warned you. You said it was crooked. It is. You did not say it was independent. He looked at the gate, perhaps evaluating whether it had developed political ambitions. Chen Hu coughed to hide a laugh. Lu Yan removed the gate completely and set it against the wall. I'll repair it. Lin Qing entered the courtyard. The house contained 3 rooms. The central room held a table, 2 stools, 1 storage chest, a military cloak, and enough dust to preserve footprints. The kitchen contained an iron pot, a cracked basin, 2 knives, several empty jars, and 1 sack of millet. The pantry contained half a turnip, dried salt, and something in a bowl that might once have been bean paste. Lin Qing inspected it cautiously. Lu Yan stood in the doorway. Do not eat that? I had no intention of eating it. It may have been there since spring. Why? I forgot it. You were away? No. Lin Qing looked at him. He added, I ate at the barracks. Of course he had. She opened the sleeping room. A narrow bed occupied one wall. A folded blanket sat on top. Rain had stained the ceiling above it. A second sleeping mat had been rolled beside the storage chest, perhaps provided for the marriage arrangement. Lu Yan spoke from behind her. You take the bed. Where will you sleep? Central room. The roof there also leaks. Less. The villagers outside were still waiting. Lin Qing returned to the courtyard. She walked the perimeter, examined the drainage, tested the well bucket left near the wall, and pushed aside weeds to inspect the soil. The ground was compacted, but not barren. Earthworms moved beneath a rotting board. That was good. Water collected near the northern wall. That was not. The neglected patch behind the kitchen received enough afternoon light for vegetables. A small tree stood near the fence, half dead from damaged bark. Lin Qing touched its trunk. The faint awareness returned. Dryness. Restricted roots. A living core holding on. She removed her hand. Lu Yan had followed her outside. You can still leave. The villagers heard him. One elderly woman made an exasperated sound. Lin Qing turned. Do you want me to? No. It was the first time he had answered correctly without assistance. Then, stop offering. The road south becomes difficult after the next rains. I crossed it once. I can cross it again if necessary. His jaw tightened. I will not trap you here. I know. How? Because you have tried to send me away since we met. Behind them, Chen Hu whispered. 8, Zhao Ming answered. 9. Lu Yan looked past Lin Qing toward the watching villagers. She chose willingly. The statement sounded defensive. An old woman near the lane folded her arms. Did she? Lin Qing recognized the challenge beneath the question. Not cruelty. Concern. People here knew Lu Yan. They might trust him as a commander without believing he understood marriage. Lin Qing faced the villagers. I chose him willingly. The old woman studied her. Even after seeing the house? Yes, the winter. I have been warned. The roof? Repeatedly. The pantry? Lin Qing glanced at the half-turnip. That was new information. A few villagers laughed. The old woman's mouth softened. You are either brave or strange. Those qualities often look alike at first. The villagers exchanged glances. The tension eased. Quartermaster's son arrived with 2 soldiers carrying water buckets, brooms, and a bundle of straw. A widow from the neighboring house brought a pot of hot broth. Another woman provided clean cloth. The children returned with no adult successfully stopping them. Within minutes, the supposedly private household had become a village project. Lin Qing did not object. At the end of the world, isolated people died first. Community did not need to be elegant. It needed to exist. She tied back her hair and assigned tasks according to what people had already brought. The children collected loose stones. Chen Hu removed weeds from the path. Zhao Ming inspected the chimney. Lu Yan climbed onto the roof. Lin Qing swept the kitchen, discarded the ancient bean paste, washed the jars, and divided the damp firewood from the usable pieces. The widow watched her inventory the pantry. You weren't angry? About what? This. She gestured toward the empty shelves. There is barely, salt, a little, and half a turnip. The widow stared. Lin Qing added, the turnip may not survive. The woman laughed despite herself. My name is Mai Lan. My house is the one with the blue cloth over the window. Come to me before you try eating anything Commander Lu stored. Is all of it dangerous? He once kept dried meat until it became harder than the wall. From the roof, Lu Yan said. It was still edible, Mei Lan shouted back. You used it to hold a table steady. It worked. Lin Qing looked toward the table. One leg was indeed supported by a dark block she had assumed was wood. She decided not to investigate immediately. By dusk, the central room was clean. The chimney drew properly. The gate remained detached but no longer threatened anyone. Lu Yan had patched the worst section of roof with spare shingles borrowed from the barracks. The villagers gradually left. My lance broth remained on the table with 2 coarse grain buns. Quartermaster's son promised to send the household 6 silver pieces after checking the registration. Chen Hu and Zhao Ming returned to the fort. The house became quiet. Lin Qing and Lu Yan stood on opposite sides of the cleaned room. They had been legally married for 6 days. This was the first time they were completely alone. Lu Yan removed his armor. Without it, he still appeared large but less distant. His dark inner robe had been mended at one shoulder. A narrow old scar disappeared beneath the collar. He placed the armor carefully beside the wall. The bed is dry now. So is the central room. So is the central room. Lin Qing did not argue. They were strangers. Trust did not require foolishness. She divided the broth. Lu Yan sat. He took 1 spoonful. His expression remained unchanged. Lin Qing tasted it. The broth was simple but good, made from bones, wild onion, and preserved cabbage. Do you dislike it? She asked. No, you look concerned. It has vegetables. Yes, Mai Lan usually puts fewer. That is probably because she prepared it for 2 people. He took another spoonful. It is very good. Very good. Words sounded almost accusatory. Lin Qing looked at him. Is that how you praise food? Yes. I see. He paused. No. Shen Hu says it sounds like criticism. Shen Hu is correct. Lu Yan considered the broth. Then he tried again. I would eat this often. That is clearer. He nodded as if receiving tactical instruction. They finished the meal. Lin Qing washed the bowls while Lu Yan carried the wet firewood beneath the eaves. Night settled over Stone Ridge. No city walls blocked the sky. Stars appeared in numbers Lin Qing had forgotten were possible. She stood in the courtyard with water dripping from her hands. The milky river stretched above the ridge. For several breaths she could not move. Lu Yan returned. He followed her gaze. Is something wrong? No. You keep saying that while staring at ordinary things. Lin Qing lowered her eyes. Perhaps I am learning that ordinary things deserve more attention. He looked upward again. To him, the stars were familiar. To her, they were a recovered inheritance. Inside the sleeping room, Lin Qing opened the storage chest to put away Madame Shen's sewing kit. Beneath 2 winter blankets she found a small cloth packet. It contained seeds. Some were shriveled, some had cracked, several were still plump enough to hold life. Lu Yan stood at the doorway. "What are these? I thought they were yours." He shook his head. "The previous quartermaster lived here years ago. His wife planted vegetables. What happened to them?" They returned south after he lost his leg. Lin Qing poured the seeds onto her palm. Bean, radish, leafy mustard, perhaps squash. Most people would have seen nothing more than old seed. Lin Qing felt faint points of quiet possibility. Some were empty. Some slept. 3 held a stubborn pulse that answered when she concentrated. The sensation was delicate. She did not command them to grow. She could not. But she could recognize which ones still wanted to. "These are viable," she said. Lu Yan looked at the dry seeds. "How do you know? My mother taught me to test seed." It was not entirely a lie. The original Lin Qing's mother had grown vegetables. Her other life had taught her to evaluate anything that might become food. She carried both sets of knowledge. Lin Qing placed the promising seeds in a shallow bowl of water. The dead ones floated quickly. Several sank. Lu Yan watched the process. "You were right. Not all the sunken seeds will grow. But some might." "Yes." He looked toward the neglected patch beyond the kitchen. "The soil is poor, so you've said. Nothing grows well there. Has anyone, improved it?" he thought. "No. Then we do not know whether the problem is the soil or the way it has been treated." The next morning, Lin Qing began before sunrise. She cleared a small square rather than attempting the entire plot. The soil had been compressed by years of foot traffic. She loosened it with a borrowed hoe, removed stones, and mixed in crumbled leaf mold collected beneath the fence. Lu Yan emerged carrying 2 cups of hot water. He watched her work. "You should rest." "I slept." "You traveled 6 days, so did you?" "I am accustomed to it." "So am I." He handed her a cup. The water contained 2 slices of ginger. Lin Qing looked at them. "Where did you find ginger?" "Quartermaster's store." "Did you take it?" "I recorded it." It was a practical gesture, slightly clumsy and more valuable than polished affection from a stranger. "Thank you." He looked toward the loosened soil. "What do you need?" "Wood for a border. Ash from a clean stove. Rotten leaves, but not diseased ones. And something to keep chickens away. A basket." She looked at him. He remained serious. "The rooster fears baskets." "So I've heard." Lu Yan repaired the gate first. He worked with the same concentration he likely brought to military tasks, resetting the hinge, replacing the rotten peg, and shaving the swollen edge until it closed properly. Lin Qing planted 6 viable seeds in the prepared bed. She spaced them carefully. Too close, and they would compete. Too deep, and they would exhaust themselves before reaching light. She pressed the final seed into the soil. That quiet awareness stirred again. The seeds did not awaken instantly. No green shoot broke through the earth, but she sensed the moisture around them, the loosened soil, and the tiny preserved structure waiting for warmth. Life did not need to be forced. It needed conditions in which it could continue. Lin Qing covered the bed with a thin layer of dry grass. When she stood, Lu Yan had finished rehanging the gate. It opened smoothly. He tested it twice. She looked at the gate. Then at him. "It is good." He wiped wood dust from his hands. "It should have been repaired earlier, but it is repaired now." His gaze moved to the small garden bed. "Will they grow?" "Some may. What if they don't? We'll learn why and plant it." Again, he seemed to approve of that answer. 2 days later, Lu Yan returned from morning inspection carrying a broken wooden crate. He set it near the kitchen. The storehouse was discarding this. Lin Qing examined it. 2 boards had split, but most of the wood remained sound. It can become shelves. The following day, he brought 3 bent iron hooks. After that came a torn grain sack, a cracked jar that could still hold dry material, and a bundle of short rope ends. He never explained. He simply left each damaged object where she could find it. Lin Qing repaired, sorted, or repurposed them. The crate became a pantry shelf. The hooks held cooking tools. The sack became cleaning cloths. The jar stored ash. The ropes supported the shutter until the carpenter could replace its strap. Their household began taking shape through things other people had rejected. On the 3rd evening, Lin Qing prepared food for Lu Yan to carry to the barracks. The previous night's millet became firm cakes mixed with chopped wild onion and a little salt. She added preserved cabbage from Mailan and wrapped everything in clean cloth. Lu Yan stood at the table while she tied the bundle. What is this? Your midday meal. The barracks provides food. What did it provide yesterday? Porridge. What? Water. And the day before? Porridge. With, he thought. More water. She handed him the bundle. Take it. He accepted it cautiously. There is not enough grain to waste. Nothing was wasted. I used what remained from breakfast. You should eat it. I prepared my portions separately. He looked toward the kitchen. A second bundle sat beside the stove. Only then did his shoulders ease. At noon, Chen Hu opened the cloth before Lu Yan could stop him. 4 soldiers gathered. The millet cakes were plain by city standards. At Stone Ridge they smelled like wealth. Chen Hu stared at his commander. Your wife made these? Yes. For you? Yes. Every day? No. Chen Hu picked up one cake. Lu Yan caught his wrist. That is mine. The soldiers became silent. Chen Hu slowly returned the cake. Of course, Commander. Lu Yan divided one of the cakes into 4 pieces and passed them around. Chen Hu accepted his portion. You could have said you planned to share. I didn't. Chen Hu looked at the small piece. Then why are you sharing now? You touched it. Zhao Ming turned away, shoulders moving once. That evening, Lu Yan returned the empty cloth. Lin Qing was sorting dried leaves in the courtyard. Was the food enough? Yes. Did you like it? Yes. She waited. His brow tightened with effort. I would eat it often. Lin Qing smiled. That was much better. He placed something on the table, a small paper packet. Inside were a handful of dried red dates. Where did these come from? My pay. You bought them? Yes. Why? He looked toward the meal cloth. Cold prevention. There was no ginger this time. Lin Qing did not expose the excuse. She added 1 date to the evening porridge and stored the rest carefully. On the 5th morning, a green curve broke through the soil. Lin Qing crouched beside it. The shoot was small enough to hide beneath her little finger. A second appeared near the edge of the bed, then a third. They were not miraculous. They had taken days. They still needed water, warmth, protection, and healthy soil. But all 3 had emerged from seeds abandoned inside an old chest. Lu Yan came through the repaired gate. He stopped when he saw her. Lin Qing pointed. They grew. He approached and crouched beside her. The sight of the broad, scarred commander studying 3 tiny seedlings would have looked absurd to anyone else. He did not touch them. Will they survive? They have a chance. He nodded. For several moments, neither spoke. The garden patch was still mostly bare. The house still needed repairs. The pantry remained too empty. Stone Ridge's fields stretched pale and uneven beyond the fence. Nothing important had changed yet, and still the courtyard felt different. There was a repaired gate, a dry roof, shelves where there had been clutter, food prepared for tomorrow. 3 green shoots rising from forgotten seed. A beginning did not need to be large. It needed to continue. Lin Qing stood and brushed soil from her hands. Beyond the house, several villagers worked the western field. One man poured water directly into a shallow channel that leaked through 3 collapsed sections before reaching the crops. Another scattered fresh ash in thick piles around struggling plants. Farther uphill, exposed soil had hardened into a pale crust. Lin Qing watched the water disappear into ground where nothing had been planted. She looked toward her own small bed. The same earth had accepted the seeds once it was loosened, fed, and watered carefully. The valley was not barren. The stream had not failed. The fields were not cursed. Something simpler had gone wrong. Years of exhausted people had repeated methods that wasted water, stripped soil, and demanded harvest without returning anything. The problem could be studied. What could be studied could be improved. Lu Yan followed her gaze. What is it? Lin Qing looked across the struggling fields of Stone Ridge. The land is not poor. He turned toward her. She watched another stream of irrigation water vanish through a broken bank. It has only been treated as though it has nothing left to give. The words lingered in Lu Yan's mind as they walked back toward the house. The land is not poor. It has only been treated as though it has nothing left to give. He looked across the western fields once more. To him, the village had always looked exactly as a frontier village should. Thin harvests, hard soil, too much work, too little reward. No one questioned it, including him. What do you mean? He finally asked. Lin Qing picked up the empty watering bucket beside the garden. The stream flows all year, mostly. The hills still have trees. Yes, there are worms in the soil. He remembered the small creatures she had uncovered while preparing the garden. There were. The fields aren't dead. She looked toward the irrigation channels. They're exhausted. She knelt beside one of the shallow ditches running past their yard. The water moved slowly. Half of it disappeared through broken sections before reaching the vegetable plots farther downhill. She scooped up a handful of damp earth. It broke apart into dusty clumps. No mulch, no compost, no rotation, no barriers to keep water from escaping. She looked toward Luyan. If people spend years taking from the land without helping it recover, this happens. He crouched beside her. Can it recover? Yes. Quickly? She smiled. No. His shoulders relaxed. She had expected disappointment. Instead he nodded. That sounds believable. Lin Qing appreciated the answer. Nothing worthwhile recovered overnight. Not land, not people, not villages. The following morning, she carried a basket through the settlement before sunrise, not to gather vegetables. There were too few. She collected things everyone else ignored. Dry leaves beneath trees, wood ash from cooking fires, wilted vegetable stems, eggshells, broken bean pods. The first villager to notice was Mei Lan. The widow leaned against her doorway with folded arms. Qing, are you cleaning the entire village? I'm collecting these. Milan looked into the basket. Why? They're useful. The widow picked up a handful of dry leaves. Useful for burning. For feeding the soil. Milan blinked. You feed dirt? I feed what lives inside it. The widow looked toward the empty street before lowering her voice. Has frontier life affected your mind already? Lin Qing laughed softly. Not yet. By breakfast. Half the children in the village had begun following her. Not because they understood compost, because collecting rubbish looked strangely entertaining. One little girl held up a cracked eggshell proudly. I found one, thank you. Another boy dragged over an entire rotten cabbage. Can this help too? Lin Qing examined it. The outside can? The inside? We'll give that to the chickens. The children accepted this division of responsibility with surprising seriousness. By mid-morning, Luyan returned from patrol preparation. He stopped outside the courtyard. The children had formed an orderly line. Each carried some variety of rubbish. Dry grass, leaves, ash, wilted plants. Chen Hu stood nearby watching. I've seen Commander inspect military supplies. I've never seen children delivering garbage with this much discipline. One little boy saluted Lin Qing before placing a handful of leaves into the growing pile. She saluted back. The child nearly exploded with happiness. Lu Yan looked from the pile to Lin Qing. What are they doing? Helping. They're carrying rubbish. Exactly. Chen Hu scratched his head. Commander. Yes? I don't understand anything. Lu Yan considered the scene. Neither do I. Lin considered the scene. Qing spread the materials into separate piles instead of mixing everything together. Dry matter, green matter, wood ash, kitchen scraps. She explained each step aloud. Not because the children would remember everything. Because habits formed through repetition. This stays dry. These leaves help hold moisture. Only clean ash. No charcoal, no meat. The children nodded with exaggerated seriousness. One repeated every instruction to the others. Milan watched from across the lane. So that's why you sorted everything. It all becomes different food. For dirt. For the life beneath it. The widow still looked unconvinced, but she no longer laughed. Later that afternoon, Lin Qing dug a shallow pit beside the garden. Not deep. Only enough to begin composting. She layered leaves. Kitchen scraps. Ash, more leaves. A little water. Then covered everything lightly. One of the older farmers passing the house stopped. What are you burying? Future soil. He stared. You buried vegetables, so they'll become soil again. He frowned harder. You worked too hard collecting those. Exactly. He walked away, muttering something about city people. Chen Hu happened to hear. He whispered to Zhao Ming. I think she's from a noble household. So, I don't think noble ladies usually bury vegetables. They don't. So, Zhao Ming looked toward Lin Qing arranging the compost layers with patient care. Our commander's wife isn't a usual noble lady. That evening Lu Yan carried home another damaged wooden crate. The storehouse discarded this. Lin Qing turned it upside down. One side had rotted away. The remaining boards are still good. I thought so. She looked up. You started checking before bringing them. He nodded. They may become useful. It was a simple sentence, yet she noticed something had changed. Before, he brought damaged objects because she somehow found uses for them. Now he evaluated them first. He had begun seeing possibilities instead of waste. The next morning, Quartermaster Sun visited, officially. He carried inventory records beneath one arm. I came to verify your settlement payment. Lu Yan invited him inside. Quartermaster Sun paused halfway through the doorway. The shelves are different. Lin Qing had transformed the broken crate into storage. Small jars sat neatly in rows. Cooking utensils hung from the repaired hooks. Dry herbs rested beneath the window. Nothing expensive. Everything organized. The room feels... He searched for the right word. Larger. It isn't. I know. He looked around again. It just feels that way. Lin Qing smiled. When everything has its place, people need less space. Quartermaster's son accepted the explanation despite not fully understanding it. While Lu Yan checked the paperwork, his attention drifted toward the compost pit outside. What happened there? I started making fertilizer. With rubbish? With future fertilizer? Quartermaster's son looked at Lu Yan. Does she always answer like this? Lu Yan thought for a moment. Usually. I still don't understand. I don't either, the quartermaster sighed. I'm relieved. He handed Lu Yan the remaining 6 silver pieces from the marriage settlement. The command approved it. Lu Yan immediately placed the pouch on the command. Yu Yan immediately placed the pouch on the table beside Lin Qing. She looked at him. This belongs to both of us. You manage the house, he answered so naturally that neither of them noticed the significance. Quartermaster's son did. Without discussion, without hesitation. The commander had entrusted every silver coin to his new wife. The older man hid a smile. Perhaps Stone Ridge truly had gained something valuable. After he left, Lin Qing carefully divided the money. 1 pouch. House repairs. Another. Seeds. Another. Emergency savings. The final few coins. Daily household use. Lu Yan watched quietly. You separate everything. So we always know what can and cannot be spent. He nodded slowly. That seems... safer. It usually is. He looked thoughtful. Our military storehouse doesn't do that. She raised an eyebrow. It should. He became silent. That evening he remained unusually thoughtful throughout dinner. The next morning, Quartermaster's son discovered why. Commander Lu had reorganized an entire section of the military warehouse overnight. Grain, oil, salt, medicines, repair materials, everything separated into clearly marked sections. Quartermaster's son stared. What happened here? Lu Yan answered honestly. It seems safer. The quartermaster rubbed his forehead. Your wife has been here less than 2 weeks. Yes. I think she's already reorganizing the army. Lu Yan looked him up. Around the warehouse, it is only 1 room. Quartermaster's son sighed. It starts with 1 room. Word spread surprisingly quickly. Not that Commander Lu had reorganized supplies. Everyone expected him to improve military discipline. The strange rumor was different. The commander's wife was teaching children to collect rubbish. Villagers passing her yard slowed down. Some laughed. Others looked curious. Several quietly began setting aside ashes instead of throwing them into the stream. One elderly farmer even delivered 2 baskets of fallen leaves. I don't know if this helps. It helps very much. He scratched his beard. If it doesn't work, we'll learn why. The old farmer nodded. He appreciated that answer. Too many people claimed certainty. The young woman in the commander's house preferred testing first. That made her easier to trust. Several days passed peacefully. The 3 seedlings became 5, then 7. Their leaves looked darker than those growing elsewhere nearby. Not dramatically, only healthier. Whenever Lin Qing watered them, that quiet connection beneath her fingertips became a little clearer. She sensed thirsty roots, healthy stems, tiny insects beneath loose earth. Not commands, only awareness. When she loosened compacted soil, the plants seemed to breathe easier. When she watered too heavily, she sensed discomfort. Life resonance was subtle. It rewarded care rather than replacing it, exactly as nature should. One afternoon, while carrying water back from the stream, Lin Qing noticed a mule standing beside a cart. The animal favored its front leg. Every few steps it shifted its weight awkwardly. Its owner continued urging it forward. Come on, we're almost there. The mule lowered its head. Lin Qing walked over. It looks injured. The farmer sighed. It has been limping since yesterday. May I look? He hesitated, then nodded. Lin Qing approached slowly. The mule watched her. Its ears twitched. She extended one hand. It sniffed her fingers. The familiar gentle awareness flowed through her palm. Pain, not severe. A stone trapped beneath the hoof. Nothing more. She crouched carefully. There, she pointed. The farmer lifted the hoof. A sharp piece of rock had wedged itself deep into the edge. Once removed, the mule lowered the leg cautiously, then stepped forward. Another step, then another. Its ears relaxed. The animal nudged Lin Qing's shoulder once before returning to its owner. The farmer stared. How did you know? I watched how it walked. He looked down at the tiny stone. That's all, usually. The farmer thanked her several times before leaving. From across the road, Chen Hu watched everything. When the cart disappeared, he walked over. Commander. Lu Yan had arrived quietly during the conversation. You saw? Yes. Chen Hu scratched his head. I thought animals only liked you. Lu Yan looked toward the departing mule. It liked her. It really did. He watched her. Lin Qing gathering her water buckets. The mule had trusted her almost immediately. Ash trusted her too. The small bird that visited their garden now landed on the fence even while she worked. Lu Yan did not understand why. He simply remembered it. Some observations became useful later. Others simply deserved remembering. He had learned that much from his wife already. 2 mornings later, the mule returned without its owner. Lin Qing found it standing outside the repaired gate before sunrise, its lead rope trailing through the dust. The animal waited quietly until she approached. Its injured leg bore weight again, though it still moved with care. You remembered the way. The mule lowered its head and breathed against her sleeve. Lin Qing checked the hoof. The stone had left a shallow bruise, but there was no swelling or heat. She washed away the remaining dirt, spread a little herbal paste across the sore edge, and tied a clean strip of cloth around it. Lu Yan stepped into the courtyard while fastening his bracer. He stopped beside the doorway. The farmer will be searching for it. He will find it here. The mule turned toward Lu Yan, then moved closer to Lin Qing instead. Lu Yan watched this decision. It chose you, it chose treatment. It passed 3 houses to reach yours. Perhaps those houses did not remove stones from its hoof. The mule nudged her shoulder again. Lu Yan's gaze settled on the animal's relaxed ears. That is possible. Its owner arrived soon afterward. Breathing hard from running. I tied it behind the shed. He stared at the mule. It untied itself. The knot may have loosened, Lin Qing said. The farmer examined the new bandage. You treated it again. It still needs a day without pulling the cart. I cannot leave the grain where it is. Lu Yan spoke before Lin Qing could answer. 2 soldiers will move it. The farmer looked alarmed. I cannot afford military labor. They are repairing the South Watch fence today. Your grain lies along the same road. That is not the same thing. Lu Yan considered this. They can pull the cart while traveling toward the fence. The farmer turned to Lin Qing, perhaps hoping for translation. She said, he means the work will not delay them. Lu Yan nodded. The farmer still looked uneasy. I will repay the help. Bring the mule's old straw here when you clean its stall, Lin Qing said. He glanced at the compost pit. For your dirt food. Yes. The exchange appeared strange enough to satisfy everyone. By noon, the mule's grain had been delivered. By evening, 2 sacks of stable straw rested outside Lin Qing's gate. The animal did not return again. It did, however, slow whenever it passed her house. Children noticed. Soon they began reporting every animal problem in the village. A chicken with missing feathers. A dog that refused food. A goat that had eaten someone's drying laundry and then appeared ashamed. Lin Qing helped where she could and refused where she could not. The chicken is molting. The dog needs Doctor's son. Its belly is swollen. The goat is healthy. Then why does it look guilty? Because Aunt Mai is holding a broom. The goat fled before further diagnosis. The elderly herbalist heard about Lin Qing through those children. Dr. Sun lived near the eastern edge of the village in a low house, surrounded by drying racks. Bundles of roots hung from the beams. Bitter scents drifted through the open doorway. He arrived at Lu Yan's house carrying a crooked staff and no greeting. Lin Qing was turning the compost. He watched until she finished. You used too much ash. She set down the wooden fork. I thought so. Dr. Sun frowned. You knew. The pile became too dry. Then why didn't you fix it? I wanted to see how much water it would need. He moved closer and examined the layers. Less ash next time. Yes. More green matter? Yes. Do not use diseased leaves. I don't. His eyes narrowed. Who taught you? My mother grew vegetables. That does not explain the layering. I learned from several places. He looked dissatisfied with the vague answer, but not enough to leave. Lin Qing offered him hot water. He refused, then accepted after noticing dried dates beside the stove. They sat beneath the eaves while he inspected the herbs she had gathered from the roadside. He discarded 2 immediately. These look similar to fever grass. They are not. I suspected that. Suspected plants still poison people. I did not use them. He grunted. 1 bundle met his approval. Another earned a lecture. Lin Qing listened without interrupting. When he finished, She asked why one root should be dried in shade rather than sun. Dr. Sun answered. Then she asked how long the village's common wound salve remained usable. He answered that too. An hour passed. Lu Yan returned to find the old herbalist still speaking. Dr. Sun pointed toward him. Your wife asks too many questions. Lu Yan removed his sword belt. Is that bad? No, the herbalist looked irritated by his own answer. It is only tiring. Lin Qing poured him more water. He stayed until sunset. The next day, Dr. Sun sent a basket of bruised herbs that merchants would not buy. Lin Qing sorted them. Some were still suitable for washing wounds. Others could become insect-repelling smoke. Only a small portion needed to be discarded. Lu Yan brought home another cracked jar. By then, he no longer waited for permission before placing useful scraps beside the kitchen. Their household developed a quiet rhythm. He left before sunrise on patrol days. She prepared food before he went. He returned with damaged objects, military news, and occasionally something purchased badly. The first time he bought vegetables, he paid twice the usual price because he had not questioned the merchant. Lin Qing examined the small bundle of wilted greens. How much? He told her. She became silent. Lu Yan looked toward the door. Was it too much? Yes. The merchant said they were rare. They are growing behind Aunt Mai's house. He said those were different. They are not. Lu Yan looked at the leaves again. I can return them. No. He will deny everything. She washed the greens. Next time. Ask Aunt Mai. I command 100 soldiers. Yes, I should be able to buy vegetables. You can. His gaze moved toward the wilted bundle. You simply cannot do it well yet. He accepted this with more dignity than most commanders would have. Managed. 3 days later, he returned with fresh greens at the correct price. Lin Qing inspected them. Good. Aunt Mai came with me. That explains it. He almost looked offended. Almost. She cooked the greens with garlic and millet. He ate 2 bowls. I would eat this often, he said. The phrase had become familiar enough that she understood it as praise. She no longer corrected him. The village's opinion of Lin changed slowly. People did not suddenly trust an outsider because she grew several healthy plants and removed a stone from a mule's hoof. They watched for inconsistency. They waited for complaints. They expected the first cold morning, difficult chore, or disagreement with Lu Yan to send her south. Lin Qing continued waking early. She carried water. She washed her own clothes. She repaired the house without demanding new timber. When she did not know something, she asked. When advice failed, she admitted it. When a small method worked, she tested it again before encouraging anyone else to copy it. That caution persuaded the older farmers more than confidence would have. The first person to request her help was Mei Lan. The widow sold noodles at the weekly gathering near the old elm tree. Her food was filling and inexpensive. It was also nearly identical to what every household cooked at home. She arrived at Lin Qing's yard one afternoon carrying a bowl. Taste this? Lin Qing did. The noodles were soft. The broth was pale. A few pieces of preserved cabbage floated on top. It is warm, Lin Qing said. Mei Lan folded her arms. That is what people say when they dislike food. It needs more depth. With what? Meat, not necessarily. Mei Lan's expression became skeptical. Meat was costly. Lin Qing examined the kitchen. The widow kept chicken bones after stripping away the flesh. She also had onion roots, mushroom stems, old ginger, and the ends of preserved vegetables. You throw these away. The chickens eat some. Keep the clean pieces. For your dirt. For your broth. They roasted the bones lightly, then simmered them longer with ginger, onion roots, and mushroom stems. Lin Qing added preserved vegetable liquid in small amounts rather than using only salt. The next broth remained simple, but it carried warmth, savoriness, and the faint sourness that made plain noodles feel satisfying. Mei Lan tasted it. Her eyes widened. This has no meat. It has what remained after the meat. The widow drank another spoonful. How much more does it cost? Almost nothing. Only fuel and time. Fuel costs. Then make a larger pot and keep it covered. They adjusted the method until the broth could be prepared within Mei Lan's ordinary routine. At the next weekly gathering, villagers noticed. The first customer lifted his bowl. This tastes different. Mei Lan stiffened. Bad, no. He drank again. Better. A second customer asked for more broth. Then a third. By midday, Mei Lan had sold every portion. She returned to Lin Qing's house carrying 2 copper coins and a bundle of noodles. These are yours. Lin Qing pushed the coins back. I only helped adjust the broth. That brought customers. You did the work. Mei Lan hesitated. Naylan hesitated. Noodles. Lin Qing accepted those. Next time, add more dried mushroom stems if you have them. The widow nodded seriously. The following week she earned slightly more again. After that, whenever villagers discarded onion roots or clean bones, they began offering them to Mai Lan. The village's rubbish changed direction. Some went into broth. Some went into compost. Some fed animals. Less reached the stream. The improvement was small enough that no one called it progress. Lin Qing noticed. Quartermaster's son noticed too. He visited the household under increasingly weak excuses. First, he checked the marriage payment record. Then he returned to confirm that the record had been confirmed. After that, he claimed Luyan's signature looked unclear. On his fourth visit, Lin Qing placed a cup of water before him. What do you need? The quartermaster looked toward the organized shelves. Nothing. You crossed half the village. I was nearby. The military storehouse is in the opposite direction. He sighed. Then placed a frayed strip of bandage cloth on the table. We lose too much of this. Lin Qing examined it. The cloth was stained but not ruined. How is it washed? Cold water. Anything else? No. Then old blood remains inside the fibers. Quartermaster's son looked uneasy. It looks clean. Looks are not enough. She boiled water and explained that enough. She boiled water and explained that. Reusable cloth should be washed thoroughly, boiled when possible, dried completely, and stored away from damp grain or dirty tools. The quartermaster listened. Fuel is limited. Then reserve boiling for cloth used on open wounds. Dr. Sun says hot water weakens some herbs? He is right. Wash the wound first. Apply herbs afterward. Quartermaster's son took the clean strip. You learned this from your mother too? No. The honest answer made him look more curious. Lin Qing folded the cloth. In my previous home, infection killed more people than many injuries. Stone Ridge had never seen the world she meant. The quartermaster assumed she referred to a difficult village or past epidemic. He did not press. A week later, the method mattered. A young soldier arrived at the herbalist's house with an infected scrape across his forearm. The original wound had been shallow. He had covered it with a reused cloth after repairing a fence in the rain. Now the skin around it was hot and swollen. Dr. Sun removed the dirty bandage. Idiot! The soldier stared at the floor. Lai did not want to waste clean cloth. You may waste your arm instead. Lin Qing had come to return a basket. She saw the wound and immediately fetched boiled water. The soldier flinched. It is only a scrape. It was a scrape. She cleaned away the old salve and dirt. Dr. Sun prepared a fresh herbal paste. Together, they treated the wound and wrapped it in cloth that had been washed, boiled and dried in sunlight. Lin Qing showed the soldier how to keep it clean. No field work until the heat decreases. My squad is repairing the northern fence. Then sort rope. That is women's work. Dr. Sun struck the floor with his staff. Losing an arm is fools. Work. The soldier accepted rope sorting. Luyan arrived after hearing one of his men had been injured. He inspected the wound. How did this happen? The soldier admitted that he had reused a dirty bandage. Luyan turned toward Quartermaster's son, who had followed him. Why? The quartermaster answered before blame could spread. Because supplies are rationed badly. The soldier looked up. Quartermaster's son continued. Clean cloth exists, but it is stored with unused uniform scraps. No one knows what is available until inventory day. Luyan's gaze sharpened. Separate it. I already began. Record use by injury, not by squad. Yes. Lin Qing watched the exchange. No excuses. No punishment chosen before understanding the cause. The soldier had made a poor decision. The system had made that decision easy. Luyan addressed both. That evening, the injured man's fever remained mild. 2 days later, the swelling decreased. He returned to light duty before the week ended. The soldiers remembered. Clean bandages stopped seeming like waste. Boiled cloth became common at the outpost. Quartermaster's son created a separate medical shelf inside the storehouse. Dr. Sun pretended none of this impressed him. Then he asked Lin Qing to help organize his treatment cloths. The village children began spending more time in her courtyard. At first they came for tasks, then for questions. Then because Luyan's repaired gate became the entrance to the most interesting place in Stone Ridge. There were seedlings to watch, compost to turn, a bird that visited the fence, discarded objects waiting to become something else. Lin Qing allowed them to help under rules. No stepping inside the garden border, no chasing animals, no tasting unknown plants, no touching knives. The children accepted all four. They broke the first rule within an hour. Luyan returned to find 6 children around the vegetable bed. He stopped outside the gate. The children saw his expression. Every one of them froze. A small boy remained with 1 foot above the garden border, balanced like a crane. Lu Yan looked at the raised foot. The child began trembling. "Do not step there," Lu Yan said. The boy slowly placed his foot back outside the border. Lu Yan entered. The other children flattened themselves against the fence. Lin Qing came from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of soaked seeds. What happened? They were near the seedlings. Lu Yan's tone suggested an attempted military breach. The smallest girl whispered, "We did not touch them." Lu Yan looked toward the garden. No stems were broken. No footprints marked the loose soil. He turned back. "Good." The children stared at him. He stared at them. Lin Qing understood the problem. "He is worried you might step on the plants." The children looked toward Lu Yan again. One boy gathered enough courage to speak. "He looks angry." "I am not," Lu Yan said. This did not help. Lin Qing set down the bowl. "He always looks like that." Lu Yan turned toward her. The children began smiling. The smallest girl asked, "Even when he is happy?" Lin Qing considered. "Yes." Lu Yan's expression remained exactly the same. The children laughed, not cruelly. The sound loosened something in the courtyard. A boy named Bao pointed toward Lu Yan. "General Stoneface." Silence fell. Lu Yan was not a general. He was not certain which part of the name required correction first. Chen Hu happened to pass the open gate. He heard everything. His face lit up. Zhao Ming, walking behind him, placed a hand across his mouth before he could repeat it. Too late. By sunset, half the outpost had heard. By the next morning, the name had reached the watchtower. No soldier dared use it directly. The children did. "General Stoneface is back." General Stoneface brought wood. General Stoneface says don't step on the seedlings. Lu Yan endured this with greater calm than he showed when inventory numbers failed to match. Lin Qing suspected he did not know how to stop it. She did not help. The nickname made the children less afraid of him. Soon they began asking him questions too. Could he repair a spinning top? Could Ash eat apples? How far could he shoot an arrow? Had he ever fought a wolf? Why did he never smile? Lu Yan answered the first 4. He ignored the 5th. One evening, Bao brought the wooden horse Lu Yan had promised to repair during the marriage selection. Lu Yan had finished it before leaving the Shen residence but had been unable to return it. The boy was not Shen An. The mistake did not matter. Bao held the toy with reverence. "Can you make mine like this?" Lu Yan examined the second broken horse. Its wheel had split. Yes, by winter, he would repair 17 toys. For now, he accepted the second, as though it were an official duty. Lin Qing watched him place it beside his sword. Their household had become dependable in ways neither had planned. She knew when Lu Yan would return by the pattern of his patrols. He knew which water jar she emptied first. She prepared meals according to whether his duty involved riding or watchtower inspection. He brought firewood before she asked. When rain threatened, he checked the roof above her room before the barracks. When she worked too long outside, hot ginger water appeared beside her without comment. He never called these gestures affection. Neither did she. Names were unnecessary before trust had finished forming. The compost darkened. The garden spread. Lin Qing planted only what the household could maintain. Mustard greens, radishes, beans against a repaired trellis, a few squash seeds along the fence. Her life resonance strengthened through repetition. She could sense which seeds had rotted before digging them up. She could distinguish thirst from root damage. When a plant became crowded, the tension in its leaves felt different from simple weakness. The ability remained faint enough that mistakes were possible. She tested every impression through observation. If the leaves felt strained, she checked the soil. If a seed seemed empty, she opened only one from the same batch before discarding the rest. The power did not replace knowledge. It sharpened attention. That limitation made it useful. The small brown bird continued visiting. Lin Qing scattered a few millet grains near the fence each morning. At first, it waited until she entered the house. Then it landed while she remained in the courtyard. Later, it perched on the garden border as she worked. The children named it Little Grain. The bird did not acknowledge the name. One afternoon, Lin Qing noticed clouds gathering above the ridge. The air had changed. Not rain. Cold. The breeze carried the dry edge of approaching frost. Too early. She touched one of the bean leaves. The plant's quiet vitality had tightened. Its growth had slowed, though the sun still shone. Dr. Sun confirmed her concern. The temperature may fall tonight. How far? Below what young plants tolerate. The village's early vegetables had been planted during an unusually warm stretch. Many families relied on them to supplement grain before winter storage began. A hard, cold night could kill most of the seedlings. Lin Qing went first to the western plots. Several farmers continued working as though nothing had changed. The temperature will drop tonight, she said. One man glanced at the clear sky. It is autumn. Harder than usual. How do you know? The wind shifted. He wet one finger and raised it. It feels normal. Dr. Sun arrived behind her. It does not. The farmer lowered his hand. The herbalist's opinion carried weight. What'd we do? Cover the youngest plants, Lin Qing said. Use straw mats, baskets, cloth, or branches with dry grass over them. Do not press the covering directly against delicate leaves. Cover every field, the most vulnerable plants first. Another farmer frowned. We need the mats indoors. Use them overnight and return them before morning work. What about water? Fill jars with warm water and place them beneath larger coverings. Not boiling, warm enough to release heat slowly. The farmers looked doubtful. One asked, "Have you done this before?" Yes, not in this exact world. Yes, not in this exact world. But she had preserved fragile seedlings through freezing shelter failures with far fewer materials. Dr. Sun struck his staff against the ground. Argue after the plants die. That ended discussion. Lin Qing returned to the village. She asked Mailan for empty broth jars. The carpenter provided damaged reed mats. Quartermaster Sun released worn military blankets that could no longer serve soldiers but still blocked wind. Luyan assigned men returning from patrol to help carry materials. He did not command villagers to follow Lin Qing. He simply asked what needed moving and made sure it moved. The village had arrived while Lin Qing was organizing the central field. He was a narrow man in his late 50s named Old Wu, with a back bent by decades of farming and a habit of rubbing soil between his fingers when thinking. I heard you expect frost. Yes. The upper fields cannot all be covered. Then protect the youngest vegetables and the healthiest seed plants. He looked toward the slopes. The lower field holds cold air. I know. He studied her. You have watched the valley. Only since I arrived, most newcomers look at houses. You look at water and wind. They decide whether houses remain useful. Old Wu considered that. Then he turned toward the waiting farmers. Cover the lower plots first. His support changed the pace. Families brought baskets. Children carried straw. Soldiers placed frames over larger beds. Mailan organized jars of warm water. The carpenter repaired broken mat edges with cord. Dr. Sun inspected coverings near medicinal plants. Lin Qing moved from field to field, correcting mistakes without wasting words. Lift that edge for air. More straw over the north side. Do not trap the leaves against wet cloth. Place the jar here. At their own house. Lu Yan covered the bean trellis, while Lin Qing protected the seedlings. The sky darkened. Wind descended from the ridge. By sunset, Stone Ridge looked as though hundreds of low shelters had appeared across its fields. The temperature dropped faster after nightfall. Water skinned over inside shallow basins. Breath became visible. Lin Qing walked the nearest plots with a lantern. Lu Yan followed carrying 2 additional warm jars. You should stay inside, he said. So should the seedlings. They are plants. Yes, he had no reply. At the lower field, one covering had lifted loose. Lu Yan secured it with stones. At another, a jar had cracked because someone filled it with water too hot. Lin Qing replaced it and warned the family not to repeat the mistake. They continued until the village quieted. Near midnight, Lu Yan found her checking the garden for the 4th time. The coverings are secure. The wind changed. I checked the north side. She looked at him. When? While you were at Old Wu's plot. You should be sleeping. So should you. Neither at Old Wu's plot. Moved toward the house. Frost whitened the fence. Little grain had vanished into whatever shelter the bird used at night. Lin Qing touched the covered earth. The plants beneath felt slowed but alive. They'll survive until morning, she said. Lu Yan placed his cloak across her shoulders. She looked down at the dark fabric. You need this. I have armor. Metal does not make you warm. It blocks wind. So does the cloak. He tightened it around her before she could return it. This is not a discussion. It sounded like command. The way he avoided her eyes weakened the effect. Lin Qing kept the cloak. Then you will drink ginger water when we return. That is unrelated. It is also not a discussion. He accepted defeat with silence. They went inside together. At dawn, the village emerged cautiously. Frost-coated rooftops and field edges. Uncovered weeds had collapsed. Water in open buckets had frozen thinly across the surface. The first farmer lifted a straw mat. Green leaves rested beneath it, cold, bent, alive. A shout rose from the western plots. Another covering came away, then another. Not every plant survived. Some delicate stems had blackened near the edges. One family had covered too late. Another had left wet cloth directly against the leaves, freezing them where they touched. But most of the protected seedlings remained alive. Old Wu walked the fields without speaking. He inspected damaged plants, then healthy ones. Finally he stopped beside Lin Qing. How much would we have lost? Dr. Sun answered from nearby. Most of the lower plots. Old Wu looked toward the hillside. Children were removing straw under adult supervision. Soldiers carried blankets back to the storehouse. My land collected intact jars. The village had worked through evening and cold to protect plants that would have been surrendered in previous years. Old Wu rubbed a living leaf between his fingers. At the next planting discussion, you will attend. Several farmers looked over. Lin Qing said, I have only one small garden. You saw the cold before we did. Dr. Sun confirmed it. You knew what to do. Some methods worked. Others need adjustment. Old Wu nodded. Then explained both. That was how she became part of the village's planting discussion. Not as an expert from elsewhere. Not as the commander's wife. As the woman whose suggestions had saved enough seedlings to matter. That evening, families brought small gifts. 2 eggs, a handful of beans, a strip of dried fish, 1 bunch of onions. Lin Qing accepted only what could be spared. When the children delivered a tiny pumpkin with great ceremony, she placed it in the center of the table. Lu Yan returned after dark. He stopped at the doorway. The table was crowded with modest offerings. What happened? The seedling survived. I know. The villagers brought these. He looked at the eggs, beans, fish, onions, and pumpkin. They should keep their food. I tried to refuse. And? They became offended. Lu Yan nodded. That happens. How do you know? I once refused 6 cabbages after helping repair a roof. What happened? They left 12 outside. The barracks? Lin Qing looked at the gifts. Then refusal is dangerous. Ah, yes. They prepared a meal using 1 egg, half the onions, and a small piece of dried fish. Everything else went into storage. Lu Yan ate quietly. After the second bowl, he said, The village head trusts you. He trusts results. That is trust. Not all of it. No. Lu Yan looked toward the clean shelves and the garden beyond the window. But it is how trust begins. Lin Qing met his gaze. He had understood the village long before she arrived. Perhaps he had simply never possessed time to explain it. Or perhaps no one had asked. The planting discussion took place 3 days later in the open shed beside Old Wu's house. Farmers brought stools. Dr. Sun attended despite claiming agriculture was not his concern. The carpenter came because irrigation repairs involved wood. Quartermaster Sun arrived because military animals consumed village grain. Mailan provided hot broth and therefore considered herself essential. Lu Yan remained near the doorway. He had no intention of speaking unless asked. Old Wu opened the meeting by placing 3 objects on the table. A handful of pale soil, a cracked irrigation board, a measure of grain from the village store. We saved the young vegetables, he said. That does not solve the season. The room quieted. Our grain stores are lower than last year at this time. Quartermaster Sun frowned. How much lower? Old Wu named the amount. The silence deepened. It was not immediate starvation. It was worse in a quieter way. The village had enough to survive only if the coming harvest met expectations. No livestock fell ill, no road closed early, no military levy increased, and winter remained ordinary. Frontier winters rarely respected ordinary plans. Old Wu looked toward Lin Qing. You said the land is tired. Ah, yes. Can you make it produce more before harvest? Not by forcing it. A few farmers shifted. She continued. But we can stop losing what it already gives. She pointed toward the cracked irrigation board. Repair the channels first. Water disappears before reaching the lower plots. The carpenter nodded. We lack good boards. Use stone where the banks collapse most often. Save wood for gates and narrow sections. Old Wu rubbed his beard. What else? Do not spread fresh ash in thick piles. It damages young roots. Several farmers looked uncomfortable. They had done exactly that. Use compost where it is ready. Keep plant waste from the stream. Loosen the soil around vegetables instead of watering hardened surfaces. One farmer asked. Will that increase grain this season? Somewhat. How much? I do not know. The honesty steadied the room. Lin Qing pointed toward the grain measure. Storage matters as much as harvest. How much grain is lost to damp, insects, and rats? Old Wu looked toward the storekeeper. The man avoided his eyes. Quartermaster Sun answered from experience. More than anyone records, then record it, Lin Qing said. Separate old grain from new. Raise sacks from the floor. Check walls for damp. Use the oldest supply first instead of opening whichever sack is nearest. The storekeeper frowned. That requires moving everything. Yes, how long? With enough people? One day, Lu Yan spoke from the doorway. Soldiers can help after inspection. The storekeeper looked surprised. Military work. Hungry villagers do not support a frontier garrison. The statement was simple enough to end objection. Old Wu tapped the table. Then tomorrow we inspect the grain store. The meeting continued. They discussed water, seeds, labor, which households had elderly members unable to repair channels, which fields should receive priority, which methods could be tested in small sections instead of imposed everywhere. Lin Qing did not answer every question. She referred herbal matters to Dr. Sun, construction to the carpenter, animal feed to experienced farmers, records to Quartermaster Sun. By the end, no one had mistaken her for someone who knew everything. They trusted her more because of it. When people began leaving, Old Wu kept Lin Qing behind. He opened a second storage record. The numbers were worse than those presented publicly. Several households had already borrowed against winter grain. 2 widows had almost nothing stored. The village reserve contained less than it should because damp ruined part of the previous year's supply. If the harvest is poor, Old Wu said, some families will not last until spring. Lin Qing read the figures again. The frontier had survived thin years before, but survival had become a habit of consuming the future. Seed grain became food. Work animals were sold. Fields were left unfed. Every difficult season made the next one harder. Lu Yan entered after the others had gone. He looked at the record. How low? Old Wu answered. Lu Yan's face remained calm. His hand tightened once around the edge of the table. The outpost has emergency grain. Quartermaster's son, still near the door, shook his head. Not enough for both soldiers and civilians. We reduced military portions. Lin Qing looked up. For how long? As needed. The weekend's patrols before winter. The village cannot starve. No, she agreed. But feeding one group, by weakening the other, only moves the danger. Lu Yan's gaze settled on her. What do you suggest? Lin Qing looked through the open shed toward the western fields. Water ran through broken channels. Seedlings waited beneath recovering soil. Villagers were already carrying tools toward the grain store. We begin with loss. Old Wu frowned. Loss? Before asking the land for more, we stop wasting water, seed, food, labor, and time. She placed one finger on the storage record. Then we find out how much Stone Ridge truly has. Outside, the village continued its ordinary work. No alarms sounded. No enemy appeared. No storm darkened the sky. Yet the threat had already entered every household. The grain stores were too low. The coming harvest could no longer be treated as routine. Stone Ridge would either change how it worked, or discover exactly how little stood between survival and hunger. The inspection began with the grain store. Old Wu unlocked the double doors after sunrise. The hinges dragged against the floor, releasing a stale smell of dust, old straw, and damp grain. Inside, sacks stood in uneven rows. Some rested directly on packed earth. Others leaned against the outer wall, where rain had darkened the clay between stones. Fresh grain had been placed in front of older sacks, making the oldest supplies difficult to reach. Several containers bore no markings beyond faded family names. Lin Qing did not offer a solution immediately. She walked the length of the storehouse. She checked the floor, the walls, the roof beams, the space beneath the sacks. At the northern corner, she found grain husks scattered near a narrow crack. Rats, the storekeeper said. We trap them. How often? When we see them. That means after they have eaten. The man looked displeased but did not argue. Quartermaster's son pulled one sack away from the wall. The cloth beneath it had darkened. He pressed the grain through the fabric. Damp. Old Wu's expression hardened. That sack arrived after the spring harvest. Lin Qing untied it. The grain near the top looked usable. The lower portion smelled sour. She separated a handful. Several kernels had already begun to mold. How much is like this? Lu Yan asked. The storekeeper shifted. I don't know. Then we count everything. The man looked toward the rows. That will take all day. Yes, Lin Qing said. Soldiers arrived after morning inspection. They carried wooden pallets made from damaged training boards, spare stones, chalk, cord, and ledger paper. Lu Yan divided them into teams without turning the work into a military performance. One group moved sacks. One inspected seams and repaired small tiers. One cleaned the floor. One sealed cracks. Villagers recorded ownership and quantity. Lin Qing established 4 categories. Usable now, dry and suitable for longer storage. Damaged but salvageable for immediate cooking or animal feed. Spoiled. Nothing moved between categories without being opened and checked. By midday, the scale of the loss became clear. The village had not lost a single dramatic portion. No one had stolen half the reserve. No disaster had destroyed it. Instead, dozens of small failures had accumulated. A torn sack here. A wet corner there. Old grain forgotten behind new deliveries. Insects inside one container. Rodents beneath another. Enough waste to feed several households through the leanest part of winter. Old Wu stared at the damaged pile. Well worked for this. Lin Qing understood what he meant. Not merely that they had grown the grain. They had plowed, carried water, protected seedlings, harvested beneath the sun, threshed by hand, transported every sack, then allowed part of that labor to rot because no one possessed enough time or organization to protect it. Now we know where it was lost, she said. The storekeeper looked ashamed. I should have checked. You had no shelves, no rotation system, and no one assigned to inspect with you. I was responsible. You were alone. Lu Yan glanced toward Lin Qing. She did not remove responsibility from the man. She placed it within the conditions that had shaped his failure. That distinction mattered. The storekeeper straightened. What do we change? Lin Qing pointed toward the cleared floor. Sacks stay off the ground. She indicated the walls. Leave space for air and inspection. She marked each group with chalk. Oldest grain in front. Newest behind. Quartermaster Sun added, every sack receives an arrival date. And an estimated amount, Lin Qing said. The storekeeper frowned. We have one scale. Then mark full, half, or low until the scale is available. Not perfect, useful. That became the standard for every improvement. By sunset, the storehouse looked less full. The loss was now visible. Yet the remaining grain was safer than it had been that morning. Lu Yan stood beside the final row. Can the damaged grain be used? Some must be burned. Lin Qing said. The sour grain can be fed to animals only after Dr. Sun checks it. The dry, cracked grain should be cooked first. Mai Lan, who had arrived with broth for the workers, lifted one of the salvageable sacks. I can turn this into porridge tomorrow, Old Wu nodded. For the families who work today? No, Mai Lan said. For the children first. The workers can eat after. Lu Yan looked at her. Mai Lan folded her arms. You are not the only person allowed to feed others before yourself. Chen Hu turned away to hide a grin. The first repaired irrigation channel took 3 days. Lin Qing walked the fields before deciding where to begin. Wen Qing walked the fields before deciding where to begin. The worst channel was not the longest. It was the one serving the greatest number of plots while losing almost half its water through 3 collapsed banks. The carpenter believed replacing the entire section would require timber the village did not have. Lin Qing asked whether the flow could be narrowed instead. They used fieldstone to reinforce the weakest edges, clay to seal gaps, and short wooden gates only where water needed redirection. Soldiers carried stone during an afternoon assigned to conditioning drills. Farmers shaped the channel. Children gathered smaller rocks and were forbidden from entering the water. The first repair failed. Water pushed through the clay near the lower bend and collapsed part of the bank. No one spoke for several breaths. One farmer shook his head. We wasted a day. Lin Qing stepped into the shallow water and examined the break. The pressure is strongest here. We knew water ran downhill. We did not know how much collected at this turn. She pointed toward the inner bank. It needs a wider curve and another stone layer. The farmer looked at the damage, then at her. You aren't discouraged? We learned where it breaks. That still means rebuilding. Yes, he stared a moment longer, then stepped into the channel beside her. Move those stones. The second repair held. When the gate opened, water traveled farther with less loss. It reached a lower plot that usually received only mud by midday. The farmer there crouched beside the flow. He placed both hands into it. No one cheered. The change was too practical for ceremony. But that evening, 2 more families requested help repairing their channels. Lin Qing refused to spread the work too widely, one section at a time. A farmer objected. The upper field also leaks. Then we finish this system and learn from it before dividing labor. Wei could repair both, with fewer people and less skill. Attention! He did not like the answer. Old Wu supported it. They repaired the second channel only after the first had survived a week of use. Seed selection caused greater resistance. Stone Ridge's farmers saved seed from whatever grain remained after food, tax, animal feed, and loss. That often meant the smallest or most damaged kernels. The best grain was eaten or sold because it brought the greatest immediate value. Lin Qing understood the need. She also understood the cost. If we plant weak seed, the next harvest begins weak. One farmer answered, if we reserve the best grain, children eat the worst. Then reserve only a small amount. How small? Enough for one trial field. Old Wu looked toward the shared land beside the stream. It had once belonged to 3 households that moved south after consecutive poor harvests. No one had cultivated it properly in 2 years. "We can test there," he said. The farmers remained hesitant. A failed trial would consume seed, compost, water, and labor that could have supported known methods elsewhere. Lu Yan studied the abandoned field. The military controls a narrow strip beside the southern palisade. Quartermaster's son looked at him. "We use it for training carts. Move the carts. The ground is uneven. That is why we train there." Lu Yan. "That is why we train there." Lu Yan did not change expression. Quartermaster's son understood that the land had already been offered. One farmer objected. "Military land should feed soldiers." Lu Yan answered, "If the trial succeeds, it will. And if it fails, the risk belongs to the outpost." Lin Qing looked at him. He had not merely offered land. He had removed the fear that one failed experiment would be blamed on hungry villagers. That changed the discussion. Old Wu approved a small trial across both plots. One section would remain under ordinary methods. The other would use selected seed, wider spacing, repaired irrigation, and prepared compost. No life resonance could transform the season. No hidden force would replace weather or labor. The trial would succeed only if the methods deserved to. For 2 days, Lin Qing and the farmers sorted seed. They used water to identify some empty kernels, then examined size, damage, color, and signs of insects. The strongest grain went into the trial. Medium-quality seed remained available for ordinary planting. Damaged grain was redirected toward immediate food where safe. Children helped under supervision. Bao held up 2 kernels. They looked the same. Lin Qing placed both on his palm. "On has a crack near the end." He brought them closer to his eyes. "So this one dies? Not necessarily? Then why not plant it?" "Because a seed begins with whatever strength it already carries. A damaged one may still grow, but when we have a healthier choice, we use it." Bao thought seriously. "Like choosing the stronger soldier?" Lu Yan was passing the table. He stopped. "No." The children looked at him. He picked up the cracked kernel. "A wounded soldier can recover." Lin Qing nodded. "A damaged seed sometimes can too, but a soldier can tell us what he needs. A seed cannot." Bao considered both answers. "Then we should plant a few damaged ones separately and see." Lin Qing smiled. "That is a good test." They created a narrow comparison row. The children became responsible for observing it. The blacksmith arrived while they were preparing the field. He was a thick-armed man called He Tai, though everyone shortened it to Tai. He examined the hoes and digging blades stacked near the shed. "Half of these are shaped badly." The farmers looked offended. "You made them," one said. "I repaired them." "That is different." He held up a hoe with an uneven edge. "This was broken twice before it reached me," Lin Qing asked. "Can the angle be changed?" Tai looked at her. "For what?" "The compacted soil is tiring people before they finish loosening it." He took the tool outside and tested it. Then he adjusted the blade using heat and hammerwork. The result was not a new invention. It was a better version of what they already possessed. The edge entered hardened soil with less force. Tai watched Lin Qing use it. "You still hold it too high," she corrected her grip. He nodded. "I can improve 4 today. Not all of them. Metal does not grow because you ask politely." The answer reminded her of Dr. Sun. Stone Ridge specialists shared a talent for sounding irritated while helping. The trial field took shape gradually. Compost went only where it had matured enough to use. Unfinished material remained in its pile. The rows were spaced farther apart. Farmers worried the empty ground meant wasted land. Lin Qing demonstrated how crowded plants fought for light, water, and nutrients. She did not insist the entire village adopt wider spacing. Only the trial. That restraint kept disagreement manageable. The soldiers helped dig on days when training did not require weapons or mounted patrols. Lin Qing organized the labor rotation before the first group arrived. No household could summon soldiers for private work. Military help applied only to shared channels, trial fields, storage repairs, and tasks approved by Old Wu and Quartermaster's son. Villagers provided water and simple meals during long work periods. Soldiers did not enter homes or take supplies without agreement. Chen Hu read the rules twice. "Are these for us or the villagers?" "Both," Lin Qing said. "Do people expect us to steal vegetables?" "No." "Then why write it?" "Because rules matter most before anyone believes they are necessary." Zhao Ming nodded. Lu Yan took the page and added one line. "Military rank does not determine planting decisions." Chen Hu stared. "Commander, does this mean Old Wu can order us around, in the field? What if he tells us to carry manure?" "You carry manure." Chen Hu looked betrayed. The first time Old Wu corrected Lu Yan's hoeing angle, every soldier nearby became silent. Luyan adjusted without complaint. By midday, no one questioned the rule. The work changed the relationship between the outpost and the village. Soldiers had always purchased food, guarded roads, and responded to raids. Villagers had always mended uniforms, sold grain, and carried warnings. Yet both groups often treated the other as a separate burden. In the trial field, they sweated beneath the same sun. Farmers learned which soldiers worked carefully. Soldiers learned which old men could outlast them with a hoe. Children delivered water without distinguishing uniforms from homespun clothing. The progress remained modest. It was also shared. Rain arrived early during the drying season. Not the violent storm that would later test the village. A smaller one, enough to expose another weakness. Families had spread cut grain across cloth in hard-packed courtyards. When clouds gathered, everyone rushed to collect it. Some grain became muddy. Some remained damp because it was piled too quickly. Several bundles were forgotten near the western field until rain soaked them. Lin Qing helped move what could be saved into the open shed. By morning, the air smelled of wet straw. Old Wu turned one bundle in his hands. This happens every year. How much do you lose? Depends on the rain. That answer meant no one knew. The carpenter, a lean man named Zhou Mu, studied the grain spread across the shed floor. It needs air beneath it. Lin Qing looked at him. Yes. He pointed toward a broken bed frame leaning near the wall. Like this, they built the first drying rack from damaged furniture. Straight branches and woven reed panels. It stood above the ground and allowed air to pass beneath the grain. A sloping cover protected the top while leaving the sides open. The design was rough. It held. Zhou Mu improved the joints. Tai made simple hooks that allowed panels to be lifted or removed. Meilan tested a smaller version for vegetables. Quartermaster Sun requested 2 for herbs and bandage cloth. Within a week, the carpenter had more requests than material. He refused to work without payment. Lin Qing supported him. Shared racks can be purchased from the village fund. Private racks belong to each household. One farmer complained. We all help test it, and he will teach anyone who wants to build their own. Zhou Mu nodded. But if I build it, I am paid. The distinction prevented useful work from becoming endless obligation. The village had little money. Payment often came through grain, labor, cloth, repairs, or future credit, recorded by Old Wu. Imperfect currency still respected effort. Meilan adapted faster than anyone. She used the new racks to dry sliced vegetables evenly rather than leaving them in thick piles. Then she mixed preserved vegetables into buns sold at the weekly gathering. The first batch looked uneven. The second held too much salt. The third sold out. She added slices of preserved wild plum to the table. Children bought them one piece at a time. Adults pretended not to. Lin Qing caught Lu Yan standing near the stall after patrol. You bought fruit? No. Meilan leaned across the table. Hey, bought 4 pieces. Lu Yan looked at her. 1 is for Chen Hu. 2 were for you. They were small. Lin Qing accepted the they were small. Lin Qing accepted the piece he offered. It was sour enough to tighten her jaw. Lu Yan ate his without changing expression. Acceptable, he said. Meilan stared. That is the best thing I have made all month. Lin Qing asked. How did you reach that conclusion? Chen Hu appeared with his piece. The commander calls bad food unnecessary. Zhao Ming added. Ordinary food is sufficient. Good food is acceptable. Chen Hu said. Very good food is also acceptable. Zhao Ming finished. Meilan placed both hands on the stall. Has he ever praised anything? The soldiers considered. Chen Hu said, a defensive trench once. What did he say? It was deep enough. Meilan looked toward Lin Qing with sympathy. Lin Qing ate another bite of preserved plum. I understand him better now. Lu Yan's gaze shifted toward her. I understand him better now. Lu Yan's gaze shifted toward her. She did not tease him further. The trial field emerged greener than the comparison plot. Not dramatically at first. The seedlings rose more evenly. Fewer gaps appeared. The wider spacing looked wasteful until leaves began to spread without tangling. Water reached each row. The soil beneath the prepared section retained moisture longer after irrigation. Lin Qing sensed the difference through the plants before it became obvious to others. The ordinary plot felt scattered. Some roots struggled in exhausted patches. Others competed where seed had fallen too close together. The improved section carried a more balanced rhythm. She still found weak plants. Insects still damaged leaves. One corner remained too wet. Natural limits had not vanished. But the field used what it received more efficiently. Old Wu measured the rows with string. He counted surviving plants. Then he repeated the count because he distrusted the first result. The spacing reduced the number planted, he said. Yes, but more survived. Yes, one farmer asked. Will that mean more grain? We will know at harvest. They waited. That was the hardest part of agriculture. Effort came first. Answers came months later. Little grain became useful during those months. The bird had learned that Lin Xing scattered millet beside the garden each morning. It often perched on the fence while she worked. One afternoon, it began calling sharply. Not its ordinary single chirps. Repeated warning notes. Lin Xing looked toward the garden. A chicken had slipped beneath the loose section of the side fence. It was already approaching the bean plants. She reached it before it damaged the row. The bird quieted. The next time a goat pushed through the gate, Little Grain warned her again. The children decided it was officially a guard bird. Chen Hu suggested issuing it a military ration. Quartermaster's son refused. It already steals grain. It performs service. It weighs less than one steamed bun. Efficient soldier. Lu Yan settled the argument by placing a small handful of millet in the household's daily expenses. Lin Qing discovered this only when checking the pouch. You budgeted for the bird. It guards the garden. It guards whatever it expects to eat. So soldiers. Chen Hu, within hearing distance, looked deeply wounded. Zhao Ming said, He is not wrong. The bird's habits led Lin Qing beyond the village near the end of summer. Little Grain appeared at the garden, took 2 kernels, then flew toward the northern hill. It returned, called, flew away again. Lin Qing did not imagine that the bird possessed human intention. It could have been moving between feeding areas. Still, its route was unusual. She followed while gathering herbs. Dr. Sun came because he did not trust her to identify plants alone. The bird led them along an overgrown path toward a neglected slope beneath the forest edge. There, in a shallow hollow protected from wind, wild plants grew more densely than in the surrounding fields. The soil was dark. Leaf litter covered the ground. Water seeped between stones from a small spring. Dr. Sun crouched beside a cluster of narrow leaves. Cold root herb useful for fever and swelling. He reached toward it. Lin Qing stopped him. There are only 12 mature plants. He looked at her hand. Then at the patch. We take 4, 2, 4 will recover. People will return if they learn it is here. He considered this. 2 mature roots. Seeds from the others. They harvested carefully. No whole cluster was stripped. Roots were taken from separate areas. Soil was pressed back into place. Seeds were collected only where they had already dried. Farther uphill they found wild plums, small and sour but abundant. Most fell and rotted beneath the trees. Mailan organized gathering after Lin Qing showed her the patch. Families took only ripe fruit. Children collected fallen pieces suitable for cooking. Damaged fruit became vinegar or animal feed. The best was sliced, dried, or preserved with limited sugar. Lin Qing established one rule before the first basket left the hill. Leave fruit for animals and seed. A boy objected, animals do not pay. No. They spread seeds, eat insects, and keep the forest alive. Can we take the biggest ones? Some? He looked at the branches. How many must stay? Enough that the trees do not become empty. The rule lacked precise numbers. Nature did not always fit ledgers, but visible restraint mattered. The forest patch became Lin Qing's strongest experience of life resonance so far. Each plant did not speak. The hillside did not reveal secrets. Instead, she sensed a network of conditions. Moisture held beneath leaves, roots protected from direct sun, insects moving through decay, birds feeding and carrying seed. The healthy wild plants were not strong because someone forced them. They were supported by relationships the village fields had lost. She returned home with 2 herb roots, a basket of plums, and a clearer understanding of the soil. Lu Yan found her spreading leaves beneath the garden plants. You brought forest dirt, only the pattern. He looked at the mulch. Leaves. They protect moisture and return material to the ground. The fields cannot all be covered like this. No, what can? Vegetable beds, young trees, exhausted sections. He crouched beside her. You keep choosing small areas, because small improvements that survive are worth more than large ones people abandon. Lu Yan absorbed the principle quietly. It resembled military defense. A line held by disciplined soldiers mattered more than a wide line held by none. He began applying the same logic at the outpost. Rather than repairing the entire palisade poorly, he identified the most vulnerable sections. Rather than training every soldier in every skill, he strengthened squads according to terrain and duty. The changes were not copied directly from farming. They came from watching how Lin Qing approached limits. Use what exists. Protect what matters most. Expand only after the method holds. Their evenings became easier. At first, every shared meal had felt like an agreement between strangers. Now Lin Qing placed 2 bowls without thinking. Lu Yan returned at roughly the same hour whenever duty allowed. If late patrol delayed him, she kept a covered portion near the stove. If she worked with villagers past sunset, he carried the meal to wherever she was. They spoke while sorting seeds, repairing cloth, or cutting vegetables. The conversation rarely centered on themselves. It did not need to. He told her which road had become unsafe after rain. She told him which household needed help reinforcing a roof. He reported that soldiers liked the dried vegetable buns. She informed him that Chen Hu had attempted to purchase 12 with military credit. He said they were patrol supplies. They became patrol supplies, Lu Yan said. He ate 4 before leaving the market. He becomes hungry before patrol. He becomes hungry before patrol. Becomes hungry during all known periods of the day, Lu Yan considered. That is true. Some nights silence carried no discomfort. He sharpened tools. She mended clothing. The house held the sounds of ordinary work. The house held the sounds of ordinary work. In her previous life, silence had meant listening for alarms, movement beyond sealed doors, or failing machinery. Here, silence could mean safety. That difference settled into her slowly. The first visible surplus arrived from vegetables, not grain. The trial method spread to several household plots after families saw stronger seedlings and more efficient watering. Mustard greens filled baskets. Radishes emerged larger and less damaged. Beans climbed repaired trellises instead of tangling along the ground. No one became wealthy. No cart left Stone Ridge overflowing with produce. But after household needs were met, something remained. Mei Lan purchased vegetables for buns. The outpost bought small quantities for soldiers' meals. Families exchanged produce rather than guarding every handful. Quartermaster Sun entered the vegetable purchases into military records. The amounts were modest enough to seem unimportant. Then soldiers began falling ill less often. The effect appeared first in the infirmary ledger. Fewer stomach complaints. Faster recovery from minor fever. Less weakness after long patrols. Dr. Sun reviewed the numbers. Vegetables are not medicine. No, Lin Qing said. But poor food creates sickness medicine cannot prevent. He grunted. That is annoyingly true. Quartermaster Sun began reserving a small regular budget for preserved vegetables. Lu Yan ensured the purchase price remained fair. Military demand could easily have consumed village food or forced prices beyond local reach. They capped quantities and purchased only verified surplus. The village learned that feeding soldiers did not require surrendering everything. The outpost learned that civilian stability supported military readiness. The first grain harvested from the trial field confirmed what the seedlings had suggested. The ordinary plot produced what Old Wu expected from poor land. The improved plot produced more from fewer surviving plants. Not twice as much. Not a miracle. Enough to matter. They measured the result 3 times. Old Wu stood beside the grain baskets. How much more? Quartermaster Sun calculated. Just under 1/3. The farmers began speaking at once. Wider spacing. Seed selection. Water repair. Compost. Which change mattered most? Lin Qing stopped them before certainty formed too quickly. We changed several things together, one man said. Then we repeat all of them, where we have enough labor and material. Another said, every field next year. Not every field the same way. Soil and water differ. Old Wu raised one hand. The room quieted. We expand by section. The decision reflected months of testing, not blind faith in Lin Qing. That pleased her more than praise. The trial grain was divided. Seed came first, then repayment for military land and labor, then the village reserve, then a small portion for the households that had contributed the most work. Lu Yan refused a larger military share. Quartermaster Sun reminded him that he had assumed the risk. The risk did not grow the grain, Lu Yan said. Lin Qing heard the answer from across the shed. She remembered choosing him in the Shen courtyard because he fed soldiers before himself. He had not changed. She simply understood more of what that consistency cost. Autumn deepened. The main harvest approached. The sky remained clear for too many days. Old farmers began watching the western horizon. Dry weather helped ripen grain. Too much made stalks brittle. Then clouds appeared from the south. The first warning came at dawn. A low wall of gray beyond the ridge, wind moving in the wrong direction. Dr. Sun smelled the air and swore. Old Wu sent children running between fields. Harvest what is ready. The village moved before rain fell. Sickles cut through grain. Bundles formed. Carts rolled toward the drying grounds. Soldiers arrived from the outpost after Lu Yan's shortened non-essential drills. Quartermaster's son released every usable cloth and cover not required for medical or defensive use. The new drying racks filled first. Older methods spread across courtyards and open ground. Lin Qing watched the clouds. The storm was moving faster than expected. "How long?" Lu Yan asked. "Before sunset." He looked toward the upper fields. "They need another day. They do not have one." Old Wu made the same judgment. "Cut them." Slightly unripe grain could be dried. Carefully. Grain beaten into mud could not be recovered. Work intensified. No one stopped for a full meal. Meilan and several women carried buns and broth through the fields. Children collected drop bundles. Zhou Mu reinforced rack covers. Tai repaired sickles as quickly as they broke. Dr. Sun wrapped strained wrists and sent people back only when the injury allowed it. Lin Qing moved between harvest, drying, and storage. The systems they had built were no longer experiments. They became the village's defense against weather. Grain reached the raised racks. Covered sections received the most mature crop. Older sheds were cleared. Stored tools moved outside beneath temporary covers. The reorganized grain house accepted new supplies without blocking the old. Each delivery received a mark. Wet bundles stayed separate from dry ones. No one wanted mold spreading through the entire reserve. Thunder reached the valley before the final carts returned. The first drops were large and widely spaced. They darkened the dust. "Lower field clear," someone shouted. "Western terrace is almost finished." The north cart broke an axle. Lu Yan turned toward Zhao Ming. "Take 6 men." Lin Qing caught his sleeve before he moved. "The river crossing willed. The river crossing will. Rise first." "I know. Bring rope." He nodded. No promise to be careful. No speech. He took rope. That was enough. Rain struck harder. Villagers pulled covers across racks. Wind tore one loose immediately. Zhao Mu climbed onto the frame. A soldier joined him. Together they secured it before the grain beneath became soaked. Lin Qing directed the wet harvest into the open-sided shed. "Do not pile it. There is no space," the storekeeper said. "Use the repaired beds and doors." Furniture appeared from nearby houses. Old bed frames, removed shutters, woven panels. Anything that raised grain above the floor became useful. The village's months of saving damaged materials paid off in a single hour. Chen Hu dragged 2 broken training platforms from the outpost. These were waiting to become something. Lin Qing almost smiled. Place them along the east wall. The storm entered fully before sunset. Rain blurred the valley. Water rushed through channels repaired for irrigation, now carrying excess away from fields. Several older banks collapsed. The strengthened sections held. The northern cart returned after dark. One wheel was gone. Soldiers and farmers had carried the grain across the final distance on their backs. Lu Yan came last. Rope wrapped around one arm. Mud covered him from boots to shoulder. Lin Qing looked behind him. Everyone? Everyone. Only then did she turn toward the grain. They worked through the night. Warm jars meant for frost protection now helped keep the drying shed from becoming too cold. Fires burned only where sparks could not reach straw. Wet grain was turned repeatedly. Covers were checked each time the wind shifted. Families rotated instead of exhausting everyone at once. The labor system developed for fields became a crisis schedule. Old Wu assigned hours. Quartermaster's son recorded stores. Lu Yan sent soldiers to reinforce roofs and channels between drying shifts. Lin Qing remained in the shed until Zhao Ming placed a bowl in her hands. "I will after this row," that is what the commander said. She looked toward Lu Yan. He was lifting a soaked cover with Chen Hu. Zhao Ming continued. "So I told him his wife had already said the same thing. What did he do?" Lin Qing accepted the bowl. The millet porridge contained dried vegetables and a little preserved meat from the outpost. Months earlier, the soldiers would have eaten grain and water. The difference was not luxury. It was endurance. The storm lasted until the following afternoon. When the rain weakened, Stone Ridge emerged beneath a gray sky. Several fences had fallen. One shed roof had lost half its shingles. A lower field stood under water. The old road had become mud, but most of the harvested grain remained dry enough to save. Not all. 2 uncovered piles had soaked before transport. Several bundles began sprouting and had to be separated. A section of the upper terraces had not been cut in time. The storm took its share. It did not take the village. For 3 days, grain drying became the only work that mattered. Racks moved into sunlight whenever clouds broke. Wet grain was turned. Damaged portions were cooked first. Nothing safe was discarded merely for appearance. Children chased birds from the drying grounds under little grain's unhelpful supervision. The brown bird stole enough kernels to justify Quartermaster's son's suspicion. Chen Hu defended it. Every soldier requires pay. That bird did not assist during the storm. It warned the garden about a chicken. Months ago, service records remained valid. Lu Yan passed them carrying a grain sack. Reduce its ration. Quartermaster's son looked satisfied. Chen Hu looked betrayed. Lin Qing lowered the daily millet by 3 kernels. No one could prove the exact amount. When the final measure was recorded, Old Wu gathered the village in the open shed. The storm losses were significant. They were also far below the losses from similar years. The repaired storehouse preserved older grain. The rack saved drying grain. The separation system prevented wet bundles from spoiling dry ones. Wild fruit and vegetables had already been preserved. The trial field yielded stronger seed for the next planting. For the first time in years, Stone Ridge entered late autumn with enough food to plan beyond immediate hunger. No one celebrated at first. They checked the numbers again. Then Old Wu sat down. His hands rested on his knees. "We have enough," a woman near the doorway asked. "Until when?" "Through winter. With reserve? A small one?" The silence changed. Some people smiled. One elderly farmer covered his face. Mei Lan sat beside a widow whose household had nearly no grain before the harvest and held her hand. No one shouted. People who had feared hunger too often did not trust relief immediately. Lin Qing understood. In the last city, supply reports had sometimes promised enough food for a month. Then another shelter arrived. A filter failed. A storage room burned. Enough could disappear overnight. Stone Ridge's reserve was not invulnerability. It was time. Time to repair. Time to plan. Time to plant again without consuming every seed. That was what food security truly meant. Old Wu looked toward Lin Qing. "You said we should begin with loss. We did. We still lost grain. We always will." Several people glanced at her. She continued. "The goal is not to become a place where nothing goes wrong. It is to stop every small problem from becoming disaster." Lu Yan stood near the rear of the shed. His eyes remained on her. Later, the village organized a harvest meal, not a festival. Lin Qing opposed using enough food to damage the reserve they had just protected. Each household contributed something modest. Mei Lan prepared broth with dried vegetables. The outpost provided a limited portion of meat. Families brought millet cakes, beans, pickled roots, roasted squash, and preserved fruit. Tables were placed beneath the old elm tree. Soldiers sat among villagers instead of occupying separate rows. Children ran between benches until Old Wu threatened to assign them grain-counting duty. Little grain appeared above the food, and was chased away by Quartermaster's son. Lin Qing sat beside Lu Yan, not across from him. The position happened naturally. He had carried one bench into place, and she sat while helping Mei Lan divide bowls. When he returned, he took the remaining space beside her without hesitation. Their shoulders nearly touched. No one commented. That made the change feel more real. Mei Lan placed a bowl of vegetable and meat stew before Lu Yan. Everyone nearby became quiet. She had prepared for this moment. Well, Lu Yan tasted it. The broth had depth from roasted bones. The vegetables remained firm. The meat had been divided thinly enough to flavor the entire pot. He took another spoonful. Acceptable. Mei Lan struck the table with her palm. "I knew it." A soldier across from them raised his cup. "The highest praise." Another called, "Commander." "How acceptable." Lu Yan looked at the bowl. Lu Yan looked at the bowl. He had apparently never been asked to measure approval. "Very." The soldiers reacted louder than they had when the grain count was announced. Mei Lan looked ready to cry from victory. Lin Qing leaned closer. "You have created a new category." Lu Yan lowered his voice. "I thought acceptable already meant good." "It does when you say it." "Then why do they complain?" "Because everyone else uses more words." He considered this. "Ate 3 servings. 4. Chen Hu said from the other side of the table. Lu Yan looked at him. Chen Hu lifted both hands. "I counted for supply purposes." The 4th ball remained in front of Lu Yan. Lin Qing hid a smile behind her cup. As dusk settled, someone brought a small drum. The rhythm was uneven. Children danced without knowing the steps. Older villagers talked about next year's planting instead of winter hunger. Soldiers argued over which drying rack had saved the most grain. The meal did not consume the village's security. It acknowledged the work that created it. Lu Yan placed a piece of preserved plum in Lin Qing's bowl. She looked at him. "You kept that?" "It was in my ration." "For how long?" 3 days. "You carried fruit through a storm?" "It was wrapped." She ate it. The plum remained painfully sour. She no longer minded. Beyond the tables, the fields lay cut and dark. The repaired irrigation channels reflected the final light. The drying racks stood empty for the first time in weeks. The grain store doors were closed against damp and rodents. Every improvement remained ordinary. Together they had changed the future of the village. Lin Qing looked toward the abandoned hill beyond the western houses. Its lower slope caught the evening sun. Wild grass covered most of it. A few old trees survived near the top. The land was poorly suited for grain, but the drainage appeared good. Fruit trees might hold the slope. Their roots would protect soil. Their roots would protect soil. Their harvest could be eaten fresh, dried, preserved, or traded. Not this year. Perhaps not the next. An orchard required patience. She stored the idea quietly. Lu Yan noticed where she was looking. What is there? A future problem. He followed her gaze toward the empty hill. That sounds dangerous. It usually begins with holes in the ground. How many? I don't know yet. He accepted this with the caution of a commander hearing the earliest report of an approaching campaign. We need more shovels. Yes, I will speak to Tai. She turned toward him. You are agreeing before I explain. You looked at the garden that way? And the channels? Yes. The grain store? Yes. He studied the hill once more. Whatever it is, we will need shovels. Lin Qing smiled. We will. The word belonged to both of them now. Not the formal we of a registered household. Not the cautious we used before villagers. A simple understanding. They would face the next task together. The harvest meal ended before the lamps burned too much oil. Families carried leftovers home. Soldiers returned benches to the outpost. Children collected dropped grain from beneath the tables. Nothing useful remained on the ground. At the house, Lin Qing opened the pantry. Shelves that had once held half a turnip now carried grain, dried vegetables, preserved fruit, beans, herbs, and carefully marked seed packets. The amounts were not large. They were enough. Lu Yan placed the final meal container on the shelf. It is full, not full. He looked at the remaining space. Almost. We should leave room for winter supplies. He nodded. Then he stood in the doorway as though uncertain why he had not left for the central room. Lin Qing poured 2 cups of warm water. She handed one to him. They drank beside the pantry in comfortable silence. Rain began lightly against the repaired roof. No drops entered. Lu Yan listened for a moment. It does not leak. You repaired it. You helped hold the ladder. That was the most important part. Yes, she looked at him. He was serious. Lin Qing accepted the praise. Outside, wind moved through the harvested fields. The village entered winter with food in its stores, seed protected for spring, and methods that could be repeated. For the first time since Lin Qing arrived, Stone Ridge was not waiting helplessly for the next shortage. It had built a small defense against hunger. 3 days later, a military messenger reached the outpost on a foam-covered horse. Quartermaster's son broke the seal before Lu Yan had removed his patrol cloak. He read the notice once, then again. His face changed. What is it? Lu Yan asked. The winter convoy, arrival date, there isn't one. Quartermaster's son handed him the paper. Flooding had damaged the southern military road. 2 supply carts were lost. The remaining convoy had been redirected to reinforce a larger fort facing immediate border pressure. Stone Ridge's delivery was delayed. No replacement date had been confirmed. Lu Yan read the final line. Estimated delay, 20 to 40 days. The outpost had grain. Not enough variety. Not enough fuel. Not enough medicine. Not enough winter cloth. 104 soldiers depended on a convoy that might not arrive before deep snow closed the road completely. Quartermaster's son looked toward the village below. For the first time, it possessed a visible reserve. We cannot take civilian grain. No, Lu Yan said. We may need to reduce rations. Yes, Lin Qing entered the storehouse carrying the household's latest list of preserved vegetables. She saw the sealed notice, then their expressions. What happened? Lu Yan gave her the paper. She read it. Outside, soldiers continued preparing for winter. Villagers repaired storm damage. Smoke rose from homes whose pantries were no longer empty. Stone Ridge had finally learned how to feed itself. Now the frontier army would have to learn whether the village could help feed it too. Lin Qing folded the notice and set it beside Quartermaster's son's ledger. How much grain does the outpost have? Quartermaster's son answered immediately. Enough for 52 days at normal ration. 41 if patrols continue at winter strength. Lu Yan added. Lin Qing looked at him. Because mounted patrols consume more. Men eat more in cold weather. Horses consume more every day regardless. And fuel. Worse, Quartermaster's son said. The convoy carried lamp oil, charcoal, winter cloth, salt, medicine, replacement tack, and dried vegetables. How long will those last? The quartermaster opened another ledger. Oil for 30 days if the watchtowers reduce lamps. Charcoal for less. Salt is sufficient. Medicine depends on injuries. Winter clothing? Lu Yan answered. Several recruits still have autumn uniforms. Lin Qing read the notice again. 20 to 40 days. The delay itself was dangerous. The uncertainty was worse. A known shortage could be planned around. An unknown arrival date encouraged people to consume too much early or ration too harshly before necessity. Quartermaster Sun looked toward Lu Yan. Where? Should cut portions now. No. The answer came from Lin Qing. Both men turned. She pointed toward the grain ledger. If you reduce food before increasing preservation and replacing missing variety, soldiers will weaken while still performing the same work. Quartermaster Sun said. Weak soldiers are better than hungry soldiers. Those are not the only choices. Lu Yan remained silent. He was listening. Lin Qing asked, May I inspect the entire storehouse? Quartermaster Sun hesitated. You have already seen part of it. I have seen the organized section. His discomfort confirmed the rest. Lu Yan took the ledger. Open everything. The quartermaster exhaled through his nose. Ice, Commander. The military storehouse occupied a long stone building inside the palisade. Lin Qing had visited its front rooms after Lu Yan reorganized the visible supplies. Grain stood raised from the floor. Medical cloth had its own shelves. Salt, oil, tools, and damaged equipment were separated. The rear rooms told a different story. One held broken tack. Another contained winter cloaks too damaged for immediate issue but too valuable to discard. A third smelled of old leather, dried mud, and medicinal herbs. The last held food. Grain filled most of the space. That looked reassuring until Lin Qing examined everything surrounding it. 2 jars of cooking oil. 1 crate of salted meat, much of it fat and bone. Dried vegetables enough for perhaps 9 days. Beans mixed from several years and stored without dates. No preserved fruit. No broth base. No compact patrol food beyond hard grain cakes that several soldiers used as table supports. Lin Qing picked one up. It did not bend. Chen Hu, standing behind her, said, Those are emergency rations. She struck it lightly against the shelf. The sound resembled wood. Have you eaten one? Once? What happened? I became more respectful of ordinary porridge. Zhao Ming took the cake from her. They soften if boiled long enough. How long? Until the pot loses patience, Quartermaster. Sun looked offended. They were issued by the Southern Command. That does not make them edible, Lin Qing said. Lu Yan turned one over in his hand. We carried these on the autumn patrol. Chen Hu nodded. 2 men used theirs to repair a loose cartwheel. Lu Yan looked at Quartermaster Sun. The quartermaster looked at the ceiling. Lin Qing moved to the clothing room. The damaged cloaks had tears, missing fastenings, or worn lining. Most were repairable. What happens to these? They wait for the convoy's replacement cloth. Quartermaster Sun said. Why not patch them? We have limited sewing labor. The village has people who sew. We cannot order civilians to repair. Military equipment. No, Lin Qing touched the edge of one cloak. But you can pay them. Quartermaster Sun frowned. With what? Records. He looked toward Lu Yan. Lu Yan said, Military debt must be honored. The district command may reject local agreements. Then place my name on them. Quartermaster Sun's expression tightened. If they reject repayment, the debt becomes yours. Yes. The answer came without hesitation. Lin Qing looked at Lu Yan. He had already taken responsibility for experimental land. Now he was prepared to place his own salary behind winter supplies. He spoke as though the decision were administrative. She knew it was not. Before anyone signs debt, she said, we need to know what the village can spare without risking civilian stores. Lu Yan nodded. No requisition. No hidden pressure either. What do you mean? If villagers believe refusing the army will make you view them as disloyal. The exchange is not voluntary. Lu Yan's gaze sharpened. I would not. I know. They need to know. Quartermaster Sun closed the clothing room door. What exactly are you proposing? Lin Qing looked across the outpost. Soldiers trained beyond the storehouse. Below the palisade, villagers repaired storm damage and prepared homes for cold weather. Both groups possessed what the other needed. The army had labor, transport animals, military records, and organized manpower. The village had preserved food, sewing skill, household production, herbs, fuel knowledge, and local materials. Neither could simply take. They could exchange. First, we make 2 lists, she said. What the army lacks and what the village needs done before winter, Quartermaster Sun asked. Then we match them. The first joint meeting took place that evening in the same open shed used for planting discussions. Old Wu attended for the village. Mylan came representing household food producers, though she claimed she was there only because someone had to keep Chen Hu from eating every sample. Dr. Sun brought his herb records. Jomu and Tai represented repair work. Quartermaster Sun carried military ledgers. Lu Yan sat at one end of the table. Lin Qing sat beside him. The arrangement no longer felt unusual. Quartermaster Sun read the outpost shortages aloud. Dried vegetables, beans, preserved fruit, medicinal herbs, winter cloaks, socks, gloves, fuel, horse fodder, leather repair. Compact patrol food. Old Wu listened without interrupting. Then, he opened the village list. Roofs damaged by the storm, a collapsed footbridge, 3 leaking irrigation channels, firewood too far from elderly households, fences requiring repair before livestock were brought closer for winter. The road south needed drainage. Several widows lacked enough labor to prepare fuel. The carpenter needed timber transported. Dr. Sun needed a drying shelter repaired. Mylan lifted one hand. And the Old Elm Market shelter leans. Old Wu looked at her. That is not urgent. It will collapse onto customers. Then it is urgent, Lu Yan said. Old Wu added it. Quartermaster Sun looked between the lists. You want soldiers to repair all of this? No, Lin Qing said. Only agreed work equal to the supplies provided? How do we measure equality? Hours, materials, difficulty. Hours, materials, difficult. And urgency. Tai folded his arms. A repaired roof is worth more than a basket of vegetables. Is, a military cart moving timber saves days of labor. Is, who decides? A small group from both sides, Old Wu said. Not only the commander, not only the village head, Lin Qing agreed. Quartermaster Sun tapped his ledger, and every exchange is recorded. Lu Yan added, no household gives below its winter reserve. Mylan asked, who checks that? Old Wu and the household owner? Lin Qing said. The army does not inspect private pantries. That mattered. Soldiers entering homes to count grain would feel too much like requisition even if the intent was protective. Dr. Sun unrolled his herb list. I can provide cold remedies and wound herbs. How much can you spare? Quartermaster Sun asked. The old herbalist glared. I said I can provide them. I did not say you may empty my shelves. Lin Qing intervened before the meeting became a battle. We begin with a fixed small amount. Dr. Sun named 1. Quartermaster Sun named a lower payment than Lin Qing expected. The herbalist objected. They negotiated. That pattern repeated for 2 hours. No one received everything wanted. That was why the agreement had a chance of being fair. By the end, the first exchanges were approved. Soldiers would repair the roofs of 4 vulnerable households, rebuild Dr. Sun's drying shelter, reinforce the footbridge, transport timber for Jomu, and cut firewood for families unable to do so. In return, the village would provide fixed amounts of dried vegetables, beans, preserved fruit, medicinal herbs, repaired cloth, and winter accessories. Every contribution would be voluntary and recorded. If military repayment arrived, it would be divided according to the ledger. If repayment failed, Lu Yan's future salary would begin covering the oldest debts first. Old Wu looked at him. That could take years. Yes, you may be transferred. The debt remains mine. Mylan frowned. That is too much for one man. Lu Yan's expression did not change. I command the outpost. Lin Qing placed her hand on the outpost ledger before anyone could continue. Then the agreement must protect him too. Lu Yan turned toward her. She addressed the table. No household receives military labor without providing its agreed share unless the work is an emergency. No one inflates costs because the commander guaranteed repayment. Every record can be checked by both sides. Quartermaster Sun nodded first. Old Wu followed. The agreement no longer rested only on Lu Yan's honor. It rested on visible rules. Work began the next morning. The change across Stone Ridge was immediate. Soldiers climbed roofs. Villagers delivered baskets to the outpost. Military carts hauled timber and firewood. Mylan organized household kitchens into small production groups. Not one massive kitchen that would exhaust fuel and create confusion. Each group prepared one thing well. One sliced and dried vegetables. One made grain cakes. One simmered bones and vegetable ends into concentrated broth paste. One repaired cloth. Another cleaned and sorted beans. Lin Qing moved between them, adjusting methods for military use. Food for soldiers could not depend only on taste. It needed to travel, store, cook quickly, divide fairly. She began with the existing grain cakes. They were dense because the dough used too little water and no fat, then dried until nearly indestructible. Lin Qing did not try to make delicate food. She changed the balance. Cooked grain was mashed with bean flour, chopped dried vegetables, a little rendered fat, salt, and broth paste. The mixture was shaped thinner. Some cakes were dried fully for storage. Others were cooked and issued fresh for short patrols. The first batch broke apart during packing. The second molded because it had not dried evenly. The third survived 3 days in a cloth bag. Chen Hu volunteered to test it. You volunteered after eating 2 already, Zhao Ming said. A tester must understand the product. Lin Qing handed Chen Hu a piece. He ate it without water. He bit, chewed, considered. It is food. It won't wait it. He added, good food. Quartermaster Sun wrote something in the ledger. Chen Hu leaned over. What did you record? Tester unreliable due to enthusiasm. Lu Yan took a piece. He chewed slowly. Acceptable. Mei Lan slapped the table. That means it works. The recipe was adjusted once more to reduce crumbling. Patrol portions received a small packet of dried broth mixture that could be added to hot water. Dried vegetables softened inside it. A little preserved meat provided flavor and strength without requiring large portions. Nothing was new enough to seem miraculous. The value came from combining ordinary ingredients deliberately. Dr. Sun developed 2 simple winter packets, one for cold symptoms, one for minor wounds. He refused to label them with more dramatic names. This is not a cure for foolishness, he said. Chen Hu asked, can you create one? No. Then what do we do? Reduce foolish men. Quartermaster Sun recorded the packets by use and date. Lin Qing helped separate herbs that lost value if stored together. She also insisted that every medical bundle contain clean cloth. The new drying shelter kept bandages and herbs above damp ground. Dr. Sun complained about soldiers entering his yard. Then he began giving them instructions before they reached the gate. The clothing effort revealed how much useful material had been trapped by neglect. Villagers unpicked ruined cloaks. Good sections became patches. Worn linings became insulation for gloves. Leather fastenings were salvaged. Broken belts provided straps. Nothing repaired became beautiful. It became warm. A widow named Aunt Liu repaired the first cloak assigned to a new recruit. The young soldier tried to refuse it. It was already worn, he said. So were you, she answered. You still work, he accepted the cloak. The exchange ledger recorded 2 hours of sewing against firewood delivery and roof repair. Aunt Lia's home became dry before the first snow. The recruit wore the cloak on Northern Watch. Neither called it charity. That made both easier to accept. Fuel created the hardest limit. The village could not simply cut every nearby tree. The forest protected slopes, water, and future supplies. Lin Qing had seen what happened when survival stripped the last living systems from a region. The final city had cut emergency timber from protected zones during one winter. Mudslides followed spring rain. One season of warmth cost years of land. She refused to repeat that pattern. Old Wu and several experienced woodcutters identified deadfall, storm-damaged branches, and areas where selective cutting would not expose the hillside. Soldiers transported heavy wood. Villagers split and dried it. Green wood remained separate from fuel ready to burn. Quartermaster Sun wanted to count all gathered wood as military supply. Lin Qing stopped him. First Division goes to households without labor. The outpost performed most transport. The village identified safe areas and provided splitting work. Lu Yan supported her. Cold civilians create emergencies soldiers must have. Solve later. Quartermaster Sun revised the ledger. Military fuel increased more slowly. Village resentment did not. The horse problem emerged before the first hard freeze. Ash lost weight despite receiving her usual ration. Lin Qing noticed while brushing her in the yard. The mare's coat remained healthy, but her ribs had become slightly easier to feel. Lu Yan checked the feed measure. It has not changed. The weather has. She needs more. So will every horse. The outpost stable held 27 animals. Their winter fodder consisted mostly of coarse straw and a limited grain reserve expected from the delayed convoy. Several bundles smelled damp. One horse had begun chewing the wooden rail. The stablemaster said, "They always lose weight in winter." "That does not mean they should," Lin Qing replied. She examined local plants rather than searching for impossible replacements. The village already grew bean vines, millet stalks, root tops, and hardy grasses. Much of it was burned, left wet, or fed without drying and mixing. Old Wu showed her an upland grass animals preferred in autumn. Dr. Sun identified which similar plants caused stomach problems. They gathered only from areas where cutting would not expose soil. Bean vines were dried properly. Root tops were chopped and mixed with straw. A limited amount of grain remained reserved for patrol horses and animals recovering from injury. The first mixed fodder was rejected by 3 horses. Ash ate around the coarse parts. Lin Qing changed the chopping size and dampened the mixture lightly before feeding. The horses accepted more. Not all. Enough to continue testing. Life resonance helped her read discomfort through the animal's posture and appetite, but it could not design feed alone. She watched manure, energy, coat condition, and weight. The stablemaster stopped dismissing her after 2 weaker animals improved. One gelding remained restless. Lin Qing found a cracked tooth that made chewing painful. Dr. Sun could treat people in simple animal injuries, but not teeth. The stablemaster filed the sharp edge with a tool used by cavalry handlers. The horse began eating again. "Your magic found it?" Chen Hu asked quietly. Lin Qing looked at him. He had seen animals settle near her often enough to suspect something unusual. No, that was true. The horse dropped grain from one side of its mouth. Chen Hu nodded, slightly disappointed. Observation was less exciting than magic. It saved the animal anyway. The outpost changed during the first 2 weeks. Meals became more varied. Not rich, not generous. Better balanced. Porridge contained beans and dried vegetables. Broth carried concentrated flavor from bones and preserved scraps. Patrols received grain cakes that could be eaten without soaking for half a day. Minor complaints decreased. Soldiers stopped visiting Dr. Sun for weakness that was partly hunger disguised as illness. The repaired cloaks reached every recruit. Gloves remained mismatched. No one cared. Lu Yan ate whatever the soldiers received. At first, Lin Qing continued preparing his household meal separately. He began returning with the military bowl untouched if their food differed. "You should eat while it is hot," she told him. The men had grain cakes. You had patrol inspection. So did Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming ate 2 bowls. He was correct. Lin ate 2 bowls. Qing looked at the meal she had prepared. Millet beans and preserved cabbage. Nothing luxurious. Still better than the barracks ration that evening. "Sit," she said. Lu Yan obeyed. She divided the household food into 2 smaller portions, then opened the military grain cake he had brought home. They shared all of it. He watched her eat the hard edge. "You do not need to. Neither do you." After that, he stopped trying to avoid household meals. Instead, he ensured the barracks menu improved enough that the difference narrowed. Their partnership had become too comfortable for unnecessary sacrifice to remain invisible. The first snow arrived lightly. White dust settled across the ridge and melted in the village lanes. Children tried to collect it in bowls. Mai Lan shouted that they would only produce dirty water. The outpost reduced patrol range, but not frequency. Border activity often increased when roads became difficult, because raiders expected slower response. Lu Yan inspected the northern route personally. He returned after dark with ice along the edge of his red scarf. Lin Qing met him beneath the eaves. "You're late." The upper road froze. "Was anyone hurt?" "No." Only then did she take the pot from the stove. He removed his armor and sat without being told. The meal was ordinary barrack stew with an extra egg Mai Lan had sent. Lin Qing placed the egg in his bowl. Lu Yan moved half into hers. Neither discussed it. After eating, he handed her a folded piece of cloth. Inside were several small, dark seeds. "Where did these come from?" "Old trees beyond the southern ridge." "What kind?" "Wild pear." She looked up. "You remembered the hill. You said we needed shovels." "That was not a request for seeds." "No." "Then why collect them?" Why collect?" "Took the empty bowls. Because you looked at the hill again yesterday." He went to wash the bowls before she could answer. Lin Qing turned the seeds in her palm. "Not all would grow. Those that did might require years before fruiting." The gesture held no immediate usefulness. That made it different from everything he usually brought home. He had begun carrying pieces of her future into the house. She dried the seeds carefully and stored them beside the strongest grain. The next storm came with wind. Snow remained light, but the temperature plunged. Water froze inside shallow channels. The village moved livestock into protected areas. Soldiers covered the stable openings and checked roofs. The exchange system faced its first dispute when one household refused to deliver promised beans after soldiers repaired its fence. The owner claimed his winter stores had become lower than expected. Quartermaster Sun wanted the labor debt recorded immediately. Old Wu suspected the man was hiding grain. Lu Yan did not send soldiers to inspect. Lin Qing met the household owner beside the repaired fence. "How much can you provide without risking your family?" "None." "Then the agreement changes." The man looked surprised. "You will forgive the debt?" "No," he stiffened. "You can repay later. Through labor or spring produce. The army will not take winter food from your children." He glanced toward Lu Yan, who stood several steps away. "And the commander agrees?" Lu Yan said. "Yes." The man's shoulders lowered. Then his wife came from the house carrying a small sack. "We can spare this." Her husband turned. "You said the pantry was low." "It is, but not empty." Lin Qing checked the amount. It was less than originally promised. Still useful. They accepted it as partial repayment and recorded the remainder. The next day, the same man joined soldiers splitting firewood for Aunt Lu without being asked. Fairness had not removed obligation. It had preserved dignity. Other households noticed. The exchange became stronger because the first failure did not destroy it. By the 20th day of delay, the outpost remained stable. The convoy had not arrived. A second notice did. The southern road remained damaged. No confirmed departure. The soldiers read uncertainty in Quartermaster Sun's face even before he posted the ration schedule. Lu Yan gathered squad leaders. "We continue current portions for 7 days," one officer asked. "Then, we reassess. Should we reduce patrols?" "No," another said. "The men are asking whether the convoy was lost. It was not. You know this." "No," the officer blinked. Lu Yan continued. "We know the road is damaged, and supplies were redirected. Anything else is rumor." That answer spread through the outpost. Not reassuring. Clear. Lin Qing learned about the trapped patrol 2 days later. The northern route followed a narrow valley beyond Stone Ridge, then climbed between forested slopes toward 2 watch posts. Zhao Ming led 12 soldiers on a 3-day rotation carrying the new grain cakes, broth packets, dried vegetables, clean bandages, and cold remedies. They were expected back before sunset on the 3rd day. Snow began at noon. By evening, it had thickened enough to erase the ridge. The patrol did not return. Quartermaster Sun stood at the gate, watching the road disappear. They may have sheltered at North Marker. Lu Yan looked toward the wind. They should have sent a rider before the pass closed. Visibility may be too low. Yes, the word held no comfort. Lin Qing came from the village carrying a basket of repaired gloves. She saw the men at the gate. "Who is overdue?" "Zhao Ming's patrol," Lu Yan said. "How many?" 12. "How long?" 3 hours. Snow collected on his scarf. He had already made his decision. "Shenhu," he called. The squad leader ran from the barracks. "Prepare 8 men. Mountain rope. Shovels. Spare cloaks. 2 stretchers." Quartermaster Sun stepped closer. "Commander, the pass is worsening." "That is why we leave now. You cannot see the road." "I know it." Lin Qing looked. Her previous life taught her what cold did to bodies, judgment, and time. A rescue delayed for safer weather often became recovery. "What supplies did Zhao Ming carry?" she asked. Quartermaster Sun opened the patrol record. 3 days ration, plus 1 emergency day. The new ration. Yes, medical packs, 1 per squad. Blankets, 2. Lu Yan turned toward her. "They are better prepared than last winter." "That buys time? It does not guarantee it." "No." She understood what he needed. Not false hope, useful work. "I'll prepare what they need when they return." His gaze held hers for 1 breath longer. Then he nodded. "Keep the south gate clear." He left within half an hour. 8 soldiers followed, leading 4 horses rather than riding. Snow had already become too deep and uncertain for speed. Lin Qing watched until the white swallowed the red of Lu Yan's scarf. Then she turned towards Stone Ridge. Waiting without preparation was another form of helplessness. She refused it. The village meeting bell rang after dark. Not the alarm for attack. 3 slow strikes used for urgent labor. Mei Lan arrived first. Dr. Sun came carrying 2 medicine cases. Old Wu brought lanterns. Zhou and Tai followed with tools. Quartermaster Sun opened the outpost's heated storage room beside the infirmary. Lin Qing assigned tasks: hot broth, dry clothing, warm water, bedding, space for injured horses. Snow cleared from the approach road. No one knew how many would return injured. They prepared for all of them. Mei Lan organized cooking groups. The broth base created for winter supplies saved hours. Water, dried vegetables, beans, and thin strips of salted meat became a large pot before midnight. Dr. Sun prepared treatment areas. He forbade placing severely cold people directly beside the hottest braziers. "They warmed slowly," he said. "Wet clothing off. Dry cloth. Warm drink only if they are awake," Lin Qing added. "No rubbing frozen skin." Several villagers looked uncertain. "That was taught where I lived," she said. Dr. Sun accepted the rule after questioning her carefully. The stable master prepared mash for horses and cleared 2 stalls. Children were sent home. Bao escaped twice and was returned twice. Little grain had vanished before the storm. No one mentioned it. The first night passed without signal. Snow struck the shutters. Lin Qing remained near the south gate under the covered watchpost. Quartermaster Sun tried to send her inside. I can watch, so can I. You are not a soldier, no. Then why stand here? Because my husband is outside. The quartermaster stopped. He had no useful response. Near dawn, a horn sounded once beyond the outer lane. Everyone moved. The gate opened. 3 soldiers appeared through the snow supporting a 4th. Not the rescue team, Zhao Ming's patrol, or part of it. The first man stumbled across the threshold. North marker roof collapsed. Quartermaster's son caught him. Where are the others? Behind. 2 injured. Horses slowed. Lin Qing directed them toward the heated room. The conscious men tried to remain standing. Dr. Sun overruled them. One had a badly strained ankle. Another's fingers had gone numb inside torn gloves. The new ration packs hung empty from their belts? How long did the food last? Lin Qing asked while removing wet cloth. 5 days, one soldier said. You were gone 4. We shared with the watchpost men. Their stores spoiled after the roof broke. The grain cakes had been divided thinner than planned. The broth packets had allowed hot meals whenever they could melt snow. The medical cloth had kept a deep scrape clean. None of it solved the storm. It kept them functional long enough to move. A second group reached the gate near sunrise. Zhao Ming came with them. His face was pale from cold, but he walked. 2 soldiers carried a man on a makeshift stretcher. The injured soldier remained conscious. Commander? Quartermaster's son asked. Zhao Ming looked back toward the road. They found us near the lower ravine. Commander Lu took 4 men to retrieve the last horse and 2 soldiers sheltering below the slope. Lin Qing's hands tightened around the dry blanket she held. How long? Less than an hour behind us. The estimate passed. Then, another. Snow began easing. No one spoke about it. Mei Lan pressed a bowl into Lin Qing's hands. Yeah, I'm not hungry. That is not what bowls are for. Lin Qing ate 3 spoonfuls. The gate horn sounded again. This time, Lu Yan walked through first. His red scarf was white with frost. One arm supported a soldier whose boot had been removed and wrapped inside spare cloth. Behind them 2 men led an exhausted horse, carrying the final injured patrolman. All returned. The knowledge moved through the gate faster than speech. Shoulders lowered. People began breathing properly again. Lin Qing crossed the yard. Lu Yan saw her. He did not smile. She did not need him to. You're late, she said. The horse fell. Anyone worse? Cold injuries, 1 broken wrist, no deaths. Only then did she touch his sleeve. The cloth was frozen stiff. You're wet. Yes, inside. The men first. They are already moving. He looked around. Villagers carried soldiers. Dr. Sun shouted instructions. Mei Lan distributed broth. Quartermaster's son checked names against the patrol ledger. The system had begun before he returned. Lu Yan allowed Lin Qing to lead him into the infirmary. He removed his gloves with difficulty. His right hand shook once. She saw it. Sit. I am fine. Sit, he obeyed. She untied the frozen red scarf and removed his outer cloak. The clothing beneath was damp along one side. A bruise darkened his shoulder where something had struck him. What happened? Branch. Did it break anything? No. Dr. Sun examined him from across the room. He can lift the arm? Lu Yan did. Then bruise, the herbalist said. Warm him, and stop asking questions he will answer badly. Lin Qing wrapped a dry blanket around Lu Yan and placed warm broth in his hands. He drank. Across the infirmary, Zhao Ming reported the patrol's route. The northern watchpost roof had partially collapsed under snow. 2 men were injured. The patrol remained to help, then attempted to return when their food began running low. A slope gave way near the ravine. 1 horse fell. The group divided between the injured and those seeking a safe route. Lu Yan's rescue team found their trail because the patrol had marked trees according to training. Preparation again, not luck. The improved rations bought time. The medical packs prevented minor injuries from worsening. The spare cloth became foot wrapping. The rope recovered the fallen horse and 1 soldier. Every ordinary item had mattered. Lu Yan finished the broth. Lin Qing took the bowl. You should sleep. So should you. I was not outside. You waited. That is not the same. No. He looked toward the room filled with soldiers, villagers, steam, wet clothing, and quiet relief. Then back at her. It is not. He had spent years returning to military quarters, a bed, a roof, a place assigned to him. This time, someone had watched the gate because he was expected home. The difference entered him without announcement. Lin Qing helped him stand. His shoulder had stiffened. He still tried to carry his own wet cloak. She took it. He did not argue. They walked home through the pale morning. Snow lay across Stone Ridge, softening broken fences and field edges. Smoke rose from chimneys. The repaired footbridge stood beneath a white layer. Military wood had warmed civilian houses through the night. Village food had warmed soldiers returning from the storm. Their agreement had become more than records. At the house, Luyan stopped beside the gate. Little grain sat beneath the eaves, puffed round against the cold. Lin Qing scattered 3 kernels. The bird descended. Luyan watched it eat. Quartermaster Sun reduced its ration. It did. It returned anyway. It may have nowhere else to go. Luyan opened the gate. Then it stays. Inside, Lin Qing reheated water. Luyan sat near the stove while she checked his shoulder more carefully. The bruise was broad but shallow. He watched her apply herbal paste. You knew what to prepare. We knew what winter might bring. You prepared for everyone. So did you. He looked toward the pantry. The shelves held enough for the household. Beyond them, the outpost survived on food and equipment built through months of ordinary work. The house was empty when you arrived, he said. Lin Qing tied the bandage. So was the storehouse. Not empty. Nope. Only badly used. He accepted the correction. After a moment, he said, I used to return here because it was assigned to me. Her hands paused. And now? His gaze moved around the room. The repaired roof. 2 bowls. Seed packets. Dry herbs. His armor beside her sewing basket. Now I return because you are here. The words came without preparation. That was why they carried weight. Lin Qing finished tying the bandage. Then you should return earlier. The storm. I know. A smile reached her voice even when it did not fully reach her face. I will keep preparing for when you cannot. He looked at her. And I will keep returning. No grand promise could defeat weather, war, or chance. Still, they spoke with the seriousness of people who understood that intentions became meaningful through repetition. Luyan slept until afternoon. When he woke, Lin Qing had left food beside the stove and gone to help at the infirmary. He ate it warm, not because the fire remained strong, because she had told Mei Lan when to reheat it. The trapped patrol recovered more quickly than Dr. Sun expected. No one escaped without consequence. 2 men remained off duty with cold injuries. 1 wrist required several weeks. Several horses needed rest. Yet there were no amputations, no fatal fever, and no deaths. The neighboring North Marker outpost sent a formal message of thanks after its roof was repaired. Its commander arrived personally 3 days later. Commander Han was older than Luyan, with silver at his temples, and a reputation for speaking twice as much as necessary. He inspected the recovering soldiers, then the storehouse, then the barracks meal. He tasted the broth. What is in this? Quartermaster Sun answered. Beans, dried vegetables, broth paste, and a small meat portion. Commander Han looked suspicious. My men receive grain porridge. So did ours, Chen Hu said. Han turned to Luyan. How did your patrol remain functional for so long? Luyan considered the question. Their supplies were better. From the district convoy? No. Then where? Luyan looked toward Lin Qing, who was checking her bundles with Dr. Sun. My wife fed them. The room became silent. Lin Qing slowly raised her head. Commander Han followed Luyan's gaze. Your wife? Yes. All 12 patrolmen. And the rescue group. Han looked at the large cooking pots. Then at Lin Qing. From your house? No, she said. The village produced most of it. Luyan added. She organized it. Commander Han absorbed only part of the explanation. By the time he returned to North Marker, the story had changed. Stone Ridge's commander had a wife who fed an entire company through winter. Within a week, soldiers from another outpost believed Lin Qing personally cooked 100 bowls every morning. A merchant passing the northern road claimed she possessed a pot large enough to bathe a horse. Chen Hu heard the latest version and nearly fell from the watchtower laughing. Quartermaster Sun did not laugh. He received 3 requests for military rations from neighboring commands. We barely have enough for ourselves. Lin Qing read the letters. Then we share the method, not the food. Quartermaster Sun blinked. The recipes, the storage system. Drying racks, packets. Labor exchange. Commander Han sent 2 men to learn. They arrived expecting to meet a legendary army cook. Instead, Lin Qing handed them ledgers. Their disappointment lasted until lunch. Stone Ridge's reputation shifted. It had once been known as a neglected post with poor roads, thin fields, and underfunded soldiers. Now neighboring units began calling it the Healthy Company. The name sounded unimpressive beside titles earned in battle. Luyan preferred it. Healthy soldiers trained better, marched farther, recovered faster, made fewer desperate decisions. Discipline depended on more than punishment. It depended on bodies capable of obeying. The district command noticed the patrol report. Lu Yan had rescued stranded soldiers during severe weather with minimal losses. The written commendation arrived before the delayed convoy. It expanded his authority over the northern patrol route and granted a modest increase in rank and salary. The official document called the outcome evidence of decisive leadership and improved field readiness. Lu Yan read it once and placed it beneath the household expense ledger. Lin Qing found it that evening. You were promoted. Yes. When? This morning. You did not mention it. We needed salt. She looked at the salt pouch beside the paper. Both events can exist in the same day, he considered. Yes. Pleased. The patrol route needs more men. That was not my question. He had used the same tactic on her once. Now he understood how ineffective it was. Yes, he said. She waited. He added, a little. That is clearer. The increased salary went partly toward the household, partly toward debts guaranteed under the winter exchange. Lu Yan tried to place all of it in the debt ledger. Lin Qing moved a portion back. You need boots. These still work. The soul is separating. It has not separated. It is planning to. He looked at the boot as though betrayal had occurred. They purchased leather from a local trader. Tai repaired the sole. The remaining salary paid Aunt Lu and 2 other households whose military credit had waited longest. Lu Yan's promotion became visible not through celebration, but through settled accounts. The delayed convoy finally arrived on the 37th day. 6 carts entered Stone Ridge under armed guard. 2 wheels had been replaced with mismatched timber. 1 canvas cover bore smoke damage. The convoy master looked exhausted. We expected to find reduced strength. Lu Yan glanced toward soldiers unloading crates. You found full strength. You ration records say otherwise. They are accurate. The man opened 1 preserved food container. Dried vegetables filled it. This did not come from district supply, no. The convoy carried grain, lamp oil, cloth, medicine, salt, and replacement equipment. Less than originally assigned. Enough to stabilize the outpost. Quartermaster's son checked every item before signing. The old version of Stone Ridge would have celebrated merely because supplies arrived. The current outpost noticed what was missing. Horse tack remained insufficient. Medicine was lower than promised. 2 bolts of cloth showed water damage. Quartermaster's son recorded all of it. The convoy master sighed. You have become difficult. We have become accurate, he replied. The winter exchange did not end when the convoy arrived. Some village production stopped. Other agreements continued because both sides had discovered value beyond emergency. Soldiers kept repairing shared infrastructure on scheduled days. The village continued selling verified surplus at fair prices. Military ledgers tracked local debt. Households trusted that records meant something because the first repayments had already occurred. The permanent change was not a larger pile of food. It was a system connecting labor, supplies, and responsibility. Winter deepened. Stone Ridge did not become comfortable. Snow blocked roads. Fuel required care. Vegetables diminished. Meals grew simpler. Yet the village entered the coldest weeks without immediate fear. The outpost maintained patrols. Minor illnesses remained lower than previous years. Horses lost less weight. No household surrendered its seed grain. Lu Yan returned home more often before dark, now that expanded patrol authority allowed better rotations. He and Lin Qing spent evenings repairing equipment, sorting seeds, and planning the abandoned hill. The wild pear seeds rested through cold treatment in sand. Zhou Mu estimated how many planting stakes they would need. Tai listed shovel repairs. Old Wu identified families willing to help if young trees later belonged partly to the village. The orchard remained only a plan. That did not make it unreal. One evening, Lin Qing opened the gate to find Lu Yan carrying 3 wooden stakes. What are those? The first ones. You said Zhou Mu had not finished measuring. He had scraps. You carried them home in snow? Yes, she took one. The wood had been shaped carefully and coated at the end to resist rot. Where will we put them? Lu Yan looked toward the abandoned hill beyond the sleeping village. Not tonight. Good. He placed the stakes beneath the eaves. They stood beside farming tools, spare rope, and 1 repaired basket used for discouraging the dangerous rooster. The household had begun with broken objects. Now it stored preparations for years ahead. Lin Qing closed the gate. Inside, 2 bowls waited on the table. The stew contained dried vegetables from village stores, beans from the military exchange, and a small portion of meat from the delayed convoy. No single source could have provided the meal. Together they could. Lu Yan tasted it. Acceptable. Lin Qing sat beside him. Very. He took another spoonful. Very. Outside, winter covered the frontier. Inside the house, they began planning spring. The first merchant arrived before the last snow had melted from the northern shade. His cart carried salt needles, lamp oil, cheap cloth, and enough confidence for 3 men. He stopped beneath the old elm near the main road because Melan's food stall was already there, steaming beneath a patched reed shelter. By noon, he had tasted the dried vegetables, inspected the preserved plums, questioned Quartermaster's son about military purchases, and discovered that Stone Ridge possessed more surplus than its reputation suggested. By afternoon, he wanted all of it. Old Wu summoned Lin Qing before any agreement was signed. She found the merchant seated beneath the elm with 2 assistants, a calculating board, and 6 baskets arranged before him. Preserved mustard greens, dried beans, wild plum slices, medicinal herb packets, grain cakes, mixed horse fodder. The merchant lifted 1 strip of dried plum toward the light. Uneven color. Mei-Lan stood across the table with both hands on her hips. It is fruit, not painted silk. Color affects price. It affects whether your eyes are satisfied. The merchant ignored her. He was a narrow man called Qian Fu, dressed in layered wool finer than anything produced locally. A silver ring decorated 1 finger. The boots beneath his robe had never crossed a muddy field without complaint. He set down the plum. I can purchase the entire batch. Mei-Lan's posture softened slightly. The village had never sold this much to 1 buyer. Old Wu asked, "At what price?" Qian Fu named a figure. Silence followed. Not outrage. Uncertainty. The amount sounded large when multiplied across every basket. Enough silver to repair several roofs, buy seed, replace tool, acquire salt before the next winter. A farmer near the table whispered, "That is more money than we earn from vegetables all autumn." Another nodded. Qian Fu heard them. His expression remained professionally neutral. "I take the transport risk. The fruit may spoil. The vegetables may absorb moisture. The herbs may fail inspection in the county market. I cannot offer city prices for frontier goods." The explanation sounded reasonable. That made it dangerous. Lin Qing did not reject the offer. She sat beside Old Wu and asked for a writing board. "What are you calculating?" Qian Fu asked. "The cost? I gave you the price. You gave us your price." She began with the preserved vegetables. How much fresh produce had entered each basket? How much salt? How much fuel? How many hours of washing, slicing, drying, turning, and packing? How many batches failed? How much needed to remain for household use and seed? She asked Mei-Lan, the farmers, Zhao Mu, and Quartermaster's son. The answers were incomplete. Stone Ridge had records for military exchange, but not for every household task. Lin Qing used conservative estimates. Then, she calculated replacement. If the village sold the preserved goods, what would it cost to produce the same amount again? Not merely ingredients. Time, fuel, storage space. Wear on knives, racks, jars, and boxes. Spoilage. Transport to the old elm. Qian Fu's assistant stopped, looking bored. The merchant's smile narrowed. "You count household labor as a cost?" "Yes." "Families would perform that labor whether I bought the goods or not." "No." "Oh." "They would preserve only what they needed. Women work within the home. That does not make their time free." Mei-Lan's expression changed. No one had ever calculated her hours before. People praised good broth. They noticed when buns sold. They did not count the time she spent collecting bones, preparing fuel, slicing vegetables, drying them, mixing dough, tending the stove, and cleaning after everyone else slept. Qian Fu tapped the table. "Frontier buyers do not pay for every breath taken during production. Then frontier producers should not sell to buyers who pretend work appears by itself." Several villagers shifted closer. Lin Qing calculated the dried fruit next. Wild plums cost no purchase price. That did not make them free. People climbed the hill, gathered selectively. Carried baskets, sorted fruit. Removed damaged pieces, sliced. Dried, protected racks from insects and rain. Packed the finished product. The village also left part of the harvest for wildlife and future growth. If every fruit were taken, next year's supply would weaken. That future cost belonged in the price too. Qian Fu gave a quiet laugh. "You price fruit still hanging on branches?" "I price the survival of the source. You expect merchants to pay for birds?" "No, I expect merchants not to receive the benefit of destroying next year's harvest." Old Wu studied the figures. The initial offer no longer appeared large. After costs, it barely returned enough to replace the goods. If transport damage was deducted later, the village might earn almost nothing. Worse, Accepting the price would establish expectation. Next year, households would work more to produce larger quantities, while remaining too poor to replace equipment or survive a failed season. The village would appear productive and become poorer. Lin Qing turned the board toward Old Wu. At this price, we exchange stored food and labor for silver that cannot reproduce what we sold. A farmer frowned. But there would still be profit. A little. Is that bad? Not once? She looked around the gathering. If we sell one emergency batch cheaply, we gain silver. If we build our trade around cheap sales, every household must produce more just to remain where it began. Mei Lan understood first. The merchant earns from every cart, yes, and we earn only if nothing breaks. Yes? Qian Fu leaned back. You speak as though merchants create no value. I did not say that. Transport is dangerous. Yes, markets require contacts. Yes, unsold goods become my loss. Yes. Lin Qing placed the writing brush down. That is why your work deserves payment. It does not mean ours deserves none. Qian Fu regarded her more seriously. What price do you propose? She named one above the minimum, but below county retail value. He laughed once. Impossible. Then purchase less. I came for volume. We're not required to sell volume. The farmers exchanged looks. Qian Fu had expected hunger for silver to weaken them. Lin Qing made refusal possible. The merchant stood. You will discover that goods left in storage are nothing. Goods stored safely feed people. Silver buys more food. Only if prices remain favorable and roads remain open. His expression cooled. You are cautious for someone trying to build trade. I am cautious because we are trying to build trade. Qian Fu left without purchasing the full batch. He bought one small basket of dried plums at the village's stated price, perhaps to test whether other buyers would agree. Several villagers watched his cart depart with unease. A farmer named Liu Da approached Lin Qing after the road emptied. What if no one else comes? Then we use the food. We needed silver for tools. We still have military payments, local sales. And smaller buyers. He offered immediate money. He offered enough to make us dependent on the next immediate offer. Liu Da looked toward the packed baskets. What if your calculation is wrong? Then we adjust after learning more. Could his after learning more? Price still have been worth accepting? For older stock we needed it to clear, perhaps. Not for everything. She pointed to the separate baskets. We do not need one price for every condition. The distinction became the foundation of Stone Ridge's trade. Fresh high-quality goods received the strongest price. Older but safe stock could be discounted. Damaged packaging reduced value. Large purchases earned a modest transport discount, not surrender. Emergency household needs could justify faster sales, but no family had to accept a loan. The village would never bargain perfectly. It could stop bargaining blindly. Qian Fu returned 4 days later. He purchased more dried fruit, at a price closer to Lin Qing's calculation. He did not admit that buyers farther south had liked the first batch. Mei Lan did not ask. She counted the silver twice. Stone Ridge decided not to produce everything merchants requested. The first trader wanted spiced meat strips. The next requested dyed cloth. A third claimed carved ornaments sold well during spring festivals. One suggested medicinal wine. Another wanted honey, despite the village maintaining only a few hives. Every proposal sounded like opportunity. Together they would have scattered labor across too many products, consumed scarce fuel, required unfamiliar materials, and created quality problems no one knew how to solve. Lin Qing placed 5 items on the table during the next village meeting. Preserved vegetables, dried fruit, medicinal herb bundles, wooden storage boxes, improved horse feed. These already use skills and materials we possess. Tai looked at the table. Where are my tools? You have steady repair work and local orders. I could make knives for merchants. Yes. But metal supply is unreliable, he considered. True. Jiamu touched one of his wooden boxes. These use a great deal of timber. Only sound offcuts and approved wood. That limits quantity. It should. Mei Lan frowned at the preserved vegetables. What about buns? Your stall can sell food at the market. Fresh buns should not travel far. What if merchants want them? Sell them while they are here. She accepted this. Stone Ridge would develop a few reliable goods rather than chase every demand. The decision frustrated traders who hoped novelty would weaken bargaining. It helped the village improve what it already made. Lin Qing established basic quality standards. Preserved vegetables could not smell sour from spoilage. Dried fruit had to be fully dried but not burned. Medicinal bundles required labels stating their use and preparation. Dr. Sun refused decorative promises. No herb would claim to cure more than it could. Wooden boxes needed tight joints, raised bases, and lids that closed properly. Horse feed had to remain dry, correctly mixed, and free from dangerous plants. Every producer marked their household or work group on the packaging. If a batch failed, the source could be found. Some villagers objected. "What if one mistake ruins a family's name?" Liuda asked. "What if no mark allows the same mistake to happen repeatedly?" Lin Qing replied. Old Wu supported household marks but added shared inspection before market day. One weak batch could damage the reputation of the whole settlement. Quality became a village responsibility without erasing individual accountability. Dr. Sun hated the inspection table. He arrived every market morning, examined herb packets, rejected anything mixed poorly, and complained that merchants possessed no respect for proper drying. Then he stayed until noon explaining each bundle to buyers. Zhoumu standardized 2 box sizes, small for herbs and household goods, large for grain, cloth, or dried food. Merchants appreciated containers that stacked predictably inside carts. He began receiving orders in advance. Tai improved hinges and fasteners but refused to waste good iron on ornament. "The box closes," he told one dissatisfied trader. "It does not need to impress your ancestors." The trader bought 6. The market beneath the old elm grew from a weekly food stall into a regular frontier stop. At first, families placed goods on cloth spread over the ground. Then soldiers repaired the leaning shelter in exchange for supplies already owed under the winter agreement. Zhoumu built folding tables from reclaimed timber. Old Wu marked spaces so carts did not block the road. My land expanded from 1 pot to 3, broth, noodles, vegetable buns. She trained 2 widows to help and paid them from the stall's earnings. Her prices remained visible on a board. Travelers could not claim they had been charged differently because they looked wealthy. Villagers received a small local discount. Soldiers did not eat free unless the outpost paid through its meal account. Chen Hu attempted to create an exception called market security tasting. Quartermaster Sun rejected the category. "How can I confirm the food is safe? You have eaten it for 6 months. Long-term threats exist." My land placed a bowl in front of him. "Pay." He paid. The regular market brought problems alongside silver. A trader left waste beneath the elm. Children discovered a broken oil jar near the road. One merchant allowed his mules to damage the edge of a vegetable plot. Another tried to sell watered lamp oil. Lin Qing and Old Wu created simple market rules. Carts stayed within marked ground. Animals used the watering area beyond the tree. Waste left behind required a cleaning fee. Waste left behind required a cleaning fee. False measures meant removal from the market. Weapons remained tied unless soldiers ordered otherwise. Market disputes were heard by 1 village representative and 1 military representative when road security was involved. Lu Yan refused to place soldiers inside every transaction. "The army protects the road," he said. "It does not choose prices." A merchant named Zhao argued. "Your presence affects prices whether you admit it or not." He was right. A company commander standing behind one seller could turn negotiation into pressure without saying a word. Lin Qing asked Lu Yan to remain away from ordinary bargaining unless safety or law required him. He accepted immediately. Chen Hu did not. "Commander's face is useful." "That is exactly the problem," Lin Qing said. "He does not need to threaten anyone. He looks like a threat while buying vegetables." Lu Yan, who had once overpaid for wilted greens, stood nearby. "That is unrelated." "It is evidence." Zhao Ming turned away. The soldiers guarded the approach road, watched for theft and assisted with emergencies. They did not set stall fees, inspect private goods without request, or seize space for military sellers. When the outpost purchased supplies, Quartermaster Sun used the same posted rates and quality standards as other buyers. That decision prevented the military from becoming both Stone Ridge's largest customer and its commercial ruler. It also made merchants trust the market more. They could compete with the outpost instead of being pushed aside by it. Shared transport began after 3 households attempted separate journeys to the county market. One cart broke an axle. Another returned half empty because its owner accepted the first offer. The third paid so much for escort and road fees that the sale produced almost no profit. Lin Qing proposed 1 scheduled village cart. Goods would be recorded before departure. Transport costs divided by space and weight. Sales recorded on return. No family could secretly move another household's goods or change price without prior permission, unless spoilage made delay necessary. A retired carter named Liu Da took responsibility for the first route. He was not the same farmer who had questioned Qian Fu's offer, though the shared name caused Chen Hu to call them Big Liu and Field Liu until both objected. The village settled on Carter Liu and Farmer Liu. Carter Liu inspected every wheel twice. He also complained about every road section, bridge plank, mule, cloud, and merchant. That made him effective. The shared cart returned with better prices than most households had achieved alone. It also brought information. Which goods sold? Which sold? Which prices had changed? Which merchants paid honestly? Which buyers delayed payment? Stone Ridge began maintaining a trade ledger separate from military records. The village still lacked market sophistication. It no longer began every negotiation from ignorance. Spring softened the valley. Snow withdrew from the fields. The first orchard work began before planting season reached its busiest weeks. The wild pear seeds had rested through winter. Some had failed. Several showed signs of life. Lin Qing also collected seedlings from local trees where they grew too densely to survive. She did not remove every strong shoot from one place. She chose carefully, leaving enough for natural replacement. The abandoned hill required more than holes. Water flowed down too quickly during rain. The soil varied across the slope. Some patches held deep dark earth. Others exposed stone near the surface. Old Wu advised against planting the whole hillside at once. Lin Qing agreed. They prepared the lower section first. Zhou Mu provided stakes. Tai repaired shovels. Soldiers helped carry stone during scheduled public work hours. Villagers formed shallow terraces around the planting areas, enough to slow water without rebuilding the entire hill. Each young tree received compost only where it was mature. Mulch protected the roots. Spacing allowed future growth. Children carried water in small buckets and spilled nearly half before reaching the slope. Bao insisted the spilled water still belonged to the hill. Lin Qing allowed the argument. Lu Yan placed the first stake, not ceremonially. He drove it into the ground because the wind had begun leaning the seedling. Lin Qing tied the young trunk loosely. "Not too tight," she said. "It will move. It should move. Wind helps it strengthen." He loosened the cord. "How long until fruit?" "Several years." He looked across the bare slope. "That is long, yes. We may be transferred before then." The possibility existed. Military officers did not control their assignments. Lin Qing pressed soil around the roots. "Then someone else will eat the fruit." Lu Yan was quiet. She looked up. "That does not make planting useless." "No." He touched the stake once, checking its stability. "It makes the tree important." The orchard responded slowly. Most seedlings merely survived. A few developed stronger buds. 2 failed after a late cold night. 1 suffered root damage from poor drainage and had to be moved. Life resonance allowed Lin Qing to sense the difference between a plant adapting and one weakening beyond recovery. It did not tell her exactly what to do. She still checked moisture, roots, sun, insects, and soil. The ability felt clearest after repeated care. The young trees became familiar through daily attention. Their needs no longer appeared as isolated signs. She sensed patterns across the slope. The upper edge dried first. The hollow near the center held cold air. One patch supported healthier ground cover, because leaf litter had accumulated there. The orchard taught her the hill as the garden had taught her the house. Little grain and other birds began visiting the slope after villagers stopped clearing every shrub from the edges. They ate insects. They also pecked at seeds. Quartermaster's son considered this proof that birds remained unreliable workers. Lin Qing considered it balance. Not every benefit arrived without costs. The injured fox appeared near the orchard during early summer. Bao saw it first. He came running down the hill shouting that a red dog had died. The fox was alive. Barely. It lay beneath a thorn bush with one hind leg caught in a loop of old wire. The snare had likely been left by a hunter who no longer checked the area. The animal bared its teeth when Lin Qing approached. Its fear reached her before its pain. Life resonance did not turn wild creatures obedient. The fox did not recognize kindness. It recognized danger, injury, and the inability to flee. Lin Qing kept her distance. "Bring Dr. Sun." Bao hesitated. "Will it bite?" "Yes." "Then why help it?" "Because it is injured." "That does not answer the biting." "It answers enough." Dr. Sun arrived with thick cloth, a forked branch, and complaints about people summoning an old man uphill. Lu Yan came after hearing that Lin Qing was near an injured wild animal. He examined the fox. "Move back. I need to cut the wire." "I will. It may twist when you touch it." "So may you." She looked at him. He did not withdraw the statement. Together, they restrained the fox without placing hands near its mouth. Lu Yan held the forked branch carefully across its shoulders, while Dr. Sun covered its head with cloth. Lin Qing cut the wire. The leg was swollen but not broken. She cleaned the wound from a distance using cloth wrapped around a wooden handle. The fox fought until exhaustion overcame it. They moved it into an empty wooden crate with air gaps and placed the crate beneath the orchard shelter. Bao wanted to name it Red Flame. Lin Qing refused. "It is not staying. It might like us. It is wild. Little Grain stayed. Little Grain leaves whenever it wants." Bao considered the crate. Then the fox can leave whenever it wants to. Yes, that satisfied him. For 4 days, Lin Qing left water, scraps, and Dr. Sun's mild wound wash near the crate. The fox ate only when no one watched. It never allowed touch. Its eyes followed every movement. On the 5th morning, it put weight on the injured leg. On the 7th, Lin Qing opened the crate and stepped away. The fox remained inside until evening. By dawn, it was gone. Bao searched the orchard. Will it return? Perhaps. Will it remember us? Perhaps. Will it become our guard fox? No. He appeared disappointed. Lin Qing looked toward the forest edge. The fox had survived. That was enough. New settlers arrived because Stone Ridge now offered something beyond empty land. Safety, work, food that did not disappear after one failed season. The first was a weaver named Song Lan. Her husband had died during a fever outbreak farther north. She traveled with 1 loom, 2 chests, and a daughter old enough to help wind thread. Stone Ridge did not need a new industry created around her. It needed cloth repair, winter lining, sacks, ties, and better use of damaged fabric. Song Lan began with military mending and household orders. She taught several women to reinforce stress points before cloth tore completely. The second arrival was a family experienced with goats and mules. They improved breeding records, winter shelter, and fodder storage, rather than adding large herds the land could not support. The third was a retired soldier named Wai Yun. An old knee injury prevented long patrols. He could still train wash volunteers, maintain equipment, and inspect road markers. Lu Yan offered him a place in the outpost administration. Wai Jun refused military return. He accepted responsibility for the market's night storehouse instead. The settlement grew without becoming a different place. 3 new households, new skills connected to existing needs. No sudden district, no endless expansion. Stone Ridge remained centered around the village, outpost, road, fields, orchard, and old elm. Lin Qing noticed Lu Yan's absence for the first time during a 5-day patrol. He had been away longer before. The difference was not duration. It was routine. On the first evening, she prepared 2 bowls. The second remained empty until she returned it to the shelf. On the second morning, she looked toward the gate when Ash shifted in the stable. Only the mare stood there. By the 3rd night, the house felt larger in the wrong way. Lin Qing worked later at the orchard. She told herself the slope required inspection. It did. That was not the only reason she stayed busy. Lu Yan returned on the 5th afternoon. His patrol entered Stone Ridge while the market was closing. He saw her beside the old elm before she saw him. A merchant was arguing over box measurements. Lin Qing held a ledger in one hand and Zhao Omu's standard measuring rod in the other. She looked calm, competent. Exactly as she had when Lu Yan left. Still, he noticed that she checked the road after every group of hoofbeats. When Ash called from behind him, Lin Qing turned. The change in her face was slight. Lu Yan saw it. He dismounted before reaching the outpost gate. "You returned early," she said. "By 2 hours. I did not count. You asked Quartermaster Sun this morning. The quartermaster had betrayed her." Lin Qing closed the ledger. The upper road was clear. Yes, no injuries. No. Did the food last? Yes. She had asked the same questions after every patrol. This time, they carried more. Lu Yan looked toward the boxes beside her. "You worked. So did you." He took the ledger from her without asking, and carried it toward home. Lin Qing followed. Neither said they had missed the other. That did not make it less true. Lu Yan's attempt to praise her market planning occurred 2 days later. He had spent the morning reviewing trade road reports. Merchants increasingly chose Stone Ridge's route because the market offered reliable food, repair, fodder, and military patrols. The outpost's local purchases cost less than emergency convoy replacement. Village incomes had risen without exhausting reserves. Households maintained clearer records. Waste decreased. Lu Yan understood the results. He did not possess the language required to express appreciation safely. They sat at the table after dinner. Lin Qing was reviewing orchard expenses. He said, "You are less expensive than expected." The brush stopped. What? Lu Yan realized something had gone wrong. He attempted correction. "You create more value than you consume." Lin Qing looked at him. "That is not better. It is accurate. So is the price of a mule. You are not a mule." "I am relieved." He placed both hands on the table, preparing to explain with military seriousness. "When you arrived, I expected the household to require more silver. That is what you meant by less expensive." "Yes." She stared. He continued before judgment could interrupt. "The house improved. The soldiers eat better. The village earns more, the market funds repairs, the orchard will produce fruit. Every coin used produces several useful results. Lin Qing's expression softened only slightly. So I am efficient. Yes, like Quartermaster Sun's storage system. Better. Like the new grain cakes. Much better. He appeared confident at that. Progress had been made. Lin Qing closed the ledger. You are trying to praise me. Yes. Why? Because the market works. Then say that. The market works. And? He searched for the missing piece. You made it work. Mostly. With everyone. Yes. He nodded. You did work. Made everyone work. She covered her face with one hand. Lu Yan spent the rest of the evening attempting to separate leadership from forced labor. By the end, his final statement was simpler. Stone Ridge is better because you came. Lin Qing lowered her hand. That one works. He looked relieved. Then she added, You should have started there. I did not know it before the explanation. You knew the meaning. Meaning and words are different. She could not disagree. He poured more tea into her cup. The misunderstanding became a village story only because Chen Hu had been outside the window returning a borrowed knife. Within 2 days, soldiers were telling one another that the commander had praised his wife by comparing her favorably to military grain. Lu Yan assigned Chen Hu to inspect drainage ditches. Chen Hu maintained that the punishment proved the story accurate. Trade attracted bandits before the end of summer. Wei Jun noticed the first sign. 3 men visited the market on separate days, purchased almost nothing, and asked too many questions about caravan schedules. They claimed to be looking for work. None asked about wages. One inspected the road north. Another watched soldiers change patrol shifts. The third questioned Carter Liu about which merchants traveled with guards. Wei Jun reported them to Lu Yan. Lu Yan did not arrest men for observing a public market. He changed patrol patterns. Soldiers stopped using predictable departure times. Road markers were checked. A concealed observation post was placed near the narrow eastern bend where forest approached both sides of the road. The market continued normally. Lin Qing asked whether merchants should be warned. Not yet, Lu Yan said. If trade stops, the bandits choose another route. Yes. If we say nothing and someone is attacked, we warn the caravan leaders privately. No public alarm. The first major caravan arrived 3 days later. 8 loaded carts, 6 merchants, 12 hired guards, 40 animals. They carried salt, cloth, iron stock, pottery, lamp oil, spices, and paper. Stone Ridge's market had never served so much trade at once. Qian Fu accompanied them. He had become a regular buyer despite continuing to complain about prices. The caravan intended to rest beneath the old elm, purchase food and fodder, then continue south before dawn. Lu Yan advised them to delay departure until full light. The caravan leader, Merchant Cao, refused. We lose a day at the county gate if we wait. The eastern bend has poor visibility before sunrise. We have guards. Yes. Cao looked toward the soldiers. Will you escort us to the boundary of my assigned road? At what fee? None. That answer made the merchant suspicious. Why? Road protection is military duty. Kiao accepted. The caravan departed at dawn rather than before it. That compromise saved them from entering the eastern bend in darkness. It did not prevent the attack. The first fallen tree blocked the road. The second dropped behind the final cart. Bandits appeared along the slopes with bows and hooked poles intended to drag guards from saddles. Merchant Kao's hired men formed around the lead carts. They expected an ambush from both sides. Lu Yan expected the same. That was why his soldiers were not all riding beside the caravan. Zhao Ming's squad waited above the northern slope. Chen Hu's men held the forest path behind the attackers. Lu Yan remained with the lead cart so the bandits would believe the escort smaller than it was. The first arrow struck a wooden shield. The second hit the road. Lu Yan raised one hand. His soldiers did not charge into the forest. They closed the carts into a defensive line. Merchants and drivers moved behind wheels. Animals were held low and close. The hired guards protected civilians instead of chasing attackers. Bandits descended toward what they believed was a trapped caravan. Zhao Ming's squad rose behind them. Chen Hu blocked the retreat path. The bandits discovered too late that the road had become the safest place in the ambush. Lu Yan ordered surrender once. Several obeyed. Others attempted to break through the southern brush. They found Wei Yun's road volunteers waiting with noise signals and sharpened poles. Not to fight as soldiers, but to reveal movement and prevent escape through the village paths. The clash ended quickly. Not without injury. 2 caravan guards suffered arrow wounds. One soldier took a cut across the arm. A mule broke loose and damaged a wheel. No merchant died. No cart was lost. Lu Yan had protected the caravan by controlling terrain, timing, and behavior rather than pursuing individual glory. The captured bandits were tied, treated where injured, and held for district authorities. Merchant Kao stood beside the blocked road after the fallen trees were cleared. You knew, I suspected. Why not cancel the journey? The bandits would wait for another caravan. You used us as bait. Lu Yan met his anger without denial. I warned you to delay. That is not an answer. No. Merchant Cao stepped closer. His guards tensed. Lu Yan's soldiers did not. The commander continued. I could not arrest men based on questions at a market. I could strengthen the road, change patrols, warn you privately, and remain close. You still allowed the caravan to leave. You chose to leave. Chaos anger remained. So did the truth. Qian Fu arrived from the rear carts. He had spent the attack beneath sacks of dried mushrooms and appeared offended that anyone had noticed. What compensation will the village provide? He demanded. Lin Qing had come with medical and repair supplies after the signal horn reached Stone Ridge. She heard the question while Dr. Sun treated the guards. The village did not attack you. Your market attracted us. Our market also provided the patrol that prevented your loss. Qian Fu pointed toward the broken wheel. My car is damaged. Zhou Mu can repair it at the posted rate. Posted rate? Yes. We were nearly robbed on your road. The road is safer now than it was this morning. Qian Fu looked ready to explode. Other merchants gathered. Fear often transformed into bargaining once immediate danger passed. One demanded free fodder. Another wanted military escort beyond Stone Ridge's assigned boundary. A third claimed every item damaged during the attack should be purchased by the village. Lin Qing listened until the demands began contradicting one another. Then she asked Quartermaster Sun for the trade ledger. Merchant Cao frowned. What are you doing? Separating actual loss from imagined opportunity. She recorded the broken wheel. One torn canvas. Scattered salt from a split sack. Medical treatment for hired guards. Lost travel time. Then she recorded what had not been lost. 8 carts, animals, goods, lives. The military had provided legal road protection. The village would not pay merchants for surviving an attack caused by bandits. It would help repair damage at fair rates. Medical care would be charged to the caravan because the guards were not village residents, though Dr. Sun reduced the fee after learning their employer provided poor wound cloth. The merchants could claim bandit property through district procedures after conviction, not seize village funds immediately. Qian Fu objected. You want us to pay after bringing trade here? You brought goods to sell for profit. We accepted frontier risk, yes. Then the settlement should encourage us to return. By becoming safe and reliable. By becoming safe and reliable. Not by paying every merchant who discovers roads contain danger. Merchant Kao had regained control of his anger. He examined the ledger. What about the military escort? No fee inside assigned jurisdiction. And beyond it, negotiate with the next command. He looked toward Lu Yan. You will not extend the escort. Lu Yan answered. I do not abandon my road to protect yours. The distinction earned CO's respect more than an easy promise would have. The caravan remained in Stone Ridge for 2 days. Zhou Mu repaired the wheel. Tai replaced metal fasteners. Song Lan patched canvas. Dr. Sun treated the injured guards. Mylon fed everyone and charged posted prices. The merchants spent more silver during recovery than the village could have extracted through false compensation. They also saw how quickly the settlement responded. The attack did not destroy confidence. It proved the road possessed protection, repair, medicine, fodder, and organized records. Merchant Cao departed after signing an agreement to use Stone Ridge as a regular stop. Other caravan leaders followed. Trade increased. Lu Yan received formal responsibility for protecting the local trade road. The district command added soldiers, 2 patrol horses, and a larger supply allocation. The promotion was not dramatic enough for court notice. It changed Stone Ridge immediately. More patrols, faster warnings, safer merchant schedules. Greater demand at the market. Lin Qing prevented growth from overwhelming the village. Stall space remained limited. New sellers registered. Local households received priority but not immunity from quality rules. Merchants could rent storage boxes rather than leaving goods exposed overnight. Wei Jun kept the night ledger. No military seller received the best position automatically. The market expanded around the old elm without cutting it down. Zhou Mu proposed removing 2 roots that lifted the road edge. Lin Qing refused until he designed a raised walkway over them. The tree had shaded generations of travelers before Stone Ridge possessed a market. Progress did not require destroying every inconvenience. The old elm became the symbol merchants used when describing the stop. The market beneath the old tree, a place where prices were written. Measures were checked. Soldiers guarded roads but not bargaining. Food was plain and reliable. Repairs were honest. Bandits regretted approaching. The fox returned near autumn. Lin Qing saw it at the orchard's upper edge while checking young trees. Its injured leg had healed. The animal stood among tall grass, watching. It did not approach. She did not call. After several moments, it turned and vanished toward the forest. Bao arrived too late. Was it Red Flame? It was a fox. That means yes, it means it was a fox. He searched the grass and discovered no proof. Lin Qing noticed signs of rabbits near the orchard had decreased. Perhaps the fox hunted there. Perhaps another predator did. She did not claim partnership where only coexistence existed. The birds also increased. Some damaged fruit. Others reduced insects. The orchard's environment became more stable because it supported more than trees alone. The first young pears would not come for years. The slope already held roots against rain. Grass grew between planting circles. Birdsong returned each morning. Life resonance felt stronger there than anywhere else Lin Qing tended. Not because the orchard obeyed her, because sustained care had created something capable of supporting itself. One evening, she remained on the hill after the market closed. Lu Yan found her beside the first seedling they had planted together. "You missed dinner." "I lost track of time." "I noticed." He carried 2 wrapped grain cakes and a jar of broth. They sat beneath the orchard shelter. Below them, the old elm market emptied. Carts rolled toward the guest enclosure. Lanterns appeared along the road. Soldiers changed watch at the palisade. Stone Ridge no longer vanished after sunset. It continued quietly. Lu Yan handed her a grain cake. The district approved additional road markers. That will help. They also approved another patrol squad. That will help more. He ate in silence. Lin Qing looked toward him. "You were gone only since morning." "Yes." The house still felt empty. He stopped chewing. She had not planned to say it. The words did not frighten her once spoken. Lu Yan looked toward the village. The road felt longer. Because of the new patrol boundary? No. He turned back. "Because you were here." His language remained simple. It had improved. Lin Qing broke her grain cake in half. "This is acceptable." He understood the joke. The smallest change touched his expression. Not a full smile. Enough. At the end of the season, representatives from 3 merchant groups met beneath the old elm. They recognized Stone Ridge as a regular frontier stop. Carter Lias' shared transport route received scheduled departure days. Zhou Mu held more box orders than he could complete before winter and hired an apprentice. Tai received steady work repairing cart fittings and farming tools. Song Lan's reinforced sacks became preferred for dried goods. The livestock family sold fodder mixtures and maintained animals for travelers. Mylan's stall gained a 4th pot. She claimed it was only for hot water. Everyone knew she planned another dish. Old Wu posted the market rules on a wooden board. Quartermaster Sun added military purchase schedules beneath them. Wei Jun kept the road and storage records. The settlement had not become rich. It had become reliable. That was worth more. The provincial notice arrived during the final market of autumn. A district courier rode beneath the old elm and asked for Commander Lu Yan, village head Wu, and Lin Qing by name. The market quieted. Lu Yan broke the seal. The document bore the provincial administration mark. Trade reports had shown unusual growth in Stone Ridge. Military records showed reduced illness, improved patrol readiness, and increased local procurement. Population had begun rising. Market traffic had expanded. A provincial inspector would arrive to review land use, taxation, military-civilian exchange, and trade authority. Mai Lan read the concern on old Wu's face. "Is that bad?" "It depends what he expects to find," old Wu said. Quartermaster's son looked toward the ledgers. "He may think we falsified losses or concealed income," Wei Jun added. Qian Fu, still packing dried fruit into one of Zhao boxes, gave an unhelpful smile. "Officials rarely travel this far to congratulate anyone." Lu Yan folded the notice. "We prepare the records." Lin Qing looked across the market. "Visible prices. Measured goods. Shared transport. Military purchases. Household marks. Labor debts. Road patrol records. Every rule created to protect fairness would now be examined by someone with authority to misunderstand it." The old elm moved beneath the autumn wind. Merchants continued packing. Villagers resumed selling. Soldiers watched the road. Stone Ridge had learned how to trade without surrendering itself to merchants. Now it would need to prove that its growth had not been built by exploiting the very people who created it. The provincial inspector arrived beneath a sky, the color of old iron. He brought 6 mounted escorts, 2 clerks, 1 sealed document chest, and no expression of pleasure at having traveled so far. The market had not yet opened. Villagers were arranging tables beneath the old elm when the lead rider entered Stone Ridge and announced Inspector Shen Rui of the provincial administration. The name meant little to most villagers. The seal on his carriage meant enough. Old Wu straightened his robe. Quartermaster's son closed 3 ledgers at once, then opened them again, because hiding records would look worse than untidy preparation. My Lan removed a spoon from Chen Hu's hand. Not now. I was checking the broth. You were stealing breakfast during an inspection. Security requires strength. She pushed him toward the road. Lu Yan met the inspector outside the outpost gate. He wore formal armor rather than patrol gear, though the repaired boots beneath it remained the same. Lin Qing stood beside Old Wu. Inspector Shen dismounted slowly. He was perhaps 45, lean from travel rather than hardship, with careful eyes that moved across the village before settling on any person. He saw the repaired road, the marked market spaces, the soldiers stationed at the approaches rather than beside the stalls, the grain store, the orchard on the hill, the outpost palisade. Nothing in Stone Ridge looked wealthy. Everything looked deliberate. That seemed to trouble him more. Commander Lu Yan? Yes. Village head Wu? Old Wu bowed. Inspector Shen. Rui's gaze moved to Lin Qing. And Lin Qing. She bowed as well. You know my name. Your name appears in... your name... Market agreements, labor records, medical inventory changes, and 3 complaints written by merchants. My Lan whispered from behind a table. Only 3? Lin Qing ignored her. Were the complaints serious? One claimed your posted prices interfered with free trade. By allowing buyers to see them? Yes, then I remember him. The inspector's expression barely changed. Good. We will begin with records. He refused breakfast. That immediately lowered My Lan's opinion of him. The inspection began inside the outpost meeting room. Quartermaster's son arranged the ledgers by subject. Military supplies. Civilian exchanges. Market purchases. Road patrols. Medical use. Labor debts. Local repayment. The inspector's 2 clerks opened fresh paper and sharpened brushes. Shen Rui did not praise the organization. He opened the oldest winter exchange ledger. Civilian goods entered military stores before district approval. Yes, Lu Yan said. Under whose authority? Mine? You guaranteed repayment using personal salary. Yes. You had no power to buy. Future provincial funds. I did not. Yet your records describe military debt, because the military received the supplies. Inspector Shen looked up. A personal guarantee does not transform unauthorized procurement into lawful provincial debt. Quartermaster's son's hand tightened near the ledger. Lu Yan did not react. No. Then, why record it that way? So no one could later claim the supplies were gifts. The inspector paused. That answer did not solve the legal problem. It exposed the moral one. He turned several pages. Some households were repaid after the convoy arrived. Yes, from military funds, from approved local procurement allowance in my salary. Separated? Quartermaster's son placed 2 supporting ledgers on the table. Every payment source is marked. Inspector Shen checked. One clerk leaned closer. The entries matched. The inspector continued. What prevented the commander from pressuring households to contribute? Lin Qing answered. Household reserves were not inspected by soldiers. All offers were recorded in village meetings. Households could substitute later labor or spring produce. One agreement was reduced after the family stores changed. Shen Rui found the entry. The Chen household? Yes. They originally promised 3 measures of beans. They delivered 1, and later repaid through firewood labor. Did the military approve the substitution? Quartermaster's son pointed to Lu Yan's mark. The commander did the village? Old Wu pointed to his own. Yes, Inspector Shen read both names. What if a household refused entirely? Lu Yan answered. Then, we received nothing, and provided no labor, unless the work involved public safety. The inspector's eyes moved toward Lin Qing. You designed this division, with everyone involved. That is not a denial, no. He closed the ledger. Market not. Taxes. Old Wu brought the village account. Stone Ridge charged no general sales tax beyond a small stall fee used for cleaning. Shelter repair, water trough maintenance, road markers, and market storage. Military purchases were recorded separately. Traveling merchants paid more for overnight space and animal use. Local households received lower stall rates because they already contributed village labor. Inspector Shen tapped the page. That could be considered unequal commercial treatment. It is unequal, Lin Qing said. One clerk looked up. Old Wu's face tightened. She continued. Local households maintain the road, clear drainage, repair the shelter, clean the market, and provide emergency labor. Traveling merchants pay instead of providing those duties. So the difference is compensation. Where is that stated? Lin Qing turned the board hanging near the meeting room door. The market rules have been copied there for inspection. The relevant clause appeared near the bottom. Inspector Shen read it twice. You post this publicly, beneath the old elm, in letters every merchant can read? No, do. Some cannot read. Then how are they informed? We read the rules aloud when they register. Witnessed? Wei Jun produced the registration ledger. Inspector Shen examined the marks left by merchants, clerks, or witnesses. The process remained imperfect. It was not hidden. The inspector moved to settlement growth. 3 new households received land. Old Wu nodded. Unused household plots. Who owned them before? 1 belonged to a family that left 10 years ago. What? 1 to align without surviving heirs. 1 was village reserve. Documents? Old Wu's confidence weakened. Stone Ridge possessed old household records, but frontier ownership had accumulated through custom, abandonment, marriage, death, and practical use more often than clean provincial registration. Inspector Shen found gaps. The weaver's house stood on land once assigned to a family that had moved south. No formal surrender document existed. The livestock family used a shelter built partly on common grazing land. Wei Yun's storage duties gave him access to a market building without a written appointment recognized outside the village. These arrangements may be practical, Shen Rui said, but practicality does not create legal ownership. Old Wu rubbed soil from beneath one thumbnail, though no soil was present. We had no provincial clerk. That explains the gap. It does not remove it, Lin Qing asked. Can the records be corrected? If the land is uncontested, and if the former household returns, then ownership must be determined. Old Wu looked toward the village. The people who had built new lives on those plots suddenly seemed less secure, Inspector Shen noticed. This is why growth attracts inspection. A settlement cannot become valuable first and ask who owns it later. His tone remained severe, not cruel. Lin Qing understood the warning. Stone Ridge's fairness protected people only as far as the local community could enforce it. Recognition could bring security, but also rules written for places with officials, maps, and courts. They needed both. Then help us record it properly, she said. Shen Rui studied her. You assume that is why I came. You brought 2 clerks and a document chest. One of the clerks looked down to hide amusement. The inspector's expression remained controlled. That is one reason. The next question was military labor. Shen Rui walked the village rather than relying on ledgers. He inspected the repaired footbridge, the old elm shelter, Aunt Lia's roof, Dr. Sunstrine's shed, the road drainage, the irrigation channels. At each site he asked who performed the work, what was exchanged, and whether anyone had been forced. Aunt Liu answered while spinning thread. The soldiers repaired my roof. I patched cloaks. At what rate? She named the hours recorded. Was it fair? No. The inspector stopped. Quartermaster's son paled. Aunt Liu continued. They climbed in winter. I sat indoors sewing. Their work was worse. Shen Rui looked toward the roof. Then why did you accept? Because they needed cloaks and I needed a roof. Did you feel indebted afterward? Yes, to the military. To the recruit wearing my patch. The inspector wrote. Nothing. Nothing. At the livestock shelter. He questioned the family father. Did the commander use military horses to pressure you into producing fodder? The man laughed. The commander's horse ate our first mixture and spat half of it out. That is not an answer. No pressure. We sell what passes inspection. Whose inspection? The stable master. Old Wu. And Lin Qing. Why her? She notices when animals stop eating before the rest of us. Inspector Shen turned toward Lin Qing. Training, observation. He had already heard that answer in reports about seeds, herbs, animals, and weather. It satisfied him less each time. He did not accuse her, not yet. At the orchard he inspected land use. The hill had once been recorded as unproductive common ground. Now rows of young trees held the slope beneath mulch and stakes. Birds moved among shrubs left along the edges. The ground showed less erosion than the bare section farther east. Who owns the orchard? Shen Rui asked. Old Wu answered. The village. Who receives future harvest? Households contributing labor receive a recorded share. A portion supports common stores. A portion belongs to the household managing preservation. Seed and replacement remain first. Who manages it? Old Wu glanced at Lin Qing. Shen Rui followed the look. You. With others, again. Not a denial. No. Do you receive a private share? The same labor share as others? Additional compensation? No. Why? The orchard has not produced enough to justify management payment. That is an answer for this year. What about later? Lin Qing looked across the young trees. She had planned survival, planting, water, pests, and preservation. She had not yet planned what happened when the orchard became profitable enough to create conflict. We will need a clearer rule before the first major harvest. Shenru nodded once. His first visible sign of approval came because she admitted what remained unfinished. Write it before the fruit appears. The inspection continued for 3 days. Shenrui ate at Milan's stall on the second morning. She served the same bowl she gave merchants. He checked the posted price before paying. Milan watched him taste the broth. Well. The inspector placed down his spoon. It is properly priced. She looked offended. That is not praise. It is from an administrator. Shenhu whispered. Worse than the commander. Luyan heard. His face remained still. Lin Qing saw the faint satisfaction in his eyes. Someone else had finally become the target. The inspector examined patrol records next. Stone Ridge reported fewer minor illnesses, lower cold injury, better horse condition, and improved response times after the trade road expansion. The numbers were unusually good. Not impossible. Suspiciously consistent. Shenrui compared Dr. Sun's treatment records with military duty roles. He compared food purchases with storehouse use. He checked horse feed against stable losses. He questioned soldiers separately. No one gave exactly the same account. That helped. Fabricated stories often matched too neatly. The truth varied in details while holding in structure. Meals improved. Medical supplies stayed cleaner. Patrol food lasted longer. Cloaks were repaired. Local roads were safer. Commanders ate the same rations. Households were paid. Luyan did not use military authority to seize goods. Inspector Shen summoned Lin Qing alone on the 4th morning. Not privately. The door remained open and his clerk sat within hearing. He placed several merchant complaints before her. One came from Qianfu. She recognized the writing style before seeing the name. The complaint accused Stone Ridge of controlling prices through military protection, restricting merchants from purchasing directly from households, and creating an unofficial trade monopoly through shared transport and standard measures. Some claims were exaggerated. None were entirely invented. Do you prevent merchants from buying directly? Shenrui asked. No. Do you encourage households to sell collectively? Yes. Why? They receive better transport rates and share market information. Does collective better transport rates and share market information? Does collective selling reduce competition between villagers? Yes. Then it can raise prices. It can prevent buyers from creating artificial price differences between households who do not know what others were offered. Both can be true. Ah, yes, he tapped the A. Tapped. Complaint. Do merchants need market registration to purchase? For transactions beneath the old elm and use of storage? What about private household purchases? They do not. Then how do you ensure quality? We cannot ensure every private sale. Does that trouble you? Yes. Would you ban it if you could? No. The answer surprised him. Why not? Because quality rules should protect buyers and the village's reputation. They should not make one committee the only path to trade. You understand that your system could become exactly what you claim to resist. Do the others. Lin Qing looked through the open doorway. Old Wu spoke with one of the clerks near the road. Quartermaster's son carried 3 ledgers toward the outpost. Mei Lan argued with a spice merchant. Luyan inspected a patrol horse. Some do. That is not enough. No. Shenrui gathered the complaints. Fair systems rarely begin corrupt. They become corrupt when the people trusted to manage them decide their good intentions deserve exceptions. Lin Qing knew that pattern. Her previous world had built emergency councils, ration systems, and protected distribution networks. Some saved thousands. Some became tools for those who controlled access. The difference was often not the original design. It was whether anyone could question it later. What do you recommend? She asked. Separate responsibilities. Publish accounts. Rotate market representatives. Create a complaint process not controlled by the same people who set prices. Can that be recognized officially? If the settlement passes inspection, the answer carried warning and opportunity together. That afternoon, a merchant attempted to ensure it failed. His name was Dukai. He had visited the market twice and purchased medicinal herb bundles through an assistant. During the inspection, he requested a private audience with Shenrui. He arrived carrying a wooden box of fine tea. The inspector received him in the meeting room with both clerks present. Dukai hesitated. I hope to discuss a sensitive matter. Then witnesses are useful. The merchant placed the tea box on the table. A gift for the difficulty of provincial travel. Shenrui did not touch it. Provincial travel is funded by the Kata province. Oh, of course. This is personal respect. Remove it. Dukai withdrew the box. Then he produced a sealed letter. My concern involves illegal medicinal trade. Inspector Shen opened it. The accusation stated that Lin Qing and Dr. Sun sold unregistered remedies, concealed herb income, and used Luoyang soldiers to force merchants into purchasing village products. Attached was a purchase record bearing Stone Ridge's market mark. The quantity was large, far larger than Dr. Sun's seasonal harvest could support without stripping the forest. Shen Rui summoned them immediately. Dr. Sun entered already irritated. He read the purchase record. This is false. Your mark appears here, the inspector said. My mark is a crooked sun. This is a crooked sun. It has 12 rays. The inspector examined it. Dr. Sun pointed with one knotted finger. Mine has 11. Why 11? I became tired. One clerk coughed into his sleeve. Lin Qing checked the product description. The listed bundle claimed to treat fever, lung sickness, infected wounds, stomach pain, and infertility. Dr. Sun's face darkened. I would beat anyone who wrote this, Dukai said. Perhaps your assistants became ambitious. I have no assistants. Then someone used your name. The merchant's confidence returned. A forged mark alone would not prove his involvement. Shen Rui looked toward Lin Qing. The complaint claims you authorized military escort for these goods. No such escort occurred. Records? Quartermaster's son had already begun searching. He returned with road schedules. No military group matched the date. Dukai said, unofficial escort would not appear in official records. Luoyang entered behind the quartermaster. The room quieted. He read the accusation, then looked at Dukai. He read the accusation. The merchant lowered his eyes. Luoyang did not threaten him. He turned to Shen Rui. Question my soldiers? You will not object? No. Even if they claim your wife instructed them? Lin Qing looked at Luoyang. He answered without hesitation. Then record what they claim. No intimidation. No effort to manage the result. Inspector Shen questioned soldiers separately. None remembered the escort. Then Wai Jun found the weakness. The purchase record named the market storehouse as the collection point on a night when the building had remained closed due to a damaged lock. His ledger recorded the repair. Jiu Mu had replaced the latch the next morning. The merchant's assistant claimed the goods left after sunset. They could not have been removed through the sealed door without damage. Shen Rui ordered the tea box opened. Beneath the tea lay silver. The merchant had attempted 2 plans at once. Bribe the inspector if accepted. Use the forged complaint if not. Dukai didn't need knowledge. His assistant broke first. The medicinal bundles had been assembled elsewhere using cheap common herbs. Dukai intended to sell them under Stone Ridge's growing reputation while weakening the market rules that prevented him from purchasing authentic goods at exploitative prices. When the inspector arrived, he saw an opportunity to remove Lin Qing and Dr. Sun from trade oversight. Shen Rui had the merchant detained for district review. He did not congratulate Stone Ridge. He questioned why its market mark could be copied so easily. Tai designed a metal stamp that afternoon. Dr. Sun insisted it contain 11 rays. The inspection might have ended successfully after the forgery was exposed. Nature did not wait for paperwork. Lin Qing noticed the first diseased plants near the southern fields at dusk. The millet leaves had developed pale streaks, not the ordinary yellowing of dry soil. The plants felt wrong before she reached them. Life resonance no longer came only through touch. Across the cultivated fields, healthy growth formed a quiet background she had learned through seasons of care. The southern patch broke that rhythm, a scattered strain, uneven, spreading. She entered the field and checked the nearest stalk. Dark lesions marked the lower stem. Several leaves carried fine discoloration. The farmer, Liu Da, followed her. Too much rain. Perhaps. He touched another stalk. This section always yellows first. Not like this. She walked the rows. The distress extended farther than she expected. Not every plant showed visible signs. Some already felt weakened. She marked the boundary with stakes. Do not move tools from this field. Liu Da frowned. Why? Until Dr. Sun and Old Wu see it. What do herbs have to do with millet? Nothing. I need more eyes. By morning, affected plants appeared in 2 neighboring plots. The village gathered at the field edge. Old Wu examined the leaves. I've seen something similar. When? Lin Qing asked. 20 years ago. Lower Valley? The harvest blackened before cutting. How far did it spread? Most fields. The farmers began talking at once. A poor harvest after growth. Losses after investment. Market contracts. Seed reserves. Household debt. Lin Qing listened only long enough to identify the central fear. Destroying diseased plants meant losing food they could still see. Leaving them meant risking food not yet affected. She asked for several plants to be dug with roots intact. Dr. Sun inspected them. The disease was not medicinal. He still recognized rotten spread. This is not simple hunger in the soil. Lin Qing separated the samples. One from the visible edge, one farther outward. One from a healthy field across the channel. She washed her hands before touching the third. The life resonance difference was clear. The healthy plant carried ordinary stress from weather. The edge plant held early damage before strong outward signs. The central sample felt overwhelmed. The disease moved through contact, moisture, tools, or all three. She could detect distress. She could not command the plants to recover. What did we do? Old Wu asked. Remove the worst section? How much? All visibly affected plants and a boundary beyond them. Liu just stared at her. That is nearly half my field. Yes, the grain has my field. Formed. Some. It can still feed animals. Not if moving it spreads the disease. We burn food. We separate it first and destroy what cannot be safely contained. The crowd erupted. Several farmers rejected the idea immediately. Stone Ridge had spent years protecting every edible portion. They had gathered dropped grain after storms, cooked cracked kernels first, saved damaged vegetables, redirected safe waste toward animals or compost. Destroying standing crops violated everything scarcity had taught them. Farmer Liu stepped into the field. No one burns my grain. Old Wu blocked him. Wait, for what? Another calculation? For a decision that affects more than your plot. It is my land. The disease may not stay there. May not. Lin Qing met his anger. If we wait until certainty. The healthy fields may already be lost. Your plants in the orchard die sometimes. Yes, you do not burn every tree beside them. Because those deaths were not spreading. How do you know this is? I do not know every path. The admission created a dangerous silence. She continued. I know the distress appears beyond visible damage. I know neighboring plots are beginning to show the same pattern. I know wet tools moved between these fields yesterday. A farmer looked at the hoe in his hand. Others did too. Lin Qing pointed toward a washing area. Tools from affected plots stay here. Clean them before using them elsewhere. Boots too, one man said. You expect us to waste water washing mud? I expect us to stop carrying disease into healthy fields. Inspector Shen had followed the gathering from the village. He stood beyond the farmers with his clerks. This decision could destroy taxable grain, he said. Farmer Liu looked toward him as though official authority might save the field. Lin Qing answered. Leaving it may destroy more. Can you prove that? No. Then on what authority do you order destruction? I do not have authority over his private field. The inspector's eyes narrowed. Then who decides? Old Wu looked at the villagers. The local rules had never prepared for sacrificing one household's crop to protect everyone else. If they forced Lu Da without compensation, collective safety would become theft. If they did nothing, private ownership could endanger the village. Lu Yan arrived from the outpost after receiving the report. He walked the boundary once, listened to Old Wu, listened to Lin Qing, then addressed Liu Da. If the affected portion is destroyed for village protection, the loss will not belong only to your household. The farmer's anger shifted. Who pays? The village reserve, market fund, and military emergency purchase where the grain would have supported the outpost. Quartermaster's son stiffened. Lu Yang continued. My salary covers any gap until the provincial decision. Inspector Shen said. You continue offering personal salary as though it has no end. It has an end. Then why? Because someone must accept the first risk. Lin Qing looked at him. He did not ask whether she was certain. He knew she was not. Trust did not mean believing she could never be wrong. It meant knowing she had examined the danger honestly, and would bear the consequences beside everyone else. Lu Yan faced the village. Lin Qing identified the frost before it killed the seedlings. Farmer Liu said, That was weather. She identified storage loss before winter. That was visible. She improved feed, planting, drying, and disease prevention in the infirmary. She did not burn half a harvest. No, Lu Yan's voice remained level. This decision is harder. That is why I support it publicly. The farmers quieted. He turned toward Lu Da. If she is wrong, you will still be compensated. And if she is right, then your field protects every field behind it. The farmer looked over the millet he had planted, weeded, watered, and watched through the season. His face tightened. Do it quickly. The destruction began before noon. Affected plants were cut low. The worst were burned in a controlled pit away from fields and storage. Border plants were removed and isolated for observation. Tools were washed and heated where possible. Workers changed cloth coverings around boots before moving to healthy plots. Irrigation from affected areas was redirected away from lower fields. The work felt like betrayal. No one sang. No children were permitted near the site. Farmer Liu remained until the final bundle burned. Lin Qing stood beside him. He did not speak to her. She did not ask forgiveness for a decision that had not yet proved itself. 3 days passed. New visible damage appeared near the original boundary. Those plants were removed immediately. A smaller patch emerged in another field, linked by shared tools. It was contained. Beyond those areas, the wider crop remained healthy. The disease did not vanish. It stopped advancing. Life resonance allowed Lin Qing to survey more ground than before, sensing irregular stress across cultivated sections. She marked suspicious rows early. Farmers checked them physically. Some were merely thirsty. Some lacked nutrients. A few carried the same spreading weakness. The ability reduced delay. Action contained the threat. By harvest, the village had lost more than one field, and less than all of them. Farmer Liu received grain from the reserve, market compensation, and priority seed for the next planting. He accepted without gratitude. 2 weeks later, he joined the sanitation group inspecting tools. Trust did not always return as warmth. Sometimes it returned as participation. Inspector Shen added the disease response to his report. "You destroyed food before certainty," he told Lin Qing. "Yes. You compensated the owner. Yes. You separated authority from benefit. The people ordering destruction gained no private share, and the commander guaranteed a debt again." Lu Yan stood nearby. Shen Rui looked at him. "You cannot solve every institutional weakness with your salary. No, do you understand that? Yes. Will you stop? When the institution no longer requires someone to move first." The inspector rubbed the bridge of his C's nose. "You are difficult in a different way than the complaints suggested." Heavy rain arrived before his final ruling. It began as a steady fall before dawn. By midday, the road drainage overflowed. Water rushed from the western slopes and struck the bridge at the village entrance with branches, mud, and loose stones. The bridge had survived winter and merchant traffic. It had not been built for the volume descending from the storm-darkened hills. Wai Jun sounded the labor bell. 3 slow strikes, then 3 more. Villagers moved, according to the watch system created after bandit activity. Children and elderly residents went to designated homes on higher ground. Livestock shifted away from the lower lanes. Market goods entered raised storage. Soldiers closed the road before travelers reached the bridge. No one waited for Lu Yan to assign every movement. The village had practiced responsibility through seasons of smaller tasks. The larger crisis activated what already existed. Zhou inspected the bridge from the bank. "The eastern support is shifting." Tai shouted over the rain. "Can we brace it?" "For now." Soldiers carried timber. Villagers moved stone. Ropes secured workers against the current. Lu Yan divided the outpost. One group reinforced the bridge. One cleared the drainage channel above the road. One maintained watch beyond the market in case flooding concealed other danger. He did not place every soldier at the most visible problem. A commander protected against what had not yet revealed itself. Lin Qing coordinated the higher storage area. Grain stayed above the floor. Wet goods remained separate. Medicinal bundles moved first. Market ledgers and land records entered the provincial document chest after Shenri ordered it opened. The inspection records intended to judge Stone Ridge became protection for Stone Ridge records. Near sunset, the fox appeared at the orchard's lower edge. Lin Qing saw it while checking the water path above the storage sheds. The animal stood in rain-dark grass, tense and alert. It did not look toward her. It stared downhill, toward the grain store. Then it moved sideways through cover, stopped, and stared again. Not at the building. At the trees behind it. Lin Qing followed its line of attention. Movement broke between trunks. Too low for mounted soldiers. Too deliberate for villagers evacuating through marked lanes. 3 shapes, then a 4th. The fox vanished uphill. It had not come to warn her. It had reacted to unfamiliar movement near its hunting ground. Natural behavior. Useful because she understood it. Lin Qing turned toward Wai Jun. Movement behind the grain store. He did not ask how she knew. He signaled the nearest watch volunteer with 2 sharp whistle notes. The repaired road and marked paths carried the alert quickly. Lu Yan received it at the bridge. He left Zhao Ming in command of reinforcement and took Chen Hu's squad through the upper lane. The raiders had chosen the storm well. Bridge labor drew attention. Rain hid tracks. Market storage held food, silver, and merchant goods. They expected confusion. They found cleared civilian routes, guarded storehouses, and soldiers already approaching from ground above them. The first raider attempted to pry open a rear shutter. Wei Jun struck the warning gong. Not the village alarm. The market storage signal. Civilians moved away rather than gathering to see. The second raider ran toward the grain store. He encountered Quartermaster's son holding a spear badly, but with conviction. The quartermaster did not fight. He retreated through the marked lane exactly as trained, drawing the man toward an open yard. Chen Hu's squad closed both exits. Lu Yan reached the trees before the remaining raiders could escape uphill. There were 7 in total, not an army. Enough to kill unprepared civilians. 2 surrendered after seeing the road blocked. 3 fought. 1 slipped in mud and lost his weapon. The last attempted to flee toward the orchard. He stopped when villagers appeared above the slope carrying tools and lanterns. They did not charge. They formed a visible line and sounded whistles, telling soldiers exactly where he moved. Lu Yan captured him before he reached the trees. The raid ended while rain still struck the rooftops. No civilian died. 1 soldier suffered a shallow cut. Quartermaster's son lost a sleeve to a blade and complained more about the ruined cloth than the danger. The grain store remained closed. The old elm stood. Melan's 4th pot survived because she had carried it uphill personally. The bridge held through the night. Its eastern support remained damaged, but the temporary bracing prevented collapse. By morning, the rain weakened. Stone Ridge looked exhausted rather than destroyed. Mud covered the lanes. Water stood in lower fields. 1 section of road had washed away. The bridge leaned slightly but remained passable on foot. Villagers emerged from designated shelters and returned to work. Inspector Shen stood beneath the old elm while soldiers transferred the raiders to the outpost. He had witnessed every part. The disease decision, the evacuation, the bridge response, the storage protection, the warning system, the military restraint. No single person had saved Stone Ridge. Every system built through ordinary seasons had carried part of the crisis. He summoned Lu Yan, Lin Qing, Old Wu, Quartermaster's son, and Wei Jun that afternoon. The meeting took place beneath the market shelter because the official room smelled of wet documents. Shen Rui opened his report. This settlement has irregular land records. Old Wu lowered his head. Unauthorized military-civilian procurement occurred. Quartermaster's son remained still. Local trade systems developed before formal market recognition. Lin Qing listened. Military funds and personal guarantees were used in ways provincial administration should not encourage. Lu Yan showed no concern. The inspector turned 1 page. However, the records are unusually transparent. No one moved. Civilian contributions were compensated. Another page. Military authority did not set ordinary market prices. Another. Settlement growth followed available land and skills rather than available land and skills rather than speculative expansion. He looked toward the bridge. Emergency systems functioned during flood and attack. Then toward the fields. Crop disease was contained through early detection. Sanitation, controlled destruction, and compensation. Farmer Liu stood beyond the shelter within hearing. His face remained unreadable. Shen Rui continued. The provincial administration will recognize Stone Ridge as a protected frontier settlement and registered trade stop. The word settled slowly. Official recognition meant land records could be corrected. Market rules could become lawful. Road funds could be requested. Merchants could no longer dismiss the settlement as an unofficial cluster beneath military shadow. The inspector addressed Old Wu. Your land registry will be rebuilt with provincial copies. To Wei Jun. The market storehouse and watch appointments will receive formal status. To Quartermaster's son. Local procurement may continue under cap. Rates, published accounts, and quarterly review. To Lin Qing. The market council will include rotating household representatives and an independent complaint ledger. She nodded. That is fair. Do not agree before reading the details. That is also fair. 1 clerk looked down again. Shen Rui turned to Lu Yan. The northern patrol zones currently divided between Stone Ridge, North Marker, and 2 smaller posts will be placed under unified operational authority. Quartermaster's son inhaled. Lu Yan asked. Based where? Hira? Administration remains in Stone Ridge. Yes. Civilian market authority remains separate? Yes. Village land does not become military land, not without registered transfer. Lu Yan nodded. I accept. Inspector Shen stared at him. That is the shortest negotiation you have given me. You answered the necessary questions. The new authority made Lu Yan a regional frontier commander in function, though the official military rank would require later confirmation. More patrol routes, more soldiers coordinated across nearby posts, greater responsibility for the trade road, bridge, and border approaches. He would remain in the same village. That mattered to him more than the title. Shen Rui looked toward Lin Qing. settlement decisions affecting military supply, land use, market stability, or civilian labor should include documented consultation. Lu Yan answered before she could. Lin Qing will be included? The inspector asked. As your wife? No? The shelter quieted. Lu Yan continued. Ask the person who built the systems being discussed. Lin Qing looked at him. He had supported her privately, trusted her during disease and crisis, placed resources behind her decisions. Now he stated before provincial authority that her role did not come merely from marriage. It came from work, judgment, and responsibility. Shen Rui wrote the statement into the report. Then define that role legally before I leave. The provincial clerks spent 4 more days in Stone Ridge. They copied land claims, registered household plots, mapped the market boundary, recorded the orchard as common settlement land with labor shares and preservation reserves to be defined before major harvest, created a rotating market council, separated trade accounts from military procurement, established a complaint ledger stored beneath 2 seals, 1 village, 1 military. Neither could alter it alone. The road received an approved repair allocation, not enough to rebuild everything. Enough to strengthen the bridge, improve drainage, and mark the trade boundary properly. The settlement gained protected status without becoming a town overnight. Its center remained where it had always been. The old elm, the outpost, the fields, the orchard, the repaired house at the edge of the village. Inspector Shen prepared to leave beneath clearer skies. Mei Lan packed travel food for his escort. He attempted to pay the merchant rate. She charged him the ordinary traveler price. You inspected us for a week. That is not market labor. You ate my broth 4 times. That is measurable. She accepted the silver. Before mounting, Shen Rui looked toward Lin Qing. You have useful instincts. Thank you. They're not a substitute for records. No, your settlement trusts you. Some of it does. That is dangerous. Yes. He seemed satisfied that she understood. Build systems that survive when they no longer do. Then he turned to Lu Yan. Your command results will draw attention. From where? The province first? And later? Shen Rui glanced toward the northern road. Success travels faster than supply. Wagons. He left before noon. Stone Ridge returned to work. The bridge required permanent repair. The disease-affected fields needed new planting rules. Market accounts had to be copied into the provincial format. The captured raiders required transfer. Recognition created more paper than celebration. Old Wu complained that official ink dried slower than mud. Quartermaster Sun became disturbingly happy with the new procurement forms. Wai Yun installed a second lock on the complaint ledger. Mei Lan placed officially recognized broth on her price board until Lin Qing made her remove it. Lu Yan's expanded command brought messengers from nearby posts. He spent longer hours reviewing routes and supply conditions. Yet, he still returned to the same house. One evening, Lin Qing found him at the table studying a regional map. The red scarf hung beside the door. Mud remained on his repaired boots. 3 new patrol markers appeared beyond Stone Ridge's former boundary. She placed dinner beside him. You will travel farther now. Yes. For longer? Sometimes. The house felt quiet around the answer. He folded the map. I will return. You said that before. I have continued. Yes. She sat beside him. Complete trust did not remove concern. It made concern survivable. They ate while rainwater dripped from the eaves into the repaired drainage channel. No leak entered the roof. After dinner, they walked to the orchard. The storm had bent several young trees. None had been uprooted. Stakes held. Mulch remained. Channels carried water away from the roots. The fox appeared briefly near the forest edge, then vanished without approaching. Little grain landed on one of the orchard posts. The bird stole a seed and flew toward the village. Quartermaster Sun would have objected to the unauthorized ration. Lin Qing let it go. At the highest planted row, Lu Yan stopped. Below them, Stone Ridge's lamps appeared one by one. The market shelter stood intact beneath the old elm. Soldiers crossed the bridge carrying repair timber. Villagers moved grain from temporary storage back into the raised storehouse. Children followed Wei Jun along the road markers, copying his patrol walk. Nothing looked grand enough for songs. It was worth protecting. The inspector called this a legitimate protected settlement, Lin Qing said. It was legitimate before he arrived. Now the province agrees. That helps. She looked at him. You have more authority. Yes. Are you pleased? A little. His answer had improved over the years. She waited. He added. It protects the road. It gives nearby posts 1 plan instead of 4. It brings resources without moving us. Us. Word came naturally. Luyan looked across the village. I can command farther because this place holds behind me. Lin Qing understood. A commander did not rise alone. Roads carried patrols, markets sustained animals, fields fed soldiers, records prevented theft. Villagers sounded warnings, children knew evacuation paths. A repaired bridge could matter as much as a sharpened sword. Ordinary preparation became military strength when crisis arrived. Reports left Stone Ridge with Inspector Shen. They traveled south through district offices, then provincial command. They described lower illness, faster patrol response, protected caravans, contained disease. Civilian cooperation without forced requisition. A commander who used limited resources unusually well. A settlement that strengthened the frontier instead of consuming it. The reports continued beyond anyone in Stone Ridge's sight. Toward larger offices, toward noble households, toward the capital. At the same time, scouts beyond the northern border began reporting greater movement. More campfires, longer supply columns, mounted groups testing distant roads. The frontier had grown stronger. Someone across it had noticed. Luyan received the first sealed military warning at dawn. He read it beside the orchard stakes stored under the eaves. Lin Qing stepped from the house carrying 2 cups of hot water. What happened? He handed her the notice. Border tension rising. Unknown forces gathering beyond the northern routes. All regional commanders ordered to increase readiness and await further instruction. Lin Qing finished reading, then looked toward Stone Ridge. The village was waking. Milan's first cooking fires and smoke above the old elm. Quartermaster's son crossed the outpost yard with a ledger beneath his arm. Soldiers began morning inspection. Old Wu walked toward the fields. The orchard held rain across its young leaves. Everything they had built remained ordinary. The next test might not be. Luyan folded the warning. I need to inspect the northern posts. When do you leave? After breakfast. She handed him 1 cup. You will eat first. Yes, no argument. They stood beneath the repaired roof while morning reached the frontier. Far away, the capital had begun hearing Luyan's name. Closer to home, the border was beginning to move. Luyan returned from the northern post 6 days later. He brought no wounds. That did not mean the patrol had been peaceful. Lin Qing recognized the difference before he dismounted. His horse was tired but not pushed beyond safety. The soldiers behind him rode in disciplined silence. Zhao Ming carried a wrapped bundle of captured signal arrows, while Chen Hu had stopped attempting conversation. Something had changed beyond the ridge. Luyan handed Ash's reins to the stablemaster. How far? Lin Qing asked. 3 routes show increased movement. Scouts first. Then supply carts. Inside the border. Not yet. He removed his gloves. The camps withdraw whenever our patrols approach. They are measuring distance and response. Not invasion. Preparation. Lin Qing had seen the same pattern before a shelter siege in her previous life. Small probes. Supply accumulation. Testing roads. Watching how quickly defenders reacted. The final attack had always seemed sudden to those who ignored everything preceding it. What do you need? She asked. Accurate stores? Road condition? Horse endurance? How much food nearby posts can hold without taking from civilians? He had not said more soldiers. Not first. A larger force without food, roads, or coordination became a larger burden. Lin Qing nodded. He ate. Then we begin. I already ate. She looked at Chen Hu. He looked away. Luyan corrected himself. I ate yesterday. That is not the same. It was late yesterday. Inside, he obeyed. By evening, Stone Ridge's meeting room held representatives from North Marker, and the 2 smaller posts now under Luyan's operational authority. The men arrived carrying different ledgers, different measuring systems, and different assumptions about what counted as sufficient supply. One recorded grain by sack, another by cart. The smallest post recorded only whether stores were full, half, or low. Quartermaster's son looked personally offended. How large is a sack? The visiting quartermaster answered. A normal sack. Who's normal? Ours. How much grain? Enough to fill it? Quartermaster's son closed his eyes. Lin Qing prevented the meeting from becoming a duel between administrators. They standardized only what mattered immediately. Days of food at current strength. Days at emergency ration. Horse fodder, fuel, medical supplies. Winter cloth. Transport condition. Distance to the next post. Water reliability. No one rebuilt every ledger that night. They created a shared reporting page all 4 posts could use. By dawn, Luyan knew where the frontier was weakest. North Marker lacked roof timber but held adequate grain. The eastern post possessed horses and almost no dried fodder. The western watch station had good water, poor medicine, and a bridge 1 flood away from collapse. Stone Ridge had the strongest storage and market access. It would become the logistical center whether anyone officially declared it or not. That fact reached the capital before the season turned. The envoys arrived with banners, not provincial ones. Imperial. 3 carriages entered Stone Ridge under military escort, followed by clerks, servants, noble retainers, and enough horses to consume the market's fodder supply if Quartermaster Sun failed to control them. The Old El Market stopped. Merchants pulled carts aside. Villagers gathered at the edges of the road. Lu Yan met the delegation in formal armor. Lin Qing stood behind the registered settlement council, with Old Wu. The lead envoy was a civil official named Ministerial Secretary Guo Wen, though his rank placed him far below an actual minister. He carried the polished caution of someone accustomed to delivering decisions while pretending they remained negotiable. Beside him rode General Xu Liang, an older military envoy with a scar along one jaw and no patience for ceremonial delays. The third carriage belonged to Lady Zhao Min, representative of a northern noble house, whose estates bordered several threatened districts. She had come to observe whether Stone Ridge deserved investment. 3 groups. 3 interests. 1 offer. They entered the outpost meeting room after inspecting the market from their carriage windows. Secretary Guo opened the imperial document. Commander Lu Yan is recognized for sustained improvements in frontier readiness, caravan protection, civilian cooperation, reduced troop loss, and successful regional coordination. Lu Yan stood. The secretary continued. The Northern Command proposes his promotion to Deputy Frontier General with authority over 6 posts, 2 trade roads, and the outer defense line. Quartermaster Sun's brush stopped moving. 6 posts meant several times the current manpower. More land, more supply, more political attention. Secretary Guo reached the condition. The appointment requires relocation to Northern River Fort, where established command facilities exist. Lin Qing looked at Lu Yan. He had expected promotion, not relocation. General Su spoke before the secretary could continue. Northern River Fort has walls, cavalry space, signal towers, and an officer district. A commander of 6 posts cannot operate from a village house. Lu Yan answered immediately. No. The room became still. Secretary Guo looked at the imperial document. General Xu looked at Lu Yan. Lady Zhao's eyebrows rose slightly. The secretary recovered first. You refuse the appointment. I refuse relocation. The 2 are connected. They do not need to be. The command seat is Northern River Fort. It is poorly placed. General Xu leaned forward. Explain. Lu Yan pointed toward the regional map already hanging on the wall. Northern River Fort is farther from the eastern trade road, lower than the northern ridge, and dependent on one supply route that floods. It has defensive walls. It protects itself well. That is the purpose of a fort. The purpose of Frontier Command is to protect more than the fort. Secretary Guo's tone sharpened. Commander Lu, consider your wording. The Imperial Administration is offering advancement. I considered it, and rejected it. I rejected moving command away from the area it must coordinate. The Secretary placed the document down. The Secretary placed the document down. Your answer may be recorded as unwillingness to accept Imperial service. Quartermaster Sun went pale. Chen Hu inhaled behind the door and was silently restrained by Zhao Min. Lu Yan's expression did not change. That would be inaccurate. Then give me an answer I can record accurately. I will command where the work is. The Secretary stared. That is not administrative language. No. Lin Qing stepped forward. May he clarify? Secretary Guo looked toward her. You are Lin Qing? Yes. The commander's wife? Yes. And a registered settlement administrator? Yes. He gestured for her to continue. Commander Lu is not rejecting wider responsibility. He is stating that the proposed command location weakens the purpose of the appointment. General Siu's gaze moved to the map. Lin Qing approached it. Stone Ridge connects the main trade road, 2 repaired secondary routes, the strongest local storage network, military procurement, civilian production, and the central warning system. She pointed to Northern River Fort. The fort has stronger walls. It has weaker supply flexibility than to the neighboring posts. Moving command there would require reports and goods to travel away from the routes they already use, then return under orders. Secretary Guo said, a village cannot host a regional command. It already coordinates 4 posts, unofficially, officially under provincial authorization. That is not the same scale. No. She agreed before he could turn the difference into dismissal. It would require new facilities, clearer land boundaries, additional storage, staff housing, and rules preventing military growth from consuming the settlement. Lady Zhao spoke for the first time. You are proposing the capital build a command center here. I am proposing the Commander Lu accept the responsibility where it can function. Secretary Guo looked between them. This sounds prepared. It was not, Lin Qing said. Lu Yan added, I would have explained badly. General Shu gave a short laugh.
Shu gave a short laugh, and
The military envoy studied the route distances. How quickly can Stone Ridge send warning to the eastern post? Half a day in clear weather, Lu Yan said. Less with relay riders, Northern River Fort, 1 day. To North Marker, Stone Ridge is faster by 2 hours. To the western bridge, Stone Ridge has 2 routes. The fort has one. General Shu turned to Secretary Guo. The commander's argument is sound. The site lacks command infrastructure. Then build it. The secretary looked toward Lady Zhao. Her house possessed timber rights, transport contracts, and political influence across the northern provinces. She studied Lin Qing. What prevents military construction from swallowing the market? Registered boundaries. And when 10 officers demand houses beside the command hall, they live on military land or rent by civilian agreement. When live on military land or by civilian agreement. Procurement raises grain prices. Military purchases receive quantity limits and scheduled buying periods. Civilian reserve thresholds remain first. When merchants follow the new funding and double local rents, land transfer remains registered. No military officer purchases common land through private pressure. Lady Zhao's questions came faster. Lin Qing answered only where Stone Ridge already had principles strong enough to expand. Where it did not, she said so. We would need a new rule. That requires provincial approval. We request it. You speak as though approval is likely. No. Only necessary. Lady Zhao leaned back. You do not sound grateful for imperial investment? I am grateful when investment strengthens what it reaches. And when it distorts it, we correct the distortion. Secretary Guo looked increasingly. Certain Stone Ridge contained too many people willing to answer direct questions directly. General Shu looked pleased. The delegation remained for 5 days. They inspected the road network, measured the outpost yard, reviewed supply capacity, visited the orchard, observed soldiers and villagers sharing public work without merging authority. By the 3rd day, General Su supported Stone Ridge as the command base. Lady Zhao offered conditional funding for timber, transport animals, and skilled builders if market protections remained written into the provincial charter. Secretary Guo resisted until Quartermaster Sun produced the cost comparison. Expanding Stone Ridge required less silver than repairing Northern River Fort's supply road and relocating the existing network. The capital had offered honor. Stone Ridge won through efficiency. The revised appointment arrived 2 weeks later. Lu Yan would become Frontier General of the Northern Ridge Command. The title exceeded anything he had once imagined while wearing repaired boots in a neglected outpost. His authority expanded to 8 posts after final boundary review. Stone Ridge became the official command seat. A command hall, signal tower, expanded storehouse, and military housing would be built on registered military land beyond the existing palisade. The village market, fields, and orchard would remain civilian territory. No transfer without documented agreement. Lu Yan accepted. He signed with the same steady hand used for grain receipts and patrol orders. Stone Ridge celebrated for half a day. Then construction planning began. Imperial funding created problems before the first timber cart arrived. Builders offered 3 times the local wage to anyone willing to abandon household work. Merchants increased grain prices. Land speculators appeared asking which plots could be purchased near the new command road. Officers arriving in advance attempted to reserve the best market stalls for military suppliers. Lin Qing stopped each distortion separate. Not with one sweeping decree. Construction wages received a fixed skilled rate and a separate labor rate, both published. Households could accept temporary work, but village planting rotations remained protected. Military grain purchases occurred after civilian reserve quantities were confirmed. No officer could buy registered common land. Market stalls remained assigned by existing rules. Military contractors received a separate supply area near the construction site, so they did not overwhelm the Old El Market. One contractor complained to Lu Yan. Your wife interferes with military logistics, Lu Yan asked. How? She refused my request to buy all available eggs. The village needs eggs. I offered a higher price. That is why she refused. The contractor stared. Higher prices are attractive to sellers, for 1 day. I require them for officers. Officers can eat beans, the complaint ended. New funding could have made Stone Ridge richer quickly. It would also have made ordinary food unaffordable for the people who had built the settlement. Lin Qing created purchase windows. Military buyers posted needs in advance. Households offered verified surplus. Essential goods had maximum military quantities. Luxury purchases remained unrestricted. No one prevented officers from buying preserved fruit or better cloth. They could not empty grain, eggs, medicine, or fodder, simply because the imperial budget allowed it. Lady Zhao's representative called the system inconvenient. Quartermaster Sun called it beautiful. The command hall rose beyond the palisade. Zhao Mu supervised local timber standards alongside imperial builders. Tai received steady contracts for hinges, fittings, tool repair, and signal hardware. Song Lan organized sewing groups for uniforms and storage sacks, but refused orders beyond safe production capacity. The livestock family expanded fodder preparation without doubling the herd. Milan opened a second shelter beside the construction area, staffed by 3 women, and 1 retired soldier who discovered he was better at serving bowls than guarding ledgers. Stone Ridge grew. Carefully, the old elm remained its center. Luyan received 300 additional soldiers before the command hall roof was finished. Some came from established forts. Some were recruits. Some had served under officers who treated villages as supply bins and civilians as obstacles. Luyan gathered them in the training ground. He did not deliver a long speech. This command protects the frontier. The men stood in rows. That includes roads, farms, markets, animals, stores, bridges, and people without weapons. Several officers shifted. You will not take food without record. You will not enter homes without cause. You will not use rank to alter prices. You will not damage fields because marching around them is inconvenient, a veteran lieutenant asked. And if civilian delays threaten military movement, report it. And if there is no time, choose the action that protects the mission and accept review afterward. The answer mattered. Rules did not replace judgment. They made judgment accountable. Luyan kept his original officers close. Zhao Ming took responsibility for route coordination. Chen Hu trained mobile squads and continued stealing broth under increasingly creative administrative categories. Quartermaster Sun became chief logistics officer and reacted to the promotion by requesting 2 more clerks. Wei Yun trained settlement watch groups while remaining outside military rank. Old Wu continued managing village land. Luyan's authority expanded. The people who had helped him build it did not become decorations. Training changed with the larger force. Recruits learned road repair, emergency grain handling, civilian evacuation signals, horse care, cold weather packing, bridge defense, controlled pursuit. They still drilled formations, archery, and close combat. Luyan refused to separate battlefield skill from the systems that allowed soldiers to arrive capable of using it. General Su returned once during the first season. He watched a squad practice clearing a drainage channel. "This looks like farming." Luyan answered, "It keeps roads open. Your men will be mocked. They can defeat the men mocking them after the road remains open." General Shu accepted that. Lin Qing expanded supply preparation without turning Stone Ridge into a military factory. The village produced preserved food, sacks, boxes, fodder, medical bundles, and repair services. Weapons remained the work of military smiths and approved contractors elsewhere. Tai refused an offer to forge spearheads in bulk. "I repair plows and hinges," he said. "If I become an armory, who repairs the plows?" The imperial contractor offered more silver. Tai repeated the answer at greater volume. Luyan supported him. A frontier could not defend itself by consuming every civilian skill into war production. The first major orchard harvest came in the 3rd autumn after planting began. Not every tree bore fruit. Some remained too young. Several produced only small clusters. The strongest local grafts and transplanted seedlings carried enough pears and plums to fill basket after basket. The hillside changed under the weight. Children walked between rows with padded baskets. Birds stole freely from upper branches. The fox appeared near dawn on several mornings, keeping rabbits away from the lower trunks. No one attempted to tame it. Little Grain had long since become one bird among many, though Quartermaster Sun still claimed the original could be identified by its criminal confidence. Lin Qing felt the orchard before she entered it. Life resonance had become clearest there. The trees did not feel like individual signals alone. She sensed differences across the slope. One section held too much moisture. Another carried insect stress. The upper trees responded strongly to sun, but required deeper mulch. Bird movement reduced pressure in some rows. Ground cover stabilized soil. The orchard had become an ecosystem rather than a collection of planted objects. Her ability remained within natural limits. It did not sweeten fruit by will. It did not heal broken branches instantly. It helped her notice imbalance early enough for ordinary work to matter. That was enough. The first harvest was divided according to the rule written years earlier. Replacement and seed first. Village share. Labor shares. Preservation group share. Market sale. Household management compensation. No argument became large because the argument had occurred before profit appeared. The settlement planned a celebration. Lin Qing restricted it to one evening. Mai Lan attempted to create 6 dishes. Lin Qing approved 4. Chen Hu lobbied for meat. Quartermaster's son asked whether lobbying counted as procurement interference. It did not stop him. The celebration took place beneath the old elm and along the orchard road. Pears were served fresh. Plums became sauce. Dried fruit entered buns. Mai Lan prepared a thick stew using vegetables, beans, and a carefully measured meat contribution from the command stores. Military musicians provided drums. Village children provided rhythm problems. The command hall stood complete beyond the palisade. Its signal tower rose above Stone Ridge without hiding the orchard or old tree. The settlement had grown around its history instead of replacing it. Lady Zhao attended as provincial sponsor. General Su came in plain military dress and lost an argument with Mai Lan over whether officers received larger portions. They did not. Old Wu raised the first cup to the trees that took too long. The villagers laughed. Lin Qing sat beside Lu Yan. He wore formal robes for the appointment ceremony held earlier that day. The rank insignia looked strange on the man who still checked household roof tiles after rain. Frontier General Lu Yan, commander of the Northern Ridge, responsible for soldiers, roads, posts, and thousands of civilians across the frontier region. He had eaten 2 bowls of stew and described both as acceptable. His officers had been preparing him for another task. Lin Qing noticed because Chen Hu, Zhao Ming, and Quartermaster's son kept watching him from across the tables. Their expressions differed. Chen Hu looked excited. Zhao Ming looked resigned. Quartermaster's son looked as though a supply operation had reached an uncertain stage. Lu Yan stood. The nearby conversation softened. He looked at Lin Qing. She looked back. He had prepared a speech. She knew because one folded paper remained visible inside his sleeve. He began. When you came to Stone Ridge, the house was damaged. Chen Hu closed his eyes. Lu Yan continued. The storehouse was badly organized. The fields lost water. The soldiers ate poor food. The village had little reserve. Lin Qing waited. This sounded less like a confession and more like an inspection report. You repaired the house, he said. Then other things. A child near the front whispered. Is he praising her? Bao, now taller and very confident, whispered back. Wait! He is slow. Lu Yan's gaze remained on Lin Qing. The village became stronger. The soldiers became healthier. The road became safer. You made use of things other people discarded. He stopped. The written speech remained inside his sleeve. Whatever his soldiers had taught him had reached its limit. The crowd waited. Lu Yan abandoned preparation. I prefer returning when you are here. Silence held for one breath. Then Chen Hu covered his face. Zhao Ming looked toward the sky in relief. Quartermaster's son whispered, acceptable. Lin Qing understood exactly what Lu Yan had meant. Not only the house, not only Stone Ridge. Every road he traveled had a place at the end because she was there. Every responsibility remained bearable because they carried it together. She stood. I've been waiting for you to realize that. A murmur passed through the tables. Lu Yan looked briefly uncertain. How long? Several years? You could have told me. You required evidence. That is true. The crowd laughed. He reached for her hand. Not because soldiers had advised it. Because after years of shared work, the gesture required no instruction. Lin placed her hand in his. The celebration resumed around them. No elaborate declaration. No sudden transformation. Their love had existed in repaired roofs, divided eggs, patrol meals, orchard steaks, ledgers, waiting lamps, and every return through the gate. The words only allowed everyone else to hear it. Later, after the tables were cleared and the last lanterns lowered, they walked home along the orchard road. Lu Yan still wore formal robes. Lin Qing carried a basket of remaining fruit. He took it from her automatically. You planned more words, she said. Yes, what happened? They became unnecessary. Were they good? No, you knew that? Chen Hu wrote part. That explains it. Battlefield. Lin Qing stopped walking. Lu Yan continued 2 steps before realizing she had not followed. He said it was effective. It would have been memorable. That is not the same. No. He returned to her side. The village behind them settled into night. Ahead, the repaired house waited beneath the dark roof. The 3 orchard stakes once stored beneath its eaves had long since moved to the hill. Other tools had taken their place. Nothing remained empty for long. At the gate, Lu Yan set down the fruit basket. Lin Qing opened the door. He entered after her. That ordinary sequence had become the center of both their lives. The first military emergency arrived before the orchard fruit had finished drying. A signal fire rose from the northern ridge at dawn. One. Then, a second farther east. Not scouts, not raiders. Mass movement. Lu Yan reached the command hall before the first messenger arrived. The rider's horse stumbled at the gate. Enemy force across the border. How many? Zhao Ming asked. Too many to count from the western post. The second messenger brought clearer numbers. Several thousand infantry. Mounted units. Supply wagons. Ziga equipment moving behind them. General Su, still in Stone Ridge after the celebration, entered the map room while officers gathered. This is not a probing force. No, Lu Yan said. They moved after harvest. They expected our stores to be full, and roads still open. Quartermaster Sun brought the regional supply ledger. We and capital armies need at least 20 days. General Shu looked at the map. The outer posts cannot hold 20 days. Lu Yan placed markers across the border approaches. They do not need to hold alone. Outside, the celebration decorations still hung beneath the old elm. Children had left fruit leaves woven around the market board. The orchard baskets remained half-packed. Stone Ridge had entered the night celebrating a general. It woke to the war that would decide what kind of general he became. The command hall became the busiest building in Stone Ridge before sunrise. Maps covered the central table. Wooden markers represented every outpost, bridge, supply wagon, village, and mountain pass under Lu Zhao's command. Messenger riders arrived one after another. No report alone sounded disastrous. Together they formed the shape of an invasion. The enemy had crossed in 3 columns. One advanced along the western valley. Another followed the northern ridge. The third remained behind with supply wagons and engineers. General Shu rested one finger on the map. They're patient. Lu Zhao nodded. They expect us to exhaust ourselves first. They're testing your response. They're testing the frontier. Quartermaster Sun entered carrying 3 fresh ledgers. Current. Grain. He placed the first ledger beside Lu Zhao. Military reserve. The second. Civilian reserve. The third. Market reserve. General Shu glanced toward him. You separated them. Quartermaster Sun looked mildly offended. They have always been separated. Many commands would combine everything immediately, and discover 2 months later that nobody knows where anything went. Lu Zhao studied the figures. We do not empty civilian stores. General Shu looked at him. The capital relief. Army needs 20 days. Yes, you cannot feed soldiers while protecting every household. I can. You may fail. I may. But you still refuse, Lu Zhao answered calmly. If civilians starve first, the frontier has already fallen. No one argued, because everyone in the room understood he meant it. Outside, the old tree market opened exactly as it always had. Merchants unloaded carts. Meilon prepared broth. Children carried baskets. The only visible difference was the additional soldiers quietly moving along the road. Stone Ridge continued functioning because panic served the enemy better than any army. Lin Qing spent the morning beneath the market shelter, rather than inside the command hall. That surprised several officers, until they realized the market had become the command's second supply office. Merchant Cao arrived before noon, so the rumors were true. They usually are, Meilon replied. The border? Also true. Merchant Cao looked toward Lin Qing. I assume you want wagons. I want information first. She spread a regional map across. One table. Which roads remain fastest after yesterday's rain? The merchant answered immediately. The western ford is slowing. The forest track? Still usable. The southern route? Safe but longer. One by one. Other caravan leaders added details. Broken wheels. Flooded crossings. Collapsed culverts. Fresh camps. Bridge conditions. Travel times. Merchants noticed roads differently than soldiers. Soldiers looked for ambushes. Merchants noticed mud, axle damage, and lost hours. Lin Qing wrote everything down. By afternoon, Lu Zhao possessed a road report more accurate than any military scout could have gathered alone. General Shu looked over the updated map. You turned traitors into reconnaissance. They were already observing. Lin Qing corrected him. They simply needed somewhere to report. Merchant Cao scratched his beard. We're not scouts, no. We're not scouts. Still charging transport, of course. The merchant grinned. Fair enough. Meanwhile, the orchard continued producing. Workers harvested pears before birds damaged them. The drying sheds remained active. Preserved fruit entered storage beside military grain cakes. Nothing was wasted. One officer asked Lin Qing whether the harvest should stop. She shook her head. If the war lasts longer than expected, every basket matters. The orchard had become part of the army's logistics without becoming military property. Children collected fallen fruit beneath the trees. Older villagers sorted damaged produce. Perfect fruit entered storage. Bruised fruit became sauce. Broken fruit became vinegar. Seeds were cleaned for future planting. Every harvest still looked like ordinary village work. Only the destination had changed. The command hall received its first difficult request 3 days later. The Western Watch Post reported dwindling supplies. They could survive 6 days. The nearest convoy required 8. General Shu pointed toward the map. "You must send grain." Quartermaster Sun disagreed. "If we reduce Stone Ridge's reserve now, we weaken every following convoy. The post cannot eat future planning." Lu Zhao remained silent. Lin Qing studied the roots, not grain. Everyone looked toward her. The western villages harvested later than Stone Ridge. General Shu frowned. "They are not military suppliers. They are neighbors. Old Wu understood first. They owe us." Preserved vegetables. They also purchased drying racks. They use our market. Merchant Cow, still waiting nearby, added quietly. "My caravan passes through all 3 villages." Lin Qing nodded. "We don't move 1 convoy. We move 3. 1 carried grain. 1 carried vegetables. 1 carried preserved food. Each village supplied only the surplus it could spare. No settlement emptied its reserve. The burden spread naturally across the frontier." General Shu stared at the map. "You've turned villages into a supply network. They already were." Lu Zhao looked toward Quartermaster Sun. "Record every contribution." The quartermaster smiled. "I already started." The convoy departed before sunset. Military wagons traveled openly. Merchant carts traveled beside them. Village supplies joined them at each stop. No single road carried everything. No single ambush could cripple the effort. The Western Post received enough food on the 6th day. Not abundance. Enough. The enemy learned nothing from watching 1 convoy, because there had never been only 1 convoy. North of Stone Ridge, enemy scouts watched smoke rising from village chimneys. Their commander frowned. "Why are they still cooking normally?" A subordinate answered. "Perhaps they do not know." "No." The older officer studied the valley. "They know, but they continue." He disliked that more. An army preparing desperately often revealed itself. An organized settlement continued routine while quietly changing purpose. That made prediction difficult. The enemy attempted another approach. This time, they targeted information. 2 captured peddlers appeared at a small border village claiming to flee the invasion. They asked about roads, food, military strength. One elderly farmer simply shrugged. "I grow beans," another replied. The commander knows. Neither volunteered useful information. Not because they had memorized military discipline. Because Lu Zhao had spent years solving ordinary problems. When bridges broke, soldiers helped. When crops failed, records remained fair. When merchants cheated, the market protected them. The frontier trusted him. Trust proved harder to conquer than walls. The peddlers returned north, carrying almost nothing. General Shu read the intelligence report. "They're learning less than expected." Lu Zhao folded it. "The people have no reason to help them. They could still help themselves. They already are." The command hall grew busier every day. Additional officers arrived from the newly assigned posts. Some expected impressive speeches. Instead they found Quartermaster Sun arguing about inventory labels. One young captain asked Zhao Ming, "Where does the general train?" "The yard." "I meant strategy." "The map room." "I meant leadership." Zhao Ming thought for a moment. "The market." The captain looked confused. Later that morning he watched Lu Zhao inspect grain measurements, road repairs, horseshoes, and drainage before discussing troop deployment. By evening, he understood. Stone Ridge treated logistics as warfare that began before battles. Lin Qing noticed another change. The birds. They no longer scattered randomly across the orchard. Small flocks lifted together before dawn. They circled twice, then settled farther north. The pattern repeated the next morning. Not fear, avoidance. She climbed the orchard hill with little grain hopping from branch to branch nearby. Life resonance spread gently through the cared-for slope. Healthy roots, moist soil, fruit still developing, bird song, then a disturbance. Not inside the orchard. Beyond it, toward the northern forest. The trees there felt unsettled, not damaged naturally. Something heavy had moved repeatedly through the undergrowth. Several saplings leaned where none should. Shrubs had broken without regrowth. She walked only as far as the first ridge. The signs became visible. Boot prints. Branches cut. Campfire remains carefully buried. Not hunters. Scouts. They had entered deeper than expected. Lin Qing returned immediately. She did not investigate alone. When Lu Xiaohao arrived with Zhao Ming, she showed them the disturbed vegetation. I felt something different yesterday. You sense this? I noticed healthy growth ended here. She pointed toward broken stems. They didn't. Zhao Ming knelt 4 men. 5. 5. The vice captain smiled. I missed one. The smallest footprint. They followed the trail only far enough to understand direction. The scouts had withdrawn already. General Xu inspected the site afterward. The enemy crossed farther south than our patrol estimated. Lu Zhao nodded. They're looking for supply roads. Without her. General Xu looked toward Qing. May not have checked this section for another day. Life resonance had not revealed enemy names, nor numbers. It had simply shown where living things no longer behave naturally. Military judgment transformed observation into action. Lu Zhao quietly doubled patrols along the hidden approach. 3 nights later, Zhao Ming captured 4 enemy scouts attempting to map the southern transport route. The 5th escaped with an arrow wound. The road remained undiscovered. Back in Stone Ridge, the settlement continued improving itself despite the war. Wai Jun expanded evacuation drills. Children now reached safe shelters in half the previous time. The livestock family organized emergency animal movement. Song Lan prepared repair kits for damaged uniforms. Tai established mobile forge equipment capable of repairing wagon fittings near the front. Zhou produced replacement bridge beams before anyone requested them. Why now? Chen Hu asked. The bridge always breaks at inconvenient times. Reasonable enough. Mei Lan quietly increased soup production. Nobody asked her. She simply noticed more tired faces returning from patrol. Dr. Sun dried additional medicinal herbs while complaining that wars possessed terrible timing for seasonal harvesting. The fox appeared almost every evening. Sometimes near the orchard. Sometimes beside the upper ridge. Never close enough for touch. Always watching. Rabbits became scarce around the young trees. Quartermaster Sun announced that the fox deserved partial credit for agricultural security, but not enough to receive official rations. Bao argued otherwise. No agreement was reached. Autumn slowly deepened. Supply wagons continued moving. Soldiers rotated through patrols. Markets remained open. Children still laughed beneath the old elm. The enemy commander watched from across the frontier through reports delivered each evening. They still trade? Yes. They still harvest? Yes. They still repair roads? Yes. He frowned. They behave as though there is no invasion. His advisor answered carefully. They behave as though they prepared for one. The commander looked toward the distant frontier. Then we stop preparing. He placed one hand across the campaign map. We begin. At dawn the following morning, every northern signal tower lit its warning fire within the span of a single minute. Not one. Not two. All of them? The flames climbed into the pale autumn sky one after another until the entire northern horizon burned with crimson warning. The invasion had finally begun. The first enemy column reached North Marker before noon. They advanced beneath hide-covered shields, using the slope to conceal their numbers until they entered bow range. North Marker did not attempt to defeat them. Its defenders followed Luyan's standing order. Observe. Delay. Withdraw before encirclement. Captain, he released 3 signal arrows. 1 marked infantry. The 2nd marked cavalry. The 3rd indicated siege tools farther behind. Then his soldiers set fire to nothing. They poisoned no wells. They destroyed no civilian stores. They removed prepared supplies, dismantled the signal mechanism, and retreated along the eastern track, while the enemy still expected them to defend the stone post. By the time the attackers breached its gate, they found empty rooms, swept floors, and 1 damaged table too heavy to carry. A message had been carved into its surface. The roof leaks. The enemy commander stared at it. His lieutenant asked, "Mockery?" No. The commander looked toward the dark stain above the rear wall. It actually leaks. That troubled him more. A desperate army left chaos. A disciplined one removed what mattered and complained about maintenance on the way out. The enemy occupied North Marker. Lu Yan allowed it. Inside Stone Ridge's command hall, 1 wooden marker moved south. General Xu watched him. You yielded a fortified position. I yielded a small post with weak walls and 1 supply path. It gives them ground. It gives them a place to eat. Quartermaster Sun opened the North Marker inventory page. They found no military grain. Lu Yan placed 2 more markers along the valley. They must supply every soldier who remains there. General Xu studied the map. You intend to make every captured position expensive. Yes. And where do you stand? Where they stand? Cannot pass without cost. The outer posts withdrew in stages, not all at once. Each held long enough to gather information and force the enemy to deploy. Archers fired from prepared ridges. Infantry blocked narrow roads, then moved before cavalry could circle behind them. Small units damaged wagon wheels and cut harnesses rather than chasing soldiers into open ground. Enemy engineers repaired one bridge only to discover the next crossing already narrowed. Every delay cost hours. Every hour consumed food. The invaders had expected isolated frontier posts. They found one command spread across roads, farms, hills, and settlements that had practiced working together long before war arrived. Lu Yan divided his forces without fragmenting them. Zhao Ming commanded the eastern ridge. General Xu held the western valley with 2 veteran companies. Chen Hu led mobile squads between them, carrying orders, reinforcing weak points, and claiming that constant movement justified double rations. Quartermaster Sun approved 1 additional grain cake. Chen Hu called it an insult to mobility. The soldiers ate it anyway. Lu Yan remained at the central line, not because Stone Ridge mattered more than every village, because every supply route eventually crossed the roads surrounding it. If the enemy reached the bridge and Old Tree Market, the northern defense would lose its heart. Lin Qing watched the first wounded arrive near dusk. There were fewer than feared. More than Stone Ridge had ever treated at once. Dr. Sun turned the market's secondary shelter into a treatment station. Mailan's cooking group moved next door. Songlan's sewing group cut cloth for bandages rather than uniforms. The carpenter built additional treatment platforms. Tai repaired buckles, splints, and wagon fittings. No one waited for permission to become useful. They already knew their work. Lin Qing did not enter the treatment area and pretend to be a physician. She organized what Dr. Sun needed. Boiled water, clean cloth, separated waste, marked medicine. Food by condition. Workers rotated before exhaustion made them careless. Life resonance helped her identify which medicinal plants remained strong enough for use, and which had been stored too damply. It supported natural healing where injured bodies still possessed strength. It did not close deep wounds. It did not replace stitching, rest, warmth, or time. When a young soldier shook beneath a blanket, Lin Qing sat beside him long enough to calm the injured horse tied beyond the shelter. The animal had carried him 3 miles after its own flank was cut. Its breath slowed beneath her hand. The soldier heard it settle. "So it will live?" he asked. "Dr. Sun says the cut is shallow." "I meant the horse." "So did I." He closed his eyes. "Good." The next wagon arrived carrying civilian families from the northern farms. They did not enter Stone Ridge in panic. Wei Jun directed them toward prepared shelters on high ground. Household names were recorded. Children remained with relatives. Animals entered designated pens. Grain carts were marked by owner instead of absorbed into military stores. The settlement had planned evacuation without planning theft. That distinction preserved order. One farmer refused to leave his ox. Wei Yun assigned both to the livestock shelter. An elderly woman refused to surrender a jar of preserved cabbage. No one asked her to. By midnight, more than 200 displaced people slept beneath roofs, market awnings, workshops, and temporary shelters. Stone Ridge became crowded. It did not become chaotic. Lin Qing returned home briefly before dawn. Lu Yan had not returned. His cup remained beside the map he had studied the previous night. She washed it, filled 2 water skins, packed grain cakes, dried fruit, and salted vegetables. Then she carried them to the command hall. He stood over the map with 3 officers. Mud marked his boots. A shallow cut crossed one sleeve. Her attention stopped there. He noticed, "Not mine. Whose? And any soldier's blood. That does not improve the sleeve, no." She placed the food beside him. "When did you eat?" "Earlier." General Xu looked toward the ceiling. Lin Qing turned to him. "When?" The older general considered loyalty. "Yesterday afternoon." Lu Yan looked at him. "You were not required to answer." "I command soldiers, not marriages." Lin Qing opened the cloth around the grain cakes. "Yacht." Lu Yan took one. The officers continued reporting while he did. The eastern ridge remained secure. The western valley had yielded 2 miles. Enemy cavalry attempted to move through the forest but lost formation in broken ground. Captured documents showed enough supplies for a long campaign. Not unlimited. No campaign ever had unlimited food. "Their rear column remains north of North Marker," Zhao Ming reported. "Heavy wagons." "Slow?" Lu Yan asked. "Guard strength?" 2 companies around the central stores. "More spread along the route. Do not attack yet?" General Xu frowned. A strike on their supplies could end this quickly, or cost our mobile force before the main battle. They will protect it more heavily once they understand our plan. They will protect it more heavily once they understand our plan. Already protected. Then, what are you waiting for? Lu Yan moved one enemy marker farther south. For them to depend on the road. The enemy's first serious assault struck the western valley that afternoon. Drums rolled between the hills. Infantry advanced in dense ranks, shields locked above and before them. Archers climbed the opposing slope. Behind them came men carrying bundled brush to fill the defensive ditch. General Shu watched from a timber observation stand. They intend to remain. Zhao Ming stood beside him. Should we tell them the rent? General Su looked at him. That sounded like Chen Hu. We spend too much time together. The first enemy arrows darkened the air. Frontier soldiers lowered behind prepared earthworks. Not high walls. Not impressive fortifications. Ditches. Timber barriers. Stone piles. Marked retreat lanes. Positions built through years of roadwork and flood control. The enemy reached the ditch. The defenders released arrows from both sides of the valley. The formation slowed. Front ranks fell. Those behind pushed forward. Then water entered the ditch. A narrow irrigation channel had been redirected earlier that morning. The earth turned to mud beneath packed feet. Shields tilted. Brush bundles sank. General Shu gave the order. Frontier infantry advanced only far enough to strike the disordered front. Then withdrew before the enemy archers found a clear line. No glorious charge. No attempt to destroy thousands with hundreds. Delay. Damage. Preservation. The enemy occupied the first earthwork near sunset. They found the second line farther back. And another irrigation channel already opened. General Shu returned after dark with blood on his armor, and satisfaction in his eyes. They hate your ditches. Lu Yan studied the casualty report first. How many? 23 dead. 51 injured. The satisfaction faded. Enemy? More? How many? Enough. Lu Yan placed the report beside the map. Tomorrow they adjust. They will bring boards. Then the archers target carriers. They may advance wider, then they advance wider. Then they advance wider. Enter the stony ground. General Shu watched him. You never ask how many enemies died first. They have more. That is not an answer. It is the reason. Every Stone Ridge soldier preserved mattered more than several enemy soldiers lost. The invaders could replace men from the thousands behind them. Lu Yan could not replace trust, training, and local knowledge overnight. He fought accordingly. The second day brought no major assault. Enemy units spread outward. They searched for side roads, farms, and unguarded supply lines. They found abandoned storehouses with records removed. Bridges narrowed but not destroyed. Fields harvested early where possible. Wells watched by locals who disappeared before patrols approached. At one village, enemy soldiers offered silver for grain. The village head answered honestly. We sold the surplus already. To whom? The market. Where is the market? South. How far south? Depends which road. Which road is fastest? The dry one. The soldiers left with no grain and less. Soldiers left with no grain and less. Patience. The village head later told Wei Jun he had not lied once. Wei Jun approved. The enemy eventually stopped asking politely. Small foraging groups began seizing livestock. That was when local support shifted from passive refusal to active resistance. Not villagers charging trained soldiers. Information. A missing goat was reported through the watch system. The direction of travel reached Chen Hu's mobile squad within an hour. They followed hoofprints to a forest clearing and recovered the animals after a brief fight. A farmer noticed strangers cutting through a lower orchard and moved a white cloth from one roof pole to another. A passing merchant carried the signal to the next post. A child counting riders from a shelter window gave Wei Jun an accurate number because she had spent years counting market wagons. Every ordinary skill found wartime purpose. The enemy expected civilians to become frightened and useless. Instead, they became difficult to deceive. On the sixth day, the invasion reached the northern forest above Stone Ridge, not the main army. 300 light infantry moved through cover toward the central supply road. They carried axes, pitch, and rope. Their target was not the command hall, the bridge. Destroying it would separate Stone Ridge from the western defenders and delay every convoy moving toward the front. The movement began before sunrise. Lin Qing woke before the alarm. The orchard felt disturbed, not one broken patch. A broad pressure moved through the forest. Birds rose in waves. First from the northern trees, then closer. Small animals entered the orchard from the same direction, fleeing rather than feeding. The fox appeared near the upper row in full daylight. Its body remained low, its attention fixed behind it. Lin Qing stepped outside. Lu Yan had left hours earlier. The command hall held only reserve officers and logistics staff. She went first to the orchard watch platform. The forest canopy shifted where no wind moved. One line, then another. Too many disturbances for scouts. She sent Bao to Wei Jun. Tell him the northern forest is moving. Bao did not ask what that meant. He ran. Lin Qing entered the command hall. Quartermaster Sun looked up from a dispatch. Problem. Enemy movement toward the bridge. How many? I cannot tell. Where? Through the northern forest. The reserve captain hesitated. Our scouts reported nothing. They are moving beneath. Cover. Did you see them? I saw how the forest reacted. The captain glanced toward Quartermaster Sun. The quartermaster closed his ledger. The last time she said that, Zhao Ming captured scouts. That was 5 men. This is not. Lin Qing pointed to the map. Birds are leaving a wide line. Animals are moving into the orchard. Whatever is approaching is large enough to disturb the entire slope. The captain made his decision. He sent riders. 1 toward Luyan, 1 toward the bridge garrison, 1 toward Shenhu's mobile reserve. Then he ordered the settlement alarm. Not evacuation. Prepared movement. Wei Jun cleared civilians from the lower road. Merchants moved wagons beyond the bridge. Zhao Mu brought the replacement beams he had prepared. Tai's workers loaded tools. The livestock family shifted draft animals away from the crossing. Dr. Sun prepared for casualties. The village acted before anyone saw the enemy. That saved the bridge. The first enemy soldiers emerged from the forest expecting an unprepared rear position. They found timber barriers across the northern lane. Archers waited behind grain store walls. The bridge approach stood clear of civilians. Its supports had been wrapped in wet hides to resist fire. Workers had removed loose material that could burn. The attackers changed direction and rushed downhill. They reached the outer storehouses, empty. Critical grain had already moved to raised stone storage closer to the market. They set fire to one shed anyway. The roof smoked. Wet timber refused to catch properly. Wei Jun sounded 2 whistles. Archers shifted left. The enemy's second group attempted to circle through the orchard. Lin Qing stood near the lower rows with the village watch. No villager carried military rank. Some held bows used for hunting. Others carried whistles, water buckets, stretchers and axes for cutting burning branches. Their role was not to hold a battle line. It was to preserve the orchard, mark movement, and prevent infiltration towards civilian shelters. The fox vanished before the soldiers appeared. Birds burst from the eastern edge. Lin Qing pointed. There. Wei Jun relayed the signal. Frontier archers on the ridge released toward the moving brush. The enemy formation broke from cover earlier than planned. They entered open ground between orchard rows. No one ordered the trees cut for clearer firing. The defenders used the paths already built for harvest wagons. Enemy soldiers struggled between stakes, channels, and raised roots. The orchard had never been designed as a fortress. Years of careful cultivation had still shaped the terrain. A squad reached the lower storage yard. Tai struck the alarm plate with a hammer. Workers withdrew through the marked lane. Soldiers closed behind them. The attackers found themselves between the stone storehouse, the drainage wall, and a row of carts deliberately left without animals. The carts blocked retreat. Shen Hu arrived from the eastern road before the enemy could reorganize. His squad had ridden hard enough that foam marked the horses' mouths. He dismounted while moving. Who attacks a grain store before breakfast? The nearest soldier answered with a spear. Chen Hu avoided it. Unreasonable. His mobile squad struck from the side. The reserve soldiers advanced from the bridge. The trapped attackers attempted to climb the drainage wall. Villagers above did not throw themselves into combat. They rolled prepared stones into the empty channel. The stones struck shields, broke footing, and delayed the climb. Frontier soldiers finished the fight below. The remaining enemy troops reached the bridge carrying pitch jars. Zhou Mu saw them first. Water. Buckets passed hand to hand. Not to extinguish fire afterward. To soak timber before the jars arrived. Archers shot 2 carriers. 1 jar shattered on the road. Another struck the bridge rail. Pitch spread across wet hide and failed to penetrate. The third attacker reached the support. An arrow struck his shoulder. He fell against the structure and dropped the jar beneath it. Tai climbed down with a hooked pole. He dragged the burning bundle into the current. The river carried fire away in pieces. An enemy axe struck the eastern brace. Then another. The attackers needed minutes. They received less than 1. Lu Yan entered the bridge road from the north. He had taken only 80 riders from the central line. Enough to close the forest retreat. Not enough to weaken the front for long. The enemy detachment realized too late that Stone Ridge had delayed rather than surrounded them. They turned toward the trees. Zhao Ming's archers appeared along the upper slope. Chen Hu blocked the eastern lane. The bridge garrison held the south. Lu Yan offered surrender once. Nearly half accepted. The rest attempted to break through. The fighting ended before noon. The bridge still stood. 1 rail burned. 2 braces were damaged. The eastern approach carried dark marks from pitch and blood. No civilian had died. 9 frontier soldiers had. 3 village watch volunteers were injured. Ty's left hand suffered a burn while pulling the fire away. He refused treatment until Dr. Sun threatened to cut off his boot instead. That makes no sense, Tai said. It made you sit. Dr. Sun treated the hand. Jomu examined the bridge. We need to replace the eastern brace. How long? Lu Yan asked. With the beam already prepared. 2 hours. The general looked toward the carpenter. You prepared it before the invasion. I prepared it before the last storm. The same beam could answer both. Stone Ridge reopened the crossing before sunset. Enemy observers on the distant ridge saw wagons moving again that evening. Their commander received the report in silence. 300 men, he said. His subordinate lowered his head. 112 returned. The bridge? Operational? The stores? Untouched? The village? Still occupied. The commander's hand tightened over the report. How did they know? We do not know. We do not know. Looked south. Smoke rose from Stone Ridge, not fire, cooking. The settlement had survived a direct strike on its supply road and resumed feeding people before nightfall. He changed strategy. If Stone Ridge could not be cut from behind, the main army would crush the front before its logistics mattered. The full assault began on the 8th day. Enemy horns sounded across the western valley. Drums answered from the northern ridge. Infantry advanced in repeated waves. Cavalry moved east to force Zhao Ming from the high ground. Engineers dragged heavy shields across the irrigation ditches. Archers fired without pause. General Xu held the first line until midday, then the second. By afternoon, his right formation bent. A young captain requested permission to countercharge. General Xu refused. We halt? They're breaking through. They are trying to make us leave the earthworks. If we remain, they surround us. If we charge, they kill us in open ground. The captain looked toward the enemy banners. They will call us cowards. General Xu drew his sword. They can call us whatever they like while climbing the next ditch. The defenders withdrew by sections. One group fired. One moved. Then they exchanged. No collapse. No mass retreat. The enemy gained ground. They paid for every section. On the eastern ridge, cavalry finally found a path around Zhao Ming's position. Local hunters had warned him of it the previous day. He left stakes beneath leaves and moved half his archers into the trees. The first horses entered too quickly. The formation shattered. No animal was targeted deliberately after riders fell. Frontier soldiers drove the cavalry back using noise, arrows, and narrow ground. Several loose horses fled south. Lin Qing's stable workers recovered 6 before dark. The animals trembled from battle. She moved among them slowly. Life resonance did not make them obedient. It helped them recognize calm after terror. The horses accepted water. One allowed a damaged saddle to be removed. By morning, 4 could carry messages. 2 required rest. None were forced back into battle immediately. Every recovered animal mattered. The enemy assault continued into dusk. Lu Yan remained at the center, moving only when necessary. He did not chase a retreating unit. He did not commit reserves to defend ground already planned for abandonment. Twice, officers begged him to reinforce visible fighting. Twice, he refused because the larger danger lay elsewhere. The third request came from Chen Hu. The western second line is failing. How long? 1 hour. Less if their archers move closer. Lu Yan looked at the map. How many reserves remain there? 40. How many enemy? Several hundred. Withdraw them. Chen Hu hesitated. That opens the stone road. Yes, the enemy can march directly toward the ward. Stone Ridge. For 2 miles, understanding reached him. The stone road narrowed between 2 low ridges. Wagons could pass. Large formations could not. Lu Yan had spent years repairing it just enough for trade, never widening the old cut through the hills because the work offered little economic benefit. Now that narrow road became the strongest defensive ground on the frontier. Chen Hu grinned despite exhaustion. You repaired it badly on purpose? No. That would have been impressive. It was too expensive to widen. Still impressive. The western defenders withdrew. The enemy celebrated their breakthrough, then entered the stone road. Archers waited above. Timber barriers blocked the far end. Frontier infantry attacked the stretched formation from both slopes. The enemy could not deploy enough men at once. Their numbers became weight-pressing uselessly from behind. Lu Yan held the road through the night. By dawn, the invaders had gained less than 1 mile. Their casualties covered ground the frontier defenders had never intended to keep. The 9th day brought rain. Not enough to flood the valley. Enough to soften the roads beneath thousands of feet. Enemy supply wagons slowed. Wheel ruts deepened. Draft animals weakened. The invaders had expected to live partly from captured villages and stores. They had captured almost nothing useful. Their grain remained north of the border. Every meal traveled farther each day. Quartermaster's son tracked their problem using captured ration bags. They reduced grain portions. General Sue leaned over the table. How do you know? The bags are smaller. Could be different packaging. The stitching is the same. The stitching is the same. The fold is shorter, Luyan asked. How long? At current movement. Perhaps 6 days before serious shortage among forward units. General Sue looked toward the northern route. Now we strike their supplies. Luyan nodded. Now, the attack required almost everything Stone Ridge had built. Merchant Cow provided wagon schedules and an alternate forest track. Local hunters identified a ridge invisible from the main road. Zhao Ming selected archers familiar with broken terrain. Chen Hu led mounted troops using improved local fodder that allowed horses to travel farther without losing strength. Quartermaster Sun prepared 4 days of compact rations. Dr. Sun packed medicine in standardized boxes. Tai repaired every saddle fitting before departure. Songlan's group replaced torn straps overnight. Lin Qing walked the first section of forest with Lu Yan before the unit departed. Life resonance extended through vegetation she had never cultivated closely, weaker than in the orchard, but still present as a broad awareness. Most of the forest carried ordinary autumn strain. One route showed repeated disturbance, cut roots, crushed moss, branches broken at wagon height. Their carts passed here, she said. Lu Yan studied the ground. The trail turns west. The trees ahead are less disturbed. A false route. He sent 2 scouts. They returned before noon. The visible trail ended near a ravine where enemy archers waited in concealment. Without Qing'a's warning, the strike force might have entered the trap. Lu Yan changed course. He did not take her farther. You return now. She looked at the forest ahead. You have the route? Yes. And the disturbed areas? Marked. She handed him the last map sheet. The lower stream remained safe. Above it, several trees were cut recently. Enemy camp? Or firewood? I will decide. I will decide. Neither prolonged the farewell. The army waited. The frontier waited. Lu Yan touched her hand once. I will return. Lin Qing answered as she always did. I know. Then added what complete trust allowed. Return carefully. He nodded. She walked back toward Stone Ridge with 4 escorts. Lu Yan continued north. The strike force traveled for 1 day beneath forest cover. On the second night they reached the ridge above the enemy's main supply road. Below them stretched wagons farther than torchlight revealed. Grain, arrows, spare weapons, horse feed, medical carts. Too much to destroy entirely. Enough to cripple. General Xu had remained at the front. Zhao Ming lay beside Lu Yan on the ridge. We could burn it. Some, not all. The grain can feed our prisoners and displaced families. Zhao Ming glanced toward him. Stealing from an invading army is permitted. Yes, good. The strike began. Without drums, archers targeted guards near the lead wagons. Mounted troops entered from the rear. Chen Hu's squad cut harnesses and drove animals away from the road rather than setting every cart alight. Engineers blocked the northern route with felled timber. Enemy guards attempted to form ranks. They found wagons separating them into narrow sections. The same long column that made transport efficient now prevented defense. Lu Yan's troops burned arrow carts, spare weapons, and bridge equipment. They captured grain wagons still intact. Oil and pitch stores were destroyed last after usable animals moved clear. Flames rose above the forest. The enemy forward army saw the glow from miles away. Their commander understood before the messenger arrived. Return the army north, his advisor urged. The frontier force will attack during withdrawal. Then remain and starve? We still outnumber them. With what food? The commander looked. Toward the stone road. Stone Ridge's defense had lost men. Its lines had bent. Its forces could not remain unbroken forever. He made the only decision that offered victory. One final assault. If they seized the settlement, its stores would replace everything Lu Yan had destroyed. The order moved before dawn. Every enemy unit still capable of fighting gathered toward the central front. They abandoned minor positions. Left wounded men under guard. Reduced supply rations again. The army would attack Stone Ridge directly. Lin Qing learned of the plan from the forest before the messenger reached her. Not through words, through absence. Birds left the northern valleys. Animals moved south along the field edges. The pressure spread wider than before. Thousands disturbed the land at once. She climbed the orchard hill. The entire northern horizon carried smoke. One column marked the burning supply train. Another rose from abandoned enemy camps. The invasion was compressing toward Stone Ridge. Wai Yun stood beside her. They're coming here. Yes. How many? Too many for the village watch. Then the watch does not fight them. He looked toward the shelters. Evacuation, prepared stages. Stone Ridge did not wait until enemy banners became visible. Children, elderly residents, and severely wounded soldiers moved first toward protected southern farms and hillside shelters. Household records went with them. Seed grain moved separately. Animals traveled in small groups to avoid blocking roads. No wagon carried decorative property. No family lost its place because another household owned stronger animals. The system had been written before fear could rewrite fairness. The market closed. Its tables became supply stations. The old elm remained untouched. Lin Qing refused to have it cut for timber. Jiaomu had already stored enough beams. The crooked gate at her home remained standing as well. She secured it before joining the central shelter. The house could be repaired again. The people could not. General Su returned to Stone Ridge ahead of the enemy. His armor was dented. He carried a bandage around one thigh. They are throwing everything south. Lu Yan? Lin Qing asked, returning from the supply road. When? Tomorrow if the forest remains clear. The battle begins today. Yes. General Shu looked toward the tier. Civilians moving south. You should leave with them. No. The command families usually evacuate. I am managing supplies. Others can do that. Not as well. He almost argued. Then looked at the market. Storehouses, treatment shelters, wagons and ledgers already operating under her direction. No, he admitted. Not as well. The first enemy banners appeared at noon. They covered the northern ridge. Infantry descended toward the stone road. Cavalry moved east and west, seeking wider approaches. Engineers dragged ladders and timber screens taken from secondary stores. They no longer advanced patiently. Hunger and urgency had changed them. General Shu placed defenders behind every prepared barrier. Stone Ridge did not possess city walls. It possessed layers. The stone road, drainage ditches, raised fields, timber barricades, the bridge, storehouse walls, the command palisade, market lanes designed to prevent wagon congestion. Every practical improvement shaped movement. The enemy attacked the stone road first. Frontier archers released until their fingers bled. Infantry held the narrowest point. When the forward barrier broke, they withdrew to the next. Enemy cavalry attempted the eastern fields. They found irrigation channels too deep to cross at speed. Farmers had flooded one unused section that morning. Horses slowed in mud. Frontier spearmen struck from dry paths known only to locals. No villager became a soldier overnight. Farmers opened and closed water gates. Carpenters repaired barriers. Blacksmiths replaced fittings. Merchants moved supplies. Cooking groups fed defenders. Children remained far from the fighting. The settlement defended itself by continuing to perform the roles it had built over years. Near dusk, the first enemy unit reached the bridge. The damaged eastern brace had been replaced. Wet hides covered the rail again. Jiaomu stood beneath the approach with reserve beams. Tai, one hand still bandaged, managed hooks and chains. General Shu held the northern end. The enemy pushed forward in dense ranks. The bridge allowed only limited numbers across. Archers fired from the market roofs. Meilan objected when one soldier placed muddy boots on her cooking shelter, then handed him arrows. The invaders gained half the bridge, lost it, gained it again. The river below carried shields, broken wood, and men from both armies. General Shu's injured leg weakened. He remained. An enemy spear struck his shoulder plate and drove him back. Zhao Ming's deputy pulled him clear. The enemy reached the southern rail. Stone Ridge's final reserve entered the market lane. 30 soldiers. Too few. Lin Qing stood beside the supply wagons. Quartermaster Sun held a ledger in one hand and a short sword in the other. He looked at the approaching battle. I dislike unscheduled inventory loss. So do I. Do we move the grain? Not yet. If the bridge falls. We move what we can, and burn the rest. Lin Qing looked toward the old elm. No, he understood. Not because they valued grain more than lives. Because if the bridge fell, civilians still needed food. The settlement would not destroy itself to deny the enemy one prize. They would preserve life first, and accept whatever battle followed. A horn sounded from the northern ridge, not the enemy pattern. 3 low calls, 1 rising. Stone Ridge's soldiers answered. Lu Yan returned. His force emerged behind the enemy's western formation, carrying captured grain and blackened armor. They had marched through the night. Chen Hu led the first riders downhill. Zhao Ming's archers appeared on the eastern slope. The enemy army, already compressed toward the bridge, turned too slowly. Lu Yan did not charge the largest formation. He struck its command. Captured scouts had identified the enemy banner and messenger route. Frontier cavalry cut through the weakened rear. Archers targeted signal officers. Drums stopped. Orders failed to travel. The mass of enemy soldiers at the bridge continued advancing while units behind them began withdrawing. Confusion spread faster than any command could correct it. General Su saw the opening. Forward, the bridge defenders advanced. Not far. Enough. The enemy soldiers between Luyan's returning force and Stone Ridge's defenders lost room to maneuver. Some threw down weapons. Others attempted to escape along the riverbank. The cavalry units east of the fields withdrew first. Infantry followed without orders. A final group held around the enemy commander on the northern road. Luyan reached them after sunset. The enemy commander's horse had been killed. He stood among fewer than 100 guards. "You built a town behind farmers," the man said. Luyan remained mounted. "A village." The commander looked towards Stone Ridge's lamps. "You call that a village?" "Yes. You defeated an army with cooks and merchants. With soldiers, and everyone else. Yes." The commander lowered his sword. He understood the battle was over. His surviving guards surrendered with him. The invasion did not end in one dramatic collapse. Scattered units remained across the frontier. Some fled north. Some hid in forests. Some surrendered at villages because hunger left no other option. Luyan spent 6 more days clearing roads, accepting prisoners, recovering wounded soldiers, and restoring communication between posts. He did not chase retreating enemies beyond the border. General Shu argued once, "They may return. They may. We could destroy more of them now. With exhausted soldiers and damaged roads, they are weaker. So are weaker. As so are we. You would let them escape. I would let my people survive." The older general survived, looked toward the rows of wounded men, then nodded. The capital's relief army arrived on the 21st day. 10,000 soldiers marched north beneath fresh banners. They entered a frontier that had not fallen. The bridge remained operational. The old tree market served food again. Captured enemy grain filled temporary stores. Civilians returned from prepared shelters. Fields carried damage, but had not been abandoned. The relief commander expected to assume emergency control. Instead, he found Luyan conducting prisoner transfers beside Quartermaster Sun's revised ration ledger. "What remains of the enemy army?" the commander asked. "Retreated north, their supply column? Destroyed or captured? The frontier posts? 3-tiered, 2 damaged, 1 occupied briefly. All restored. Stone Ridge?" Luyan looked toward the village. Busy, the commander waited for a grander answer. None came. The relief army brought imperial orders, engineers, physicians, replacement horses, and enough food to support recovery. This time, Stone Ridge did not reject outside help. Lin Qing only insisted that its arrival follow the same rules as everything else. Military grain remained military grain. Civilian markets were not emptied. Construction teams repaired roads before expanding buildings. Temporary camps used marked land. Waste pits remained away from fields and water. The relief quartermaster complained for one morning. Then Quartermaster Sun showed him the disease records, evacuation system, and surviving stores. The complaints stopped. The dead were buried on a low hill beyond the command grounds. Soldiers and civilians gathered together. No victory feast occurred first. No banners covered grief. Luyan read every frontier name aloud. General Su read the soldiers from neighboring commands. Wei Jun read the names of village watch volunteers who had died while carrying messages and defending the bridge. Lin Qing stood among the families. The frontier had survived. Survival did not erase cost. After the burial, work resumed slowly. The bridge received new stone supports. Burned sheds were rebuilt. Damaged orchard rows were inspected. 3 trees had been broken during fighting. Lin Qing cut one below the split. The other 2 could recover with support. Bao carried stakes. Will this one grow again? If the roots remain healthy, and if they don't, we plant another. He looked at the cut trunk. Is that sad? Yes. Then why are you calm? Because sadness and work can happen together. He considered this, then held the stake straight while she tied the young tree. The fox returned 2 evenings later. It crossed the orchard's upper edge and stopped near the repaired row. One ear carried a small tear. It remained wild, alive. Alive. Birds returned after it. Not all at once. First sparrows, then crows, then the smaller orchard birds that had nested among the trees before the invasion. The ecosystem had been disturbed, not destroyed. That mattered more than any sudden miracle. Life resonance settled through the orchard again, roots recovering, branches stressed, insects returning, soil holding beneath repaired channels. The land did not celebrate victory. It continued living. Stone Ridge did the same. The Imperial investigation arrived 3 months later, not to accuse, to understand. Officials filled the command hall, market shelter, and every available guest room. They reviewed battle reports, supply ledgers, civilian agreements, merchant transport records, medical use, horse losses, road repairs, prisoner treatment. The same systems once considered small frontier improvisations now became evidence of regional survival. General Shu testified first. Liu Yan held with fewer soldiers because he never treated logistics as separate from command. The relief commander added, "The frontier remained organized before our arrival. We reinforced a functioning defense. We did not rescue a collapsed one." Quartermaster Sun submitted 47 ledgers. The Imperial clerks requested summaries. He looked offended. Lin Qing submitted 6. Each showed how civilian stores remained protected, while surplus entered military use through compensation. One official asked, "Why did villagers cooperate without forced requisition?" Old Wu answered, "Because they knew what would be taken, what would remain, and who would repay them." Another asked, "Why did merchants continue transport during invasion?" Merchant Cao replied, "Because the roads were protected before the war, and the prices remained fair during it. Patriotism played no part." "It did," the merchant paused. "Fair payment helped," the official wrote that down reluctantly. Dr. Sun described medical sanitation. Zhao Mu described bridge repair. Tai described mobile tool work. Song Lan described cloth production limits. Mai Lan described feeding soldiers, refugees, clerks, merchants, and one provincial inspector, who remained incapable of praising broth properly. That portion did not enter the official report. Liu Yan's testimony came last. The senior imperial envoy sat beneath the command hall seal. "You received orders to hold until relief arrived." "Yes. Did you believe relief would arrive in time?" "No," a murmur passed through the clerks. "Yet you held." "Yes. How?" Liu Yan looked toward the open hall doors. Beyond them stood the old elm market, repaired bridge, storehouses, workshops, fields, and orchard. The frontier was prepared. The envoy waited. "That answer is incomplete," Liu Yan considered. Food moved before soldiers needed it. Roads were repaired before retreat. Villagers knew where to go. Officers knew when to withdraw. Stores were recorded. Horses remained fed. Wounded men returned to clean shelters. Merchants provided transport. Farmers protected water routes. Craftspeople repaired what broke. He looked toward Lin Qing. "And my wife taught us not to waste what kept us alive." The envoy followed his gaze. "Reports place much of the victory under your command. I commanded the army. Then the victory is yours." "No," the hall quieted. Liu Yan spoke without raising his voice. "The victory began before the invasion." He indicated the settlement. "It began when this village learned to feed itself. Then, Lin Qing. She built that foundation." Lin Qing did not correct him publicly. She had never built it alone. But she understood what he was doing. Praise naturally rose toward the battlefield commander. He was directing it backward, toward farms, stores, meals, records, toward the work war usually ignored. The Imperial envoy recorded his statement. The court announcement arrived before spring planting. Liu Yan received the title of Supreme Warlord of the Northern Frontier. Among soldiers, the wording shortened quickly. The Empire's greatest warlord. He disliked the phrase. Chen Hu used it constantly. Greatest warlord. The Western Patrol requests approval. "Do not call me that." "Yes, greatest warlord. Request denied. You did not read it. I know who wrote it." Zhao Ming turned away to hide laughter. The imperial rewards were substantial. Gold, silk, land rights, a residence in the capital, positions for household relatives, a permanent place in military court. Lin Qing read each document beside Liu Yan in their repaired house. The crooked gate still stood outside. The roof no longer leaked. The pantry was no longer empty. The garden had spread beyond the original yard into shared plots, fields, and orchard rows visible from the window. Liu Yan pointed to the capital residence. "No, I agree. The court position." "No, I agree. The gold." Lin Qing considered. The land?" "Where? Frontier grounds. Useful silk. My land. Will. She will." They accepted what protected the region. legal town status, permanent road funding, protected forest boundaries, registered common land, military family support, veteran pensions, funds for bridge maintenance, expanded medical storage, schools for settlement children. They accepted enough gold to establish emergency reserves and compensate households still recovering from war. They declined the capital residence. Lu Yan declined permanent court service. Lin Qing declined any title requiring her to leave Stone Ridge for ceremonial duties. The imperial envoy objected. "You are refusing exceptional honor." Lin Qing answered, "I am choosing useful honor." "What does that mean?" "A protected water source is useful. A ceremonial carriage is not." The envoy looked toward Lu Yan. He offered no help. He agreed with her. Stone Ridge formally became Northern Stone Town the following year. The official name appeared on maps and tax records. No one living there used it often. To them, it remained Stone Ridge. The old tree market expanded around the same elm. New stalls stood beyond the original circle, but no building blocked its shade. The military command remained outside civilian land. The bridge gained stone supports and a wider pedestrian path. The trade road received permanent drainage crews. The orchard spread across the hill without consuming the protected forest above it. The primary industries remained familiar. Farming, preserved food, medicinal herbs, carpentry, storage goods, horse care. The town grew richer without inventing a new miracle each month. Some soldiers married settlers. Some returned to distant families with better pay and safer roads. Some remained after retirement and opened workshops. Military families received registered plots without displacing older households. Widows received pensions before officials could misplace the paperwork, because Quartermaster's son maintained copies in 3 separate buildings. He called this reasonable caution. Everyone else called it fear of administrative incompetence. Mei Lan opened a permanent restaurant beside the market. She still served broth from the original pot whenever possible. Chen Hu claimed senior officers deserved free meals. She charged him more. Zhao Ming became commander of the Eastern Patrol Network. His reports remained brief and accurate. He visited Stone Ridge often enough for children to ask why he maintained a separate post at all. Tai recovered most use of his burned hand. He trained 2 apprentices and refused every military offer to become a full-time weaponsmith. Zhou rebuilt the bridge rail with wood from the same local forest, harvested under the protected cutting rules. Sonlan's weaving group became a cooperative with fixed production limits and fair household shares. Wei Yun retired from formal watch duty, then continued walking the road every morning. No one attempted to stop him. Dr. Sun accepted 2 students after complaining for years that young people lacked patience. Both learned patience by surviving his instruction. Old Wu stepped down as village head after the town charter took effect. He continued attending every council meeting. The new administrators discovered that retirement had not reduced his willingness to speak. Farmer Lias Fields recovered fully. He became the strictest sanitation inspector during planting season. When someone complained that he washed tools too often, he answered, "I once burned half a field. You can wash 1 hoe." Merchant Cao established a permanent warehouse near the market but remained bound by the same published rules as every trader. Qian Fu returned occasionally, still bargaining aggressively. Lin Qing considered this healthy. Dukai never returned. The Shen household received news of Qing's survival and position through official reports. They did not ask for money. They sent 1 letter. The former young mistress wrote that the household remained modest but stable. Several former servants had married safely. The family was proud that Qinghe had found a life beyond service. Lin Qing read the letter twice, then stored it beside the original reference document and wages she had once carried from their courtyard. She sent dried fruit, medicinal tea, and a reply, not rescue, not repayment of an imaginary debt. Gratitude between people whose lives had moved in different directions. Years passed. The frontier became quieter. Not harmless. No border ever became harmless. But patrols functioned. Roads remained open. Forests were watched without being stripped. Villages reported problems before they became disasters. Soldiers ate with families during leave. Children grew up believing clean bandages, posted market prices, covered grain racks, and safe bridges were ordinary. They did not know how much work ordinary required. That was its own kind of success. One spring morning, Lin Qing walked through the town alone. She passed the bridge first, its stone supports held against clear water. A merchant caravan waited, while children guided sheep across the pedestrian path. No one shouted. The caravan master paid the crossing maintenance fee without argument. Beyond it, the old elms shaded the market. Mei Lan's restaurant had opened early. Steam rose from the kitchen. Tai's apprentices carried repaired tools toward the fields. San Lan inspected cloth beneath the light. Wei Jun sat beside the road, pretending not to supervise everyone. The command hall stood beyond the civilian boundary. Its banners moved in the morning wind. Soldiers trained in the yard. Others ate breakfast with wives, husbands, parents, and children in nearby homes. No one feared that the army would empty the market by noon. Lin Qing continued toward her house. The crooked gate remained part of the courtyard. Lu Yan had offered to replace it many times. They had repaired it so thoroughly that replacement became unnecessary. The original wood remained beneath new braces, hinges, and layers of weather-darkened oil. Inside the yard, the first garden had expanded until only a few stones marked its original edge. The seeds she had found in an empty pantry belonged to another season now. Their descendants grew throughout the town. She climbed the orchard hill. Rows of mature trees covered the slope. Some leaned slightly with age. Others had replaced those lost to storm, disease, or war. Birds nested among branches. Bees moved through spring blossoms. The fox had not appeared for more than a year. Perhaps it had died. Perhaps it lived deeper in the protected forest. Its descendants sometimes crossed the upper rows at dusk. No one knew. The orchard did not require one familiar animal to prove nature had returned. Life resonance spread through the hill beneath Lin Qing's awareness. Roots held the soil. Ground cover protected moisture. Insects fed birds. Fallen fruit enriched earth. People harvested responsibly. Animals took their share. The forest remained beyond the highest row, uncut and alive. Her ability had not become overwhelming. It had become deep through familiarity. She knew when one section needed water, when a tree carried hidden weakness, when birds avoided a branch because something had disturbed it, when soil needed rest rather than another crop. The greatest result was not what she could command. It was what no longer needed commanding. A stable system supported itself because people had learned to care for it. Lin Qing stopped beneath one of the first pear trees. Its trunk was thick now. The stake Lu Yan had planted beside it had long since been removed. The tree stood without support. Children laughed below the hill. A market bell rang. Horses moved along the road. Cooking smoke rose above secure roofs. For one brief moment, the frontier faded. She remembered another world. Gray sky. Empty shelves. Dead ground. The silence of forests without birds. People fighting over food that would not last another week. Every day had been an attempt to prevent one more piece of life from disappearing. She had believed survival meant holding loss back with both hands. Here she had learned something else. Life could be given room. Protected. Fed. Shared. Allowed to return. Footsteps approached behind her. Lu Yan stopped at her side. His formal rank no longer changed the way he walked through the orchard. He wore plain patrol clothing. One repaired glove. Mud on his boots. The Empire's greatest warlord had spent the morning inspecting a drainage channel? Something wrong? He asked. No. He looked toward the tree. Disease? No. Insects? No. And what? I was thinking about how far we have come. Lu Yan looked. Across Stone Ridge, the repaired gate, the garden, the market beneath the old elm, the bridge, the fields, the command hall, the returning patrol moving along the road, the orchard spreading beneath them. He considered all of it with the same seriousness once reserved for an empty storehouse and a leaking roof. We should plant more trees, he said. Lin Qing laughed. Lu Yan looked at her. Too many? No. Then why? Because that is exactly what I expected you to say. He held out his hand. She placed hers in it. Together, they walked down through the orchard toward home.